Chapter 643. The blood-red space had a circumference of about 100 miles. Below it was a surging sea of blood, while above it were patches of blood-red clouds. Just the sight of it was enough to make one's mind tremble and cause one's true spirit to almost collapse. Amidst the sea of blood and clouds of blood, a huge chair made of white bones floated in the air, and a bloody devil figure sat cross-legged on the chair. Beside him were dozens of naked women dancing like devils, and all kinds of strange postures could cause one's blood to boil, and they couldn't help but feel aroused. Wuxia and Princess Xianxia focused their minds and watched the devil figure silently. Little Conqueror closed her eyes. Her body was protected by a ring of bright, glass-like crimson flame, which prevented the devil's thoughts from invading. Her divine soul was also safe and sound. The flame on Little Conqueror's body was the Phoenix clan's famous true spirit fire, Nanmingli fire. It had many wonderful uses, and protecting one's mind was only a small part of it. This space was clearly created by the devil figure using his enormous divine thought. It was similar to an immortal's interstitial world. In an immortal's interstitial world, everything was real and was no different from the outside world. It could even support countless people. As for this world created by the devil figure, it would be more appropriate to call it the devil's void. This space existed in between existence and nothingness. It was born and destroyed according to the devil figure's thoughts. There were endless mysteries between life and death, making it infinitely mysterious. Wuxia and the others had accidentally fallen into its trap. They were sucked into the devil's void by the devil figure's tremendous power, which was condensed from the souls of countless living beings. In this void, the devil shadow could transform into anything with a single thought and destroy everything with a single thought. It had a huge advantage over the others. Just like the dancing female devils beside his armchair, they were also the devil figure's manifestation with the help of his divine thought. Every move he made was in line with the great Tao of the devil sect. Every move he made was filled with boundless murderous intent. If one accidentally fell into his trap, one's soul would be destroyed. Little Conqueror knew that she was young and her cultivation base was shallow. Thus, when she was sucked into the devil's void, she immediately released a wisp of Nanmingli fire from the depths of her divine soul to protect it. She dared not be careless. Wuxia and Princess Xianxia were not afraid of the dancing female devils. Princess Xianxia was too shy to look at their unbearable movements, while Wuxia watched them perform the heavenly fiend dance with delight. If he had a dozen bottles of ice beer in hand and a very exciting dance tune, Wuxia would love to dance with the female devils. Princess Xianxia was proficient in the art of ghosts and gods of the primordial divine Tao. She was best at dealing with all kinds of evil ghosts and gods, so a mere heavenly fiend dance could not shake her mind. Wuxia's divine power was enough to make all the evil immortals who cultivated in the art of illusion and soul enchantment vomit blood. His chaotic spiritual energy was omnipotent. The soul-stirring fiend aura emitted by the heavenly fiend dance was all spirit medicine to replenish his magic power. He wished there were more of these female devils. After pulling Wuxia and his companions into the devil's void, the bloody fiend's shadow did not make a sound. He was waiting for Wuxia and his companions to fall into his trap, and then he would come up with other plans. He had just devoured the souls of countless living beings on Myriad Immortals' planet. Although the enormous soul energy had restored 30% of his true spirit and fiend soul, he still felt a little indigestion. He was working hard to digest the enormous soul source energy in these souls and erasing some of the tough soul marks in them. As he was busy with this, he had no time to pay attention to Wuxia and his companions. For a moment, everyone was staring at each other. Suddenly, Buzin, who was coiled around Wuxia's neck, began to howl. After entering the devil's void, Buzin fixed his furtive eyes on those female devils who were dancing wildly. After staring at each other for a quarter of an hour, all the scales on Buzin's body began to sway, and a stream of saliva trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Then, He leaped forward, let out a shrill howl, and pounced on those female devils. Just follow me, my beauties. Follow Lao Tzu, and you'll have a good life. Every night, Lao Tzu will make you feel so good that you'll wish you were dead. You'll die and die again, and you'll live and die again. Saliva flew out from the corner of A.O. Buzin's mouth, and his eyes shone brightly as he roared. Lao Tzu has swept across the world with his dragon whip and spear. Only you will know the power of Lao Tzu's martial arts after you've tasted it. Those female devils laughed softly. One of them, who had huge breasts and extremely fair skin, spread her arms and greeted A.O. Buzin with a smile. Come on, come on, come on. The female devil let out a beautiful cry. Her eyes were watery, as if water could drip out of them at any moment. While cheering, A.O. Buzin leaped onto the female devil's body. He stood up on his hind legs, grabbed the female devil's breast with his 2 hind claws, and grabbed the female devil's face with his 2 front claws. Then he opened his mouth, which was filled with saliva, and fiercely kissed the female devil's pale red lips. Sitting on the throne, the fiend giggled. He slowly rose to his feet, raised a finger, and said, "1." A bright gleam flickered in Princess Zhongli's eyes as she cursed in a low voice. This lecherous dragon is such a disgrace. Little K.Er hurriedly nodded and agreed with Princess Zhongli's words. Tilting her head, she looked at A.O. Buzin disdainfully and gently flapped her wings. Wuxia smiled faintly. A.O. Buzin's background was mysterious and unfathomable, and there were still many things that he was hiding from Wuxia. If the other people around Wuxia were caught in the amorous dance, they might have their souls destroyed and their divine soul power sucked dry by the female devil. But A.O. Buzin was an old lecher, a great general in the amorous field. How could he be subdued by a mere dance? Wuxia remembered that A.O. Buzin seemed to have boasted that among his mistresses there were a few formidable figures among the heavenly fiends from outer heavenly realms. How could A.O. Buzin, who was able to make those heartless and heartless outer sky devils bear children for A.O. Buzin? Pop, pop. A.O. Buzin and the female devil gave each other a deep, wet kiss. His long tongue stuck out for half a foot long and rolled up in the female devil's mouth. After that, A.O. Buzin spat loudly on the ground and complained, "This old devil must have never touched a woman in his entire life. Why can't this female devil's tongue move? The tongue of this beautiful girl should be as nimble as a snake, as nimble as a fox, as smooth as sand, and as sweet as honey. That's the best. This stiff and cold tongue is like a braised pig's tongue." The devil, who had just risen to his feet, paused for a moment, then roared furiously, "You're not enchanted by my magic?" A.O. Buzin gave a weird laugh. With a flash, his body, which was less than 2 feet long, suddenly transformed into a dark bolt of lightning and darted out. His right front claw expanded to the size of a cattail leaf fan, fiercely piercing into the lower part of the devil's body. A.O. Buzin roared happily, "You've underestimated Lao Tzu. Let me show you the flying dragon stealing peach palm that Lao Tzu used to shake the entire 3 realms, and even made the emperor of the celestial court tremble with fear." Suddenly, a black light flashed across A.O. Buzin's right front claw, and then a mass of runes that looked like a colony of ants flashed across it, transforming into a plume of black smoke that enveloped the claw. He clenched his 5 claws and pulled them out. Along with a shrill howl, A.O. Buzin pulled out a string of bloody things. After that, A.O. Buzin immediately transformed into a dark beam of light and returned to Wuxia's shoulder. The devil roared furiously at A.O. Buzin, then growled in confusion. "This is the void of fiend will created by my divine will. How could I be injured in this void of fiend will? My body in here is the manifestation of my true spirit and devil soul, and it doesn't have any bodily organs." How could you? With a mysterious smile on his face, A.O. Buzin leisurely showed off the 3 bloody treasures in his hand. He chuckled and said, What has Lao Tzu not seen before? Back then, there was an idiot whose wife was stolen by Lao Tzu. He trapped Lao Tzu in the void of fiend will, trying to refine Lao Tzu's true spirit with his natal fiend flame. What a pity, what a pity! Lao Tzu is a talented genius. After being trapped in the void of fiend will for 3 months, he managed to comprehend the flying dragon stealing peach palm, carelessly throwing away the 3 treasures. Ao Buzin wiped the blood off his claws on Wuxi's shoulder, then said complacently, "You shouldn't have used the void of fiend will to deal with Lao Tzu. Your true spirit and your true spirit are intertwined. Although Lao Tzu took out your true spirit and devil soul, the things he took out were the treasures of your true spirit." Wuxi was struck dumb, Princess Xianxia was stunned, and little Kair bowed her head and covered it with her wings. Ao Buzin laughed wildly and said, "Why don't you send a thread of your divine sense out to check if your true spirit has been castrated by Lao Tzu?" The bloody fiend howled miserably. Suddenly, his body turned stiff. Obviously, he had sent a thread of his divine sense out to check on his own body. Not long after that, the fiend began waving his hands and screaming wildly. Pointing his finger at Ao Buzin, he roared furiously, "Despicable! Shameless! Filthy! You! What is your background? How could you attack Patriarch's true spirit through the void of fiend will? You! How could you use such a vicious fiend technique?" Ao Buzin grinned, not bothering to explain anything to the fiend. Chuckling, Wuxi instinctively clamped his legs together and gave Ao Buzin a fierce glare. After that, he pointed his right hand out and unleashed a large sheet of divine flame of order, bringing with it a high temperature that could frighten all divine souls, fiend souls, evil ghosts, evil gods, and extraterrestrial fiends. The purple and green divine flame filled the entire void in an instant. Without hesitation, Princess Xianxia raised both hands up high. The divine flame, which was thicker, hotter, better in quality, and more agile than the divine flame of order, shot out from Wuxi's body, transformed into several hundred fiery dragons, and thrust out, cooperating with the divine flame unleashed by Wuxi, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The high temperature melted everything in this void. The blood clouds were burned through, the blood sea dried up, the evil girls turned into nothingness, and the throne turned into a wisp of smoke. The fiend let out a shrill howl, then roared in exasperation, "Divine flame of order! How could a junior like you possess such an innate divine flame? Bastard! How could you possess such an innate spirit item?" Wuxi and Princess Xianxia were too lazy to give any explanation to this fiend soul. The monstrous divine flame of order converged inwardly, tightly wrapping the fiend's soul within. A miserable howl echoed out as a large piece of the fiend's soul's body was suddenly burned off. The fiend's soul exploded abruptly, shooting out a beam of blood-red light and quickly escaping from the void of fiend will. The enormous soul power in the void had lost control, rolling and rocking chaotically in the void. Wuxi, Princess Xianxia, and Ao Buzin were struck with wild joy. Hastily, they exercised their divine abilities and absorbed the boundless soul power to their heart's content. In an instant, the 3 of them had shared the boundless soul power. After that, the void shattered, and their souls returned to their fleshly bodies. Chapter 644. On the Blood Cloud, Patriarch Zhang Yun and the others saw a beam of blood-red light shoot up into the sky and then spread out in all directions. In the next moment, the huge snake Wuxi had transformed and fell heavily to the ground, while Princess Xianxia, Ao Buzin, and little Kair froze and fell to the ground as well. Before long, Patriarch Yuan Hua could be seen sitting on an altar made of bones, with a tattered flag fluttering behind his back. The strong aura of blood almost made Patriarch Zhang Yun and the others pass out. Patriarch Yuan Hua sat on the altar with a blank expression, his eyes dull and lifeless. Clearly, his divine sense had gone into the fiend void, and he had no reaction to what was happening outside. Bai Wu was horrified. She had just seen Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu beat Patriarch Yuan Hua to the point that he dared not show his face, and she thought they had finally found their savior. But in the end, Patriarch Yuan Hua's fiend cultivation technique was so fierce that he had subdued Wuxia and the others with just a flash of blood-red light. At the thought of the tragic end she would face if she fell into Patriarch Yuan Hua's hands, Bai Wu threw her head back and gave a furious roar. Plumes of white smoke sprayed out of her body as dozens of shuttle-shaped thunderbolts, each the size of a water tank, shot whistling out and smashed fiercely on Patriarch Yuan Hua's body. The tattered flag fluttered slightly, and a sheet of blood-red light rushed out of Patriarch Yuan Hua's body. The thunderbolts wheeled around him and flew off into the distance. A dull rumble of thunder could be heard coming from afar, and the thunderbolts seemed to have struck something. The dark clouds in the distance churned, and a faint white gleam flickered in the sky. Patriarch Jiang Yin cried out in alarm. With the flag protecting Patriarch Yuan Hua, Bai Wu could not hurt him at all. Patriarch Jiang Yin called out to Bai Wu and asked her to quickly remove the restrictive spells on the stone pillars. There were more than 20 heaven immortals from White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect here. If they joined forces, they still had a chance to kill Patriarch Yuan Hua. After all, Patriarch Yuan Hua was only relying on a tattered flag to protect himself. Even if the flag was an incredible immortal item, it looked like it had lost most of its power. It would be unreasonable for the joint forces of over 20 heaven immortals to fail to destroy a badly damaged immortal item. Lady Bai Wu rushed to Patriarch Jiang Yun's side in a flurry, her hands constantly changing incantation gestures, casting all kinds of restrictive spells she knew and hitting the stone pillars. But Bai Wu had learned all her immortal magic from Patriarch Jiang Yun. As the immortal magic they cultivated was not outstanding, and they only knew 2 or 3 of them, they could not deal with the strange restrictive spells that Patriarch Yuan Hua inherited from the ancient fiend gods. After exhausting all the immortal energy in his body, the stone pillar only flashed a few dazzling flames. Other than that, there was no other effect. Bai Wu sat down on the blood cloud dejectedly, while Patriarch Jiang Yin threw his head back and let out a long sigh, tears of blood rolling down his cheeks. Clenching his teeth, Patriarch Jiang Yin stared at Bai Wu and cried out in a deep voice, "Bai Wu, go now. If you have the opportunity to cultivate the great Tao of gold immortals in the future, come back and avenge us. But if not, just find a peaceful place and live a carefree life." It was as if Bai Wu's soul had flown away. She did not respond to Patriarch Jiang Yun's words at all. No matter how Patriarch Jiang Yun tried to persuade her, she just stared blankly at him, tears of blood rolling down her cheeks. Patriarch Jiang Yun could not help but stare blankly at Bai Wu as his lips trembled. Suddenly, he burst into tears and cried, "Heaven, I, Jiang Yun, have never done anything against heaven and reason in my life. Why am I being punished today? Heaven, why is heaven like this? Can you please open your eyes?" While Patriarch Jiang Yun was weeping and screaming, Qing Xian, Qing Shun, and Qing Yi, the 3 old Taoists, had a belly full of grievances. Imprisoned on the stone pillars, they could not even cry if they wanted to. Tears streamed down their cheeks as the 3 old Taoists stared at the cloudy sky. They did not know who to tell their grievances to. Patriarch Jiang Yun had never done any evil deeds, and the same went for the 3 brothers. They had spent all their lives in minor heavenly circle realm, cultivating in a peaceful and steady manner, taking in a few apprentices and founding the Tranquil Vimla sect. But they had never done anything like bullying the weak. Why did they have to suffer this fiend calamity? They were in secluded cultivation on Myriad Immortals' planet. So how did they end up in a situation where they were meat on someone's chopping block? Suddenly, Bai Wu rose to her feet, gritted her teeth, and said to Patriarch Jiang Yun with a smile, "Don't worry. This old thief is not really impervious to fire and water." A sonorous sword cry rang out as a beam of sword light shot out from her forehead. It was a small sword, less than 1 inch and 2 inches long, glinting with a misty white light like a leek leaf. The sword gleamed nimbly, and its blade leaped like a fish. It was a very intelligent creature. When Patriarch Zhang Yun and Xianxia saw the small sword, their faces flickered with chi-chis. The faces of Xianxia and his brothers turned pale as well. They knew what Bai Wu was going to do. With a strange laugh, Bai Wu looked at Patriarch Zhang Yun and said, "If we are going to die, we will die together. How can I abandon my husband and sister and run away?" With a sway of her body, Bai Wu transformed into a clump of white smoke and wrapped around the small sword. The sword emitted a dazzling white light and gradually began to absorb the smoke. It was a desperate attack when an immortal destroyed his immortal soul and immortal body, fusing all his immortal energy into the prime sword. When Patriarch Zhang Yun was traveling around the world, he had found a fragment of this immortal magic in an ancient cave abode. Not only Bai Wu, but even Xianxia, Qing Yi, and Qing Shun had also practiced this magic. Therefore, when he saw Bai Wu's action, the corners of Patriarch Zhang Yun's eyes exploded at the same time. Blood was slowly dripping from Xia's mouth, while Xianxia and his brother swayed and kept coughing up blood from the corners of their mouths. They were either husband and wife or good friends. They had been friends for several periods, and Fairy Bai Wu was risking her life for him. How could they not be moved? Patriarch Zhang Yun suddenly cried out when he saw that Bai Wu was about to die together with them. Suddenly, a plume of dark mist sprayed out of the void in front of Patriarch Yuan Hua, who was sitting cross-legged above the blood pool. A pitch-black dragon claw, about the size of a basin, slowly stretched out of the mist, grabbing Patriarch Yuan Hua's lower body and twisting it left and right for 7 to 8 times. Then it pulled out a clump of flesh and blood from Patriarch Yuan Hua's lower body. The dragon's claw even flicked its finger, flicking away the pieces of torn clothes and black hair attached to the piece of flesh far away. Only then did it grab the piece of flesh and flee back. The black mist dissipated, and Patriarch Zhang Yun cried out hastily, "Bai Wu, don't do anything stupid. Something has changed." Bai Wu's figure gradually came out of the eye of cloud. She, too, had her mouth wide open as she stared blankly at the dark mist. She had seen what had happened just now. It was clear that someone had used some unimaginable divine ability to tear through the void and hurt Patriarch Yuan Hua's vital part. But that person was too despicable, as he had actually grabbed Patriarch Yuan Hua's vital part. If he were to crush Patriarch Yuan Hua's heart or head with his bare hands, wouldn't that mean that he would be destroying his immortal body? If a heaven immortal lost his immortal body, even if his immortal soul could escape, he would be like a tree without roots. With 99% of his overall strength gone, he would be at the mercy of others. Why did the dragon claw do such a strange thing? Wasn't the owner of this dragon claw a little too despicable? Patriarch Zhang Yun and the others were rendered speechless by the strange action of the dragon claw. On the other side, Patriarch Yuan Hua's body suddenly trembled, and a threatening blood-red gleam shot out of his eyes. What happened next stunned Patriarch Zhang Yun and the others. Patriarch Yuan Hua jumped to his feet with his arms around his crotch, howling at the top of his lungs as he fell to the altar with his arms around his crotch. His body twitched and rolled on the altar, and the pain was so great that snot and tears kept flowing out his eyes and nose. Immortal cultivators had far better control over their bodies than mortals. Even if his vital part was severely injured, it should not be in such pain. As long as he exercised his cultivation technique to seal off the nearby meridians and nerves, he would not feel any pain at all. Judging from Patriarch Yuan Hua's appearance, it did not look like his lower body had been torn apart, but as if someone had chopped his entire body into dumpling stuffing with a large knife. The ground suddenly trembled, and Wuxia, who had transformed into 100,000 feet long dragon python, slowly raised his upper body. With a faint aura of ice and fire bursting out his eyes, Wuxia opened his mouth and said with a wry smile, Why is it so painful? What did you do to me? A.O. Buzin stood on his hind legs on top of Wuxi's head. Nothing, he said with a complacent smile. Lao Tzu did not only hurt his fleshly body, but also tore off the corresponding part of his divine soul. Wuxi's huge body trembled. Suddenly, he raised his tail and slapped A.O. Buzin flat on the top of his head. Princess Zhonglu and little Conqueror came to their senses at the same time. They flew up into the air and looked at Patriarch Yuan Hua, who was twitching and howling in horror. They could not help but gasp at the same time. A.O. Buzin's dragon-stealing peach hand was truly a vicious move, and many people had been tortured by it in the past. Slowly, Wuxi's huge body shrank and returned to his human form. He gave Patriarch Zhang Yun and the others on the blood-red cloud a glance, then suddenly breathed out a long sigh and said, "Old Taoist Yuan Hua, you reap what you sow. I'll kill you today, and after that, I'll wipe out your entire clan and your bloodline." Patriarch Yuan Hua, who was lying on the altar with his lower body in his arms, twitching and howling, suddenly straightened his body. With a hideous smile on his face, he said to Wuxi, "How can you kill me today? Although I didn't fulfill Senior's request, Senior still gave me a talisman, and he promised to save my life when my life was in danger. Wuxi, we'll settle this score later." Laughing loudly, a great plume of purple smoke and golden flame suddenly burst out of Patriarch Yuan Hua's sleeve. Wuxi's face flickered as he swung the star sharp blade toward Patriarch Yuan Hua's head with a great sheet of starlight. At that very moment, a loud boom rang out, and the void 10,000 miles in circumference above Myriad Immortals' planet was shattered by a palm strike. A giant hand, about an acre in circumference, made up of golden light and purple smoke, stretched out of the shattered void at a seemingly slow speed, grabbed Patriarch Yuan Hua, and flew up into the sky. Wuxi was horrified. The giant hand emanated a terrible aura that no one could fight against. Although he had used all his strength, he still could not move. Of all the people present, only A.O. Buzin's body trembled, and blood suddenly sprayed out of his body. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking in his body, A.O. Buzin sneakily reached out his front claw and grabbed at the giant hand. The void closed abruptly, and Patriarch Yuan Hua disappeared without a trace. In A.O. Buzin's claw was an inkstone shrouded in purple smoke. Chapter 645. Above the Nine Heavens. Ever since the primordial era, when the great sages of the primordial era jointly established the heavenly court, the position of the great emperor of the heavenly court had changed countless times. But no matter how the throne was replaced, the celestial court had always remained the same. It was majestic, glorious, and aboveboard, illuminated by purple clouds and golden light all year round. Immortal cranes and cloud dragons danced in the sky, and countless gold immortals and dignitaries came and went on clouds. The atmosphere of the immortals was indescribable. Above the 33 palaces of the celestial court, where the sun and moon shone, was the commonly known Nine Heavens. The Nine Heavens was the interstitial world condensed by the 9 ancient great saints. After countless years of expansion and development, it had now evolved into 9 blessed heavenly realms. The first was the Middle Heaven, the second was the Envy Heaven, the third was the Tsung Heaven, the fourth was the Gung Heaven, the fifth was the Bai Heaven, the sixth was the Open Heaven, the seventh was the Salt Heaven, the eighth was the Shun Heaven, and the ninth was the Chung Heaven. In the 9 heavens realms, only almighty experts could establish cave abodes. The immortals of the celestial court could not enter the 9 heavens easily, and the immortals in the 9 heavens rarely left it. The 9 heavens corresponded to the 9 realms of primordial immortals, where cave abodes and Taoist rites were established. A 9th-tier primordial immortal who had just stepped into the realm of primordial immortals naturally lived in the lowest middle heaven. An 8th-tier primordial immortal could move his cave abode to the Envy Heaven. By analogy, those who truly possessed the strength of a 1st-tier primordial immortal whose cultivation base had reached an incredible level and could create and destroy all things, lived in the highest Chung heaven. The nine heavens was vast and boundless, and its mysteries could not be understood by ordinary people. Unless one was in it, it would be difficult to understand the truth. On this very day, somewhere in the middle heaven of the first heaven, amidst the boundless clear air and boundless purple clouds, dozens of mountains, measuring tens of thousands of miles in circumference, were hovering amidst the clear air and purple clouds. Between the mountains were countless palaces and pavilions, each magnificent and luxurious to the extreme. The materials used to build these palaces and pavilions were enough to make heaven immortals and lower-tier gold immortals fight for them with all their might in the outside world. But in here, they were merely used as tiles and bricks. Amidst the tens of mountains, there were at least 100 of these dazzling palaces and pavilions. Above each of the palaces was a purple gold energy stream, charging up into the sky. That meant there was a gold immortal standing guard inside each of the palaces. Between these palaces and pavilions were countless herb gardens and the children, gardeners, and servants who came and went were all heaven immortals. Thousands of kilometers above these mountains, there was another green mountain floating in the air. The mountain was no more than 100 miles high and about 300 or 400 miles in circumference. It had an exquisite appearance, like a meticulously crafted brush holder. Looking at it from a distance, it was a delightful sight. On this mountain peak, there were some exquisite wooden houses and bamboo houses that were scattered in a picturesque manner, giving off a natural charm. But on the top of the mountain stood a green jade platform that was 3,600 feet tall and 1,000 feet in circumference, like a huge brush that pierced the sky. At the top of the platform was a simple and unadorned palace. In the square outside the palace, nearly 1,000 beautiful female immortals in luxurious robes were waiting quietly. They looked as if they were carved from jade, standing there silently, motionless, silent, and not even breathing. All of them were carefully restraining all their auras, not daring to show the slightest sign of fatigue or carelessness. The inside of the palace was extremely vast, at least 100 miles in circumference. On the ceiling of the palace, the sun, the moon, and the stars were moving according to the real celestial phenomena, while on the floor was a scene of mountains and rivers. Countless mountains and rivers were hidden on the floor, making it an extremely vast and magical scene. At the end of the palace was a cloud platform, on which sat a middle-aged man in a green robe, staring blankly at a writing table in front of him with a faint smile on his face, which made him look very strange. On the writing table made of white jade, there was a brush, paper, and ink. On the white paper, there was a line of large characters dripping with ink. The characters were magnificent and thick, and faintly exuded a purple aura. The only strange thing was that, among the 4 treasures of the study on the table, an inkstone was missing. There were even a few drops of ink dripping onto the desk. They were like living creatures that were lightly rolling around on the smooth and flawless jade desk. They were as active as mercury beads. Interesting, the middle-aged man smiled and casually placed the brush on the writing rack. With a wave of his finger, the writing table disappeared without a trace. Sitting cross-legged on the cloud platform with a smile on his face, he leaned back on the soft cushion behind him, then nodded at Patriarch Yuan Hua, who was lying in the middle of the palace. "I haven't seen you for so many years. How did you manage to cultivate a cultivation technique of the Fiend League?" Patriarch Yuan Hua stared blankly at the middle-aged man, a blood-red gleam flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he struggled to his feet, kowtowed, and begged the man. "Junior Yuan Hua offers greetings. Senior, I've suffered a lot, and I hope Senior can help me." The middle-aged man laughed. Then he turned to the 30-odd immortals in Taoist robes standing in the hall and said, "Look, I told you that I've chosen a junior brother for you in the outer heavenly realm, and I was going to take him in when he stepped into the realm of Gold Immortal. In those years, he was cultivating a proper cultivation technique of the Tao League. But after so many years, he has been possessed by the fiend." After a few laughs, The middle-aged man shook his head and said with a sigh, "Not only has he been possessed by the Fiend League, but he was also beaten to this state. TSK, the injury on your lower body is really strange. Not only your fleshly body was injured, but your soul was also injured. What a strange technique." Tears streamed down Patriarch Yuan Hua's face, and he kept kowtowing and saying, "Please help me, senior. I was tricked by a few shameless juniors." The middle-aged man twitched his mouth, then shook his head and said, "Juniors? Not necessarily. I personally rescued you, but someone actually followed the traces I left behind and stole my most cherished purple inkstone." Shaking his head and laughing bitterly, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "I, Lord Lu, am not in a position to pursue this matter. I, a mighty primordial immortal, had my things stolen by a junior from the mortal realm. If word gets out, I won't be able to face anyone again." An old man in a Taoist robe stepped out of the great hall. He bowed and said, "Master, why don't you let the disciples handle this matter?" Waving his hand, Lord Lu said indifferently, "Why are you doing this? The outside world is in a state of chaos. Don't you think it's too troublesome for you to pay a visit? Someone is plotting a big game of chess. With just the strength of me and my 100 disciples, we can't afford to get involved. It's better for us to wait and watch the show, and then get a share of the pie when it's over. If we are really involved, it might be a catastrophe of heaven and earth." His facial muscles twitched a few times, and with a gloomy face, Lord Lu said in a low voice, "You haven't experienced it in those years. Every catastrophe of heaven and earth, even many primordial immortals will fall, and even the entire clan of the great emperors of the Celestial Court will be wiped out. You have no idea how terrible it is." Sighing, Lord Lu looked up at the ceiling and murmured, "Your ancestral master, my master, was a famous and almighty figure in those years, and he was also one of the 5 celestial emperors of the Celestial Court, the immortal who controlled the 5 divisions of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning in the Celestial Court. But in the last catastrophe, even the great celestial emperor and the 5 celestial emperors of the 5 directions were all killed." Frowning, Lord Lu shook his head and said, "At that time, I had 1,897 senior brothers and sisters, all of whom were famous gold immortals. Among them, eldest senior brother and second senior brother had the same cultivation base as me now. But when the catastrophe struck, in just 1,000 years, Master fell, and all my senior brothers and sisters died, leaving me alone." Taking a deep breath, Lord Lu shook his head and said, "We still have to retrieve the purple heart inkstone from Yuan Hua." Not allowing his disciples to speak, Lord Lu pointed his finger out, and the blood-red flag wrapped around Patriarch Yuan Hua soared into the sky and flew into his hand. Lord Lu ran his finger across the flag, and his expression changed abruptly. What a ferocious, innate spirit item. What a pity. Who was the one who cut it into this state? What a pity. His eyes flashed like lightning bolts as he gave Patriarch Yuan Hua a glance, then cried out in a deep voice, "Yuan Hua, or Lord Blood Ocean. Yuan Hua's true spirit has fused with Lord Blood Ocean's remnant soul. You are actually the same person, and I'm too lazy to care about such a trivial matter. In the end, whether you are Patriarch Yuan Hua, Lord Blood Ocean, or ancient celestial fiend Li Shuzi, you are still my little disciple." Patriarch Yuan Hua was wild with joy. Hurriedly, he crawled a few steps forward, kowtowed, and said, "Greetings, Master! Greetings, Master! Master, please uphold justice for this disciple." Lord Lun narrowed his eyes, looking up at the ceiling and pondering for a long while. At last, he nodded slowly and said with a smile, "You can help me, but you still have to rely on yourself. I can tell that although the flag is badly damaged, as long as you supply him with enough blood essence, he will be able to restore it to its original state." Patriarch Yuan Hua nodded and said, "Master, you have a keen eye. That is indeed the case." Lord Lu laughed. With a wave of his hand, he sent the flag back to Patriarch Yuan Hua, then laughed aloud and said, "Now, there is a good opportunity for you to do something." Panga continent is filled with corpses, and this is the omen of something big, and many people are trying to fish in troubled waters. Just go to Panga continent and do whatever you want. If there is a fortuitous encounter, you will be rewarded. Patriarch Yuan Hua was taken aback. Then he asked with a trembling voice, "What about that fellow Wuxia?" Lord Lu frowned. After counting with his fingers for a full quarter of an hour, his expression changed abruptly. "He?" Lord Lu cried out in shock. "With my attainment, how could I not be able to divine this lad's fate? Even if there are some almighty experts who have joined forces to disturb the heaven secret, it is only for Wuxia. According to what you said, he was just a nascent soul junior a few years ago, and those almighty experts are not disturbing the heaven secret for him. How could I not divine his situation?" Lord Lu tapped his fingers on his knee and said with a smile, "Interesting. Could it be that someone has been targeting him since long ago?" Waving his hand, Lord Lu said in a deep voice, "Yuan Hua, you are just a heaven immortal, and I've made an exception to take you as my disciple. You can do whatever you want when you go to Panga continent. As for Wuxia, I'll deal with him in the future." Lord Lu gave a strange laugh, then looked thoughtfully at the map of mountains and rivers on the floor. "He will definitely go to Panga continent," he murmured under his breath. "Perhaps it won't be long before you meet him." With a wave of his hand, a dozen gold immortal items, glinting with a faint purple-gold luster, flew before Patriarch Yuan Hua. Lord Lu asked Patriarch Yuan Hua to refine these gold immortal items, then casually waved his hand and tore open the void, sending Patriarch Yuan Hua straight to Panga continent. Chapter 646. How could Wuxia know anything about what was happening beyond the nine heavens? The world of nine heavens was derived from the interstitial world created by the ancient great saints. Unless one was a primordial immortal, even a peak-level gold immortal could not touch the world of nine heavens without permission. Ordinary immortals did not even know the name of the world of nine heavens, let alone what was happening inside. On Myriad Immortals' planet, Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu were nervously exercising their divine abilities to create the Myriad Spirits blood pool. The blood pool contained the blood essence of countless living beings on Myriad Immortals' planet. Apart from tens of thousands of longbow people who were lucky enough to survive, and some demons and fiends hiding in the mountains and oceans, all the blood essence of countless living beings on Myriad Immortals' planet was gathered here. After Patriarch Yuan Hua was taken away by Lord Lu, the blood pool lost control and was about to explode. Perhaps the explosion would turn the entire planet into ashes. How could Wuxia allow such a thing to happen? If he sacrificed all the blood essence in the pool, that Lame Ming, the celestial fiend from the outer domain, would have to go to East Sea County to protect Wuxia. It was difficult to describe the benefits of having such a powerful celestial fiend worshipped in a short time. In short, there were countless benefits. Therefore, Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu were busy casting all kinds of restrictive spells. One had to prevent the blood pool from exploding, and the other had to prevent the blood pool from drying up. On top of that, the blood pool was filled with a towering aura of resentment. If they did not take good care of it, it would bring about unpredictable disasters. Little Conqueror stood blankly on Princess Zhonglu's head, staring at the blood pool with disgust. The Phoenix bloodline had always been one of the noblest bloodlines in the world. Little Conqueror's aversion to all kinds of filth had been born in her mother's womb. So how could she tolerate such a foul and filthy blood pool? A.O. Buzin, on the other hand, was sitting coiled on a large rock next to the pool of blood, laughing and holding a 2-foot-wide inkstone in his mouth. It was carved with an unknown stone and shrouded in a purple mist, with a silver gleam flashing faintly on its surface. His two front paws gently caressed the inkstone, like the most lecherous pervert caressing the tender skin of a young girl. Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his shabby appearance was indescribable. This is too wonderful for words. It was actually an inkstone forged from the purple extreme, vast sky stone above the ninth heaven. I can't believe it's an inkstone forged with a method of refining a primordial immortal artifact. A.O. Buzen heaved a long sigh and said, "It's a pity that it hasn't formed an item spirit and is just a dead object. But this embryo is the embryo of a primordial unity fairy artifact." A.O. Buzen loosened his mouth and weighed the inkstone with both paws, then clenched his jaws and said, "It weighs 360 million kilograms, but I've refined it with the flying feather technique to only weigh 3 taels and 6 qian. Even an ordinary mortal can pick it up easily, as long as I cast it with an incantation. The 4,900 layers of meteor-burning moon formation embedded in the inkstone will increase its weight by another 10,000 times." After calculating with his fingers for a long while, Buzen shook his head and said, "Although it's not a primordial unity fairy artifact, its lethality is still very terrifying. It can easily shatter a star with just one strike. A weight of 36 quadrillion kilograms. Who else can hide such a deadly strike in such a small inkstone if he is not a primordial immortal? TSK, even a supreme-grade gold immortal artifact, might not be able to withstand such a head-on strike." Laughing furtively, A.O. Buzen craned his neck and glanced around. When he found that Wuxia did not seem to notice him, A.O. Buzen quickly stuck out his long tongue, carefully made a small incision on the tip of his tongue with the tip of his paw, and dripped a few drops of his blood essence onto the inkstone. What a spendthrift! Why are all those primordial immortals so spendthrift? The bathtub that White Emperor's daughter used to take a bath in years ago was forged with the infinite stone forged with the divine flame of tranquility. But this guy here did not even put a restrictive spell on such an excellent treasure. Isn't he just giving it to Lao Tzu? It's not easy for Lao Tzu to regain his body, and he just happens to lack a powerful weapon to kill and plunder. The pale golden dragon blood transformed into a few twisted runes and fused into the inkstone. Shrouded in a purple mist, the inkstone slowly floated up into the air. Suddenly, it turned into a few plumes of purple smoke and squeezed into A.O. Buzen's 7 orifices. A.O. Buzen closed his eyes and quietly comprehended some of the information transmitted over from the purple mist. Suddenly, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, this purple inkstone has been used as an ordinary inkstone for 3 periods? Such a treasure should be used to kill, set fires, and abduct beauties. How could it be used to draw and write? That's just too stingy." Stroking the inkstone delightedly, A.O. Buzen stuck out his tongue and gave it a few licks. "Baby, be a good boy and follow me. From now on, I'll have a good life, and I'll have beautiful girls warming my bed every night. It's all thanks to you. When Lao Tzu regains his cultivation base, I'll go to the Holy Land of Dragons and steal a Yuan Ling from my ancestor. I'll make it your item spirit. TSK, TSK, you'll be a real primordial immortal item." Wuxia had just tidied up the 10,000 spirits blood pool. He moved next to A.O. Buzen and happened to hear A.O. Buzen's last words. Wuxia could not help but roll his eyes. He grabbed A.O. Buzen and placed him on his shoulder. "You're thinking of digging up your ancestral grave and using your ancestor's Yuan Ling as your item spirit? You're really a filial descendant." A.O. Buzen laughed, his face not even blushing. He opened his mouth and swallowed the inkstone, then said happily, "Isn't that just recycling waste? Since all of them are dead, leaving Yuan Ling behind will only serve as a tool for future generations to worship, to pass on the divine abilities and mystic techniques of dragons. It's better to let Lao Tzu take advantage of it." Rolling his eyes, Buzen said in a low voice, "Are you interested in going to the Holy Land of Dragons together? In the deepest part of the Holy Land, there are a few corpses of primordial divine dragons who were born when the world was first created, enjoying the incense offerings there. Their dragon scales, horns, bones, skin, and tendons are all excellent materials for crafting primordial immortal items." Wuxi's eyes lit up abruptly. He turned to give Xianxia a look, then twitched the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. Ao, Buzin laughed strangely as he gently flicked his 10 front claws, grinding the tips of his claws as if he was very familiar with the technique. Wuxia suddenly realized that Ao Buzin was just too adorable. How could he be so adorable? It was rare to see a descendant who could sell his ancestors' bones and flesh. They exchanged a glance, and then Chi-Chi let out a sneaky laugh. Wuxia moved to a tree in front of them, then bowed solemnly to Patriarch Jiangyun, who sat under the tree with a pale face and remained silent. Princess Zhang Lu was standing next to Bai Wu. Goddess Xianxia had her arm around Bai Wu's shoulder, and the two of them were whispering something to each other. Wuxia guessed that it was nothing more than the comforting words between women, and he was too lazy to eavesdrop with his divine ability. Before Patriarch Jiangyun could react, Xianxia and his two brothers from Tranquil Vimla sect hastily jumped to their feet with a dozen of their disciples, cupping their fists and thanking Wuxia deeply. Countless words of gratitude were uttered. Xianxia and the others knew very well that if not for Wuxia and Princess Zhang Li's arrival, perhaps the entire Tranquil Vimla sect would have long been wiped out. These immortals from Tranquil Vimla sect were a little pedantic, and it was impossible for them to submit to Patriarch Yuan Hua and be his accomplices. Therefore, they were doomed to die under Patriarch Yuan Hua's butcher's knife. They had cultivated to the realm of heaven immortals, and if nothing went wrong, they would live a free and unfettered life, never falling into the cycle of transmigration. Wuxia had saved them from the calamity of having their souls destroyed. Tranquil Vimla sect owed Wuxia too much. Xianxia gave Patriarch Wuxia a look, then clenched his jaw and said resolutely to Wuxia in a deep voice, "Fellow immortal Wuxia, Tranquil Vimla sect owes you too much, and it's difficult for us to repay your kindness. If you need any help in the future, Tranquil Vimla sect will obey you without question." Xianxia could tell that Wuxia's current divine ability and magic power had exceeded the limit of his imagination. He had met Wuxia many years ago, and he knew that Wuxia was not a harsh or tyrannical man. It was a great thing for Tranquil Vimla sect to have Wuxia as their backer. Wuxia was overjoyed and hastily said a few nice words to Xianxia. Although Xianxia's cultivation base was not strong, there was nothing much to say about his way of doing things. To put it bluntly, everyone in Tranquil Vimla sect was a group of honest and kind people. If such people were willing to submit to him, it would be a great thing to bring them into underhand sect. They were ready-made heaven immortals, and they could be put to good use with just a little training. So why not? Only then did Patriarch Jiangyun come to his senses. He sprung to his feet, his face flushed red as he stared at Wuxia, unable to speak for a long while. After a full quarter of an hour, Patriarch Jiangyun, whose face had turned as red as a pig's liver, gave a loud roar and dropped to his knees, kowtowing heavily to Wuxia. "Wuxia, what I've done this time is against my conscience. In the end, I've harmed others and myself. The death of countless living beings on Myriad Immortals planet is unforgivable." Patriarch Jiangyun wailed painfully. "I shouldn't have brought Patriarch Yuan Hua here. I shouldn't have done this. What a pity, what a pity." Wuxia was taken aback by Patriarch Jiangyun's action. Without hesitation, he grabbed Patriarch Jiangyun and shouted, "What does this have to do with Patriarch Yuan Hua? It is Patriarch Yuan Hua's fault. What does it have to do with you?" After capturing a large number of high-ranking disciples of Yuan Hua sect on Green Cliff Planet and White Cloud Planet, Wuxia had interrogated them with a soul-searching technique. He found out that Patriarch Jiangyun knew nothing about Patriarch Yuan Hua. Patriarch Jiangyun was a filial and docile person, and everything he did was passive. It was Patriarch Yuan Hua who forced him to come to Myriad Immortals planet, and it had nothing to do with Patriarch Jiangyun. Patriarch Jiangyun had done nothing wrong in this matter. He was just an unlucky fellow who was powerless to resist Patriarch Yuan Hua's violent threat. Besides, Wuxia knew Patriarch Jiangyun's character very well. Just like Xianxia and the other two old Taoists, Patriarch Jiangyun was an extremely pedantic old man in the world of cultivators, an unlucky fellow who deserved to be set up by others. Wuxia held Patriarch Jiangyun and comforted him, then turned to Patriarch Jiangyun and asked, "Patriarch, I've built up a foundation in the outside world, and the resentment in Myriad Immortals' planet is so strong that it's no longer a good place to live. Would Patriarch be willing to bring your disciples and follow me to start business?" At this moment, Patriarch Jiangyun was at his weakest mental state, and Wuxia had saved his entire clan. He owed Wuxia a great favor. Then he glanced around at the myriad spirits' blood pool, which was 100 times more terrifying than hell. He shuddered, then cupped his fist and bowed respectfully to Wuxia together with Bai Wu and Xianxia. Wuxia laughed joyfully. Both White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect were now in his hands. Chapter 647. Patriarch Jiangyun and the other 6 ancestral masters, together with a total of 24 heaven immortal disciples, had submitted to Wuxia. Wuxia was not stingy, either. He immediately taught Bai Wu and Xianxia the cultivation technique of the Darking Water Scripture, then taught Patriarch Jiangyun, Xianxia, Shun, and Qing the cultivation technique of the Song of Gale. As for their disciples, they were also taught accordingly. In addition to teaching them the mystic scriptures, Wuxia also used the Tao imparting art of nascent divinity, which was found in the ancient Great Tao of Heaven God. At the cost of his own divine soul, he forcibly poured his understanding of the heavenly Tao into their immortal souls, helping them greatly improve their cultivation bases. If it were in the past, Wuxia would have suffered a great loss of energy if he used the Tao imparting art of nascent divinity, which would greatly harm his future progress. But he had first absorbed the soul power of hundreds of millions of evil spirits on Panga continent, and then obtained the enormous power of fiend souls left behind by Patriarch Yuanhua in the myriad spirits' blood pool. Therefore, although it was very costly for him to use the Tao imparting art, it did not cause him much harm. Patriarch Jiangyun and dozens of other heaven immortals sat cross-legged beside the blood pool, quietly comprehending the understanding of the heavenly Tao that Wuxia had taught them. The blood cloud in the sky had disappeared. Wuxia stood beside the blood pool, with Ao Buzin lying on his head, lazily inhaling and exhaling the purple inkstone, constantly sending his divine will into it to deepen the connection between him and it. Little Conqueror stood blankly on Wuxia's shoulder, and this was the expression of the so-called stupefied chicken. From time to time, wisps of flame would spray out of her nostrils. The crimson flame was as clear as melted glass, without any temperature, but it carried a terrible aura that made one's heart tremble. Dressed in a luxurious dress, Princess Zhang Lu stood on the surface of the blood pool with the tip of her foot. Ripples kept spreading out on the mirror-like surface of the pool, with Princess Zhang Li's toes as the center. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and the piles of corpses around the blood pool kept giving off a foul stench. The blood pool looked so clear under the sunlight that it looked like a huge blood-colored gem, so strangely beautiful that it was suffocating. Wuxia put his hands under his sleeves and looked up at the sky indifferently. When the sun moved to the middle of the sky, Wuxia nodded and said, "Zixian, you can start." Patting Ao Buzin and Little K on the head, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Let Ao Buzin recover some of his strength first, then help Little K purify her bloodline so that she can become a pure-blooded phoenix as soon as possible. After this is done, Ao Buzin, Little Conqueror, both of you will give me a strand of your bloodline." Ao Buzin and Little K responded in unison. Ao Buzin wagged his tail excitedly, while Little K pecked Wuxia's head intimately. The myriad spirits' blood pool was formed by the blood essence of all the living beings on Myriad Immortals' planet, and the amount of blood essence it contained was immeasurable. Sacrificing these blood essences and the nearby corpses to Lei Meng would undoubtedly bring him tremendous power. There was a limit to how much energy Patriarch Jiangyun and the others could improve, so he decided to let Ao, Buzin, and Little Kair reap the benefits first. As for Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu, they had already reached the threshold of Gold Immortal Realm, and no external force could help them break through the realm. They could only rely on themselves. Therefore, Wuxia would not share any of the benefits this time. Judging from the strength of the chaotic dragon body Ao Buzin currently possessed, if this cunning and shameless dragon could obtain most of the power from the sacrifice, to what extent could he recover? Gold Immortal? At least a Gold Immortal? If the power obtained by sacrificing the blood essence and corpses of countless living beings on Myriad Immortals' planet could not make a Gold Immortal, then it would be a shame. As Wuxia spoke, Princess Zhonglu slowly raised her hands and began to recite the incantation of the blood sacrifice. Gusts of chilly wind came blowing from all directions, causing tiny ripples that looked like fish scales to appear on the surface of the myriad spirits' blood pool. Vaguely, shrill howls could be heard coming out from under the ground, and the sky was covered with dark clouds and mist. The dazzling sun was obscured by the clouds and mist, turning the surroundings gray and hazy. From the hills, lakes, and forests of Myriad Immortals' planet, a large number of Een deities slowly walked out, exercising their divine abilities and flying toward the pool. The incantation of Princess Zhonglu could not only attract celestial fiends from outer domains, but also mobilize these Een deities and demonic ghosts. Before long, more than 10 million Een deities and demonic ghosts had gathered around the pool. Wuxia exercised his chaotic divine eyes and stared in astonishment at these densely packed Een deities and demonic ghosts. At the same time, more Een deities were flying toward the pool along with the chilly wind. Tens of thousands of miles around them were filled with otherworldly items dragging gray halos behind them. Wuxia shuddered involuntarily, wondering why there were so many mountain spirits and water ghosts on Myriad Immortals' planet. When he thought of the Tao of ghosts and deities that Great Chu cultivated, Wuxia could not help but wonder if King Xianxia's father had intentionally placed so many otherworldly items here. Where did he find so many ghosts and deities, and how did he imprison all of them in Myriad Immortals' planet, preventing them from leaving? As Princess Zhonglu recited the incantation, the void above their heads suddenly shook, and the void within about 100 miles around began to ripple like water. Princess Zhonglu murmured Lei Meng's true name, turning it into a strange wave with a spell and sending it into the constantly fluctuating void. A shrill, strange howl rang out as dozens of extremely short ghosts and deities from outer domains rushed out of the void. As soon as these strange-looking ghosts and deities arrived in this world, they let out joyful cries. Hundreds of Een deities who had gathered together collided with these ghosts and deities. The ghosts and deities roared angrily at first, then burst into a deafening cheer. Whether they were ghosts and deities or the local Een deities of Myriad Immortals' planet, they were essentially the aggregates of souls, and by devouring each other, they could enhance their overall strength. Princess Zhonglu's incantation had gathered all the Een deities on Myriad Immortals' planet, and there were hundreds of millions of them. The dozens of little ghosts and deities jumped up and down with joy, opening their mouths and inhaling fiercely. Countless shrill howls rang out as the hundreds of millions of Een deities suddenly discovered these strange creatures from outer domains. They also let out shrill howls like chi-chi, then opened their mouths and inhaled fiercely at the ghosts and deities at the same time. These existences from outer domains were at least 100 times stronger than the Een deities of Myriad Immortals' planet. But in terms of quantity, they were too few. When hundreds of millions of Een deities attacked at the same time, the ghosts and deities could only let out a miserable howl before their bodies disintegrated in an instant, turning into countless beams of light that scattered in all directions and were devoured by the surrounding Een deities. Some of the Een deities managed to snatch the scattered beams of light. Their bodies suddenly became much clearer, and their overall strength was more than doubled. After tasting the benefits, these Yin deities, who had no intelligence and only acted on instinct, cheered. Then, they transformed into gusts of chilly wind and flew toward the twisting void. They wanted to invade the world where the ghosts and deities lived through the portal and hunt for the prey that could strengthen them. Ao Buzin rolled his eyes and laughed mockingly. What a bunch of bumpkins! Do they really want to go there and die? Even those ancient great saints dare not to enter the world where the ghosts and deities from outer domains live. You think they can do that? Before Ao Buzin's laughter faded away, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly flashed across the void, and then a fearsome ghost and deity, hundreds of miles tall and shrouded in dark thunderclouds, gradually poked his head out of the void. The projection of Lei Meng's true form slowly descended into this world. How dare a bunch of ants be so rude? TSK, why does it smell so good? What is it that smells so good? Lei Meng's eyes shone with dazzling lightning as he suddenly burst into an earth-shattering cheer. Wonderful! What a generous blood sacrifice! Wonderful! Who is it? Who offered such a generous sacrifice to me? Lei Mao. What do you want? Power or a mystic technique you practice? Tell me, what do you want? Princess Zhang Lu floated up into the air and snapped. Lei Meng, do you still remember me? Do you remember your promise? Lei Meng fixed his eyes on Princess Zhang Lu. He slapped himself on the head and burst into laughter. It's you, woman. Of course I remember. After 360 sacrifices, I, Lei Meng, have become the ancestral god of your clan. Well, I'm very satisfied with the sacrifice this time. From now on, I, Lei Meng, am the ancestral god of your clan. Sacrifice with all your heart, and I will give you endless benefits. Rubbing his hands greedily, Lei Meng pointed at the hundreds of millions of Yin deities who were fleeing in panic nearby, and asked, Are these little ants also sacrifices? Wuxia laughed and said, If you say so, then so be it. But the few living people by the blood pool are our people. Lei Meng burst into laughter. He waved his hand and said with satisfaction, I see. That's it. Mountains of corpses flew up into the sky and into the dark clouds around Lei Meng. Wuxia opened his chaotic divine eyes and saw through the dark clouds. Behind the dark clouds was a vast wasteland filled with thunderclouds, and the corpses were falling toward it. In the wasteland, a huge fiend figure, tens of thousands of miles tall and composed entirely of lightning, was sitting cross-legged, constantly reaching out to grab a large number of corpses and shoving them into its mouth. That huge fiend figure was Lei Meng's true form, right? It was no wonder that his true body could not appear in this world, a gigantic ghost god that was 10,000 miles tall. In just a few breaths of time, countless corpses were sucked dry. Then, monstrous waves rose from the myriad spirits' blood pool, and a great amount of blood soared into the sky and plunged into the thunderclouds. Along with the blood, countless ghosts were sucked away. They let out shrill wails as they were sucked clean by Lei Meng's divine ability. Lei Meng joyfully received all the sacrifices, then burst into laughter and said, Now it's time for me, the ancestor god, to give you back. Accept the power. To us, the power you need is just the waste produced after digesting the blood essence. It is of no use to me, but to you, it is too precious. As he laughed wildly, a stream of blood-red light poured down from the sky. In the void, with myriad immortals' planet as the center, countless bolts of lightning were making loud, crackling noises, forming a huge thunder formation over 10 million miles in diameter around the planet. A terrible force of thunder was brewing in the formation, and in the center of the thunder formation, directly facing myriad immortals' planet, a huge, merciless eye was slowly opening. A heavenly tribulation had arrived, and it was the myriad thunder wrath that only existed in the legends. Chapter 648. Outside myriad immortals' planet, a huge and frightening thunder formation was taking shape. Although it was huge, its power was contained within. Tiny bolts of lightning interweaved in the void like living creatures, transforming into countless dazzling runes of thunder. Apart from the occasional beeping, there was no other movement in the void. The huge eye of heaven wrath slowly opened, and Lei Meng's figure was reflected in its deep purple-blue pupil. The endless acquired red yang energy of death in the red flaming nether ocean around Myriad Immortal's planet was constantly being absorbed by the thunder formation, gradually being injected into the eye of heaven wrath, turning into tiny red bolts of lightning and storing in the depths of the pupil. The acquired red yang energy of death within 10,000 miles could only be condensed into a tiny lightning bolt the size of a hair, which showed how powerful it was. 18 immortals clad in green Taoist robes stood in a row above the thunder formation. Each of these immortals had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and their eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. There was a faint, clear aura circulating around their bodies. It was obvious that they had cultivated Taoist magic to an extremely profound level. What they cultivated was the orthodox Taoist scriptures, which was not something that those miscellaneous wild fox Diana could compare to. The leader of the group of immortals was an old Taoist with white hair. With hands clasped behind his back, he looked at Myriad Immortal's planet with a gentle expression and said, "Junior brothers, we've been searching for more than a year, and this is the last of the 13 nests of evil demons recorded in the intelligence report. Am I right?" A young Taoist said with a smile, "Indeed. We've been running around for more than a year, and we're all tired. When we're done with this mission, we'll return to Green City and hand in the order. We'll be rewarded handsomely for this meritorious service." The group of immortals roared with laughter, each of them wearing a very proud expression. The old Taoist shook his head and sighed. "Those evil demons are very cunning. I'm afraid this flaming nether ocean was designed by them many years ago. If we hadn't gotten the detailed intelligence report this time, how could we have known that those evil demons were hiding here?" The youngest of the 18 immortals looked at the old Taoist curiously. "Senior Martial Brother, Zhu Cheng, where did these demons come from? On this trip, we have already destroyed 12 large planets. Including this planet, that will be 13. There are countless civilians on every planet. Do we have to bear the consequences of this slaughter?" The old Taoist, Zhu Cheng, shook his head with a smile and said to the young Taoist, "What do you mean? Subduing demons and devils was a business that accumulated great merit. How could it be sinful? As for the origins of these demons, we'll have to start with our Xianxia ancestral master." The old Taoist, Zhu Cheng, who had the demeanor of an elder, was about to explain to his junior martial brothers about the origin of these demons, as well as the great harm they could cause to all heavenly realms, and the fact that if they were left alone, they could cause a great calamity that could wipe out all living beings. But before he could say anything, the eye of heaven wrath had sucked away all the acquired red sun death energy within a radius of millions of miles, and in the pupil was a thunder talisman the size of a rice bucket, glowing faintly and emitting no energy fluctuation. The thunder talisman had a good origin. It was called the 33 Heavens, Purple Skies, Primordial Clear, Sound Divine Thunder. It was a core thunder pattern formed by the heavenly lord of the thunder sect, who controlled all the power of thunder in the world. It was a Dharma artifact of the thunder sect that was passed down from the ancient times and gathered all the power of the 800 immortal lords under the thunder sect. The so-called core thunder talisman was actually a seed of thunder magic. Once it was stimulated, it could automatically extract the surrounding natural energy and inject it into the thunder talisman, which would eventually evolve into a terrible heaven wrath with a power so great that it could destroy a planet. The 18-old Taoist Zhu Cheng and his companions had obtained 13 thunder talismans from their seniors, each of which could destroy a planet and wipe out all the living beings on it. If one of the thunder talismans missed its target, Zhu Cheng and his companions would have to kill it themselves. However, Zhu Cheng did not think it was possible for the thunder talisman to miss its target. The Eye of Heaven Wrath in the Void was a gold immortal item created by the Thunder Sect of the Celestial Court based on the legendary divine item of the Heavenly Tao. The Eye of Heaven Wrath was like the barrel of a gun, and the Thunder Talisman was like the bullet in the barrel. When the two were combined, it could unleash a strike that was comparable to that of a gold immortal. How could the power of a gold immortal miss its target? It was clearly stated in the intelligence that the strongest cultivators in these 13 layers were merely peak-stage nascent divinity realm. Using the power of a gold immortal to fight a nascent divinity cultivator was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. If it were not for the purpose of completely wiping out the weeds and eliminating the root of the problem, how could the Thunder Sect give such an important artifact of the Celestial Court to Zhu Cheng and his companions? There were only 108 copies of the Eye of Heaven Wrath created by the Thunder Sect in the entire Celestial Court. When they were combined, they formed the 33 Heavens, Purple Skies, Qian Yuan Thunder, Zhu Demon, Slaying formation of the Thunder Sect of the Celestial Court. It was an important artifact of the Celestial Court, and could not be easily taken out of the Celestial Court. Old Taoist Zhu Cheng felt very proud to be able to bring an Eye of Heaven Wrath with him, and use the lightning pattern of the 33 Heavens Violet Night, Qian Yuan Clear Sound, Zhu Ming Divine Thunder, to kill more than a dozen stars. If he could complete this task perfectly, he would definitely be handsomely rewarded when he returned to the sect. Heaven Wrath of 10,000 Thunders. Zhu Cheng laughed out loud. Although it is not the real Heaven Wrath of 10,000 Thunders generated by the Heavenly Tao, it is just an imitation of the divine thunder of Heaven Wrath by the Thunder Sect. But even after watching it over 10 times, I still can't get tired of it. Junior brothers, take a closer look. This divine thunder of Heaven Wrath is filled with countless mysteries. If you can comprehend one or two of them, it will bring great benefits to the thunder art of Green City. There was no need for old Taoist Zhu Cheng to say anything. The group of Taoists all stared fixedly at the Eye of Heaven Wrath. They looked as if they wanted to rush down and hug the Eye of Heaven Wrath so that they could figure out its secrets. While the group of old Taoists were staring at the Eye of Heaven Wrath, the Thunder Talisman, which had accumulated enough power of thunder, had silently shot out from the Eye of Heaven Wrath. The Thunder Talisman had absorbed the acquired red yang qi of death within a circumference of millions of miles, and the thunderbolts it condensed into were extremely violent and violent. However, when the Thunder Talisman shot out of the Eye of Heaven Wrath, it gave everyone a feeling that it was slow and gentle, like a gentle and leisurely scholar or lady going for an outing in the early spring. After that, countless thunderbolts shot out of the Eye of Heaven Wrath, causing the entire thunder formation to tremble violently. Wave after wave of thunderbolts followed closely behind the Thunder Talisman and swept toward Myriad Immortal's planet. However, these thunderbolts, which were filled with an aura of destruction, slowly descended from the sky. Just like the Thunder Talisman, they were filled with an indescribably gentle aura. Tens of thousands of miles thick bolts of lightning gently enveloped the entire Myriad Immortal's planet, wrapping it up tightly and securely. The Thunder Talisman, which had absorbed countless acquired red yang qi of death, slowly flew into Myriad Immortal's planet's atmosphere, heading toward Lei Meng, who had the strongest magical power and aura on the planet. The tens of thousands of miles thick thunderbolts outside Myriad Immortal's planet began to compress inwardly, pressing closer to the ground. Gradually, they shot out countless tiny light threads, which attached themselves to the Thunder Talisman. On the surface of Myriad Immortal's planet, Lei Meng was sprinkling a vast amount of blood-red light. As Lei Meng had said, the ghosts and deities of the outer heavenly realms were completely different from the immortals. They devoured blood, essence, and souls, just like how humans ate food. It was their physiological need, and also the best way for them to improve their overall strength. But after they digested the blood essence, souls, and flesh, their bodies would absorb the energy they needed, and at the same time, release a great deal of waste. It was like when a human ate, there would be something to defecate, or when a human breathed, there would be carbon dioxide expelled. The waste released by Lei Meng and the others was the purest immortal energy and natural energy. Lei Meng and the other ghosts and deities from the outer heavenly realms were the best energy converters. As long as they were provided with enough offerings, they would be able to give back sufficient immortal energy and natural energy, bringing great benefits to the person who offered them. That was exactly what was happening at the moment. Patriarch Jiang Yun and the other 30 immortals from the two sects were hovering in midair, with the blood-red light constantly fusing into their bodies. Their faces were filled with both pain and pleasure, and the immortal energy in their bodies was growing rapidly at a speed that they dared not even dream of. Especially after Wuxia had forcibly improved their cultivation base at the cost of his divine soul. Although the immortal energy was pouring into their bodies at an extremely fast speed, their immortal bodies were actually able to withstand the mighty immortal energy. Next to them were little Conqueror and Ao Buzin. Little Conqueror kept swallowing and spitting out blood-red light. Her feathers were standing on end, falling off and growing back at the same time. Her body was wrapped in a glistening ring of Nanmingli fire. As the blood-red light continued to pour in her body, the color of the fire became clearer and redder, thicker and thicker, and the temperature of her skin was getting higher and higher. Ao Buzin's change was the greatest. A large inkstone hovering over his head was greedily devouring the blood-red light that sprinkled mainly on his body. His body had expanded to 10,000 feet long, with dark smoke billowing around him and a towering murderous aura. The scales on his body kept breaking, but they quickly healed. Every now and then, loud noises of bones and tendons breaking could be heard coming from inside his body. At the same time, his body was twitching and convulsing, but the broken bones and tendons kept healing themselves. After recasting his dragon body in a short period of time and forcibly pushing the dragon transformation script to evolve into the true dragon transformation of the Gold Immortal Realm, the severe pain almost made Ao Buzin faint. However, this lecherous dragon was extremely fierce to himself. While spitting out flames, he kept murmuring under his breath. The words he murmured made Princess Zhang Li's pretty face turn purple and swollen. She wished she could strangle this lowly dragon to death. Only by going through the most bitter hardships can one rise above all others. Rise above all others. Rise above all others. Rise above all others. Apart from Master's women, Lao Tzu wants to ride on all the women under the heavens. This is what they mean by rise above all others. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and restore the magical power and divine ability that Lao Tzu had in those years. Lao Tzu must become a rise above all others. Just you wait, those bastards who pulled out all the tendons and bones of Lao Tzu in those years. Heaven bless you. You must give birth to many daughters and granddaughters in these years, and it would be best if you have countless great-granddaughters and great-granddaughters. Wherever Lao Tzu's spear passes through, I'll make all your clans suffer. Amidst Ao Buzin's nonsense, the thunder mark, which was about the size of a rice bucket and had an elegant luster that looked like it was carved out of amethyst, slowly drifted towards Lei Meng's head, dragging countless tiny electric threads behind it. Lei Meng raised his head in surprise and grabbed the tiny thunder mark with one hand. What the hell is this? Strange. Why is this place surrounded by thunderbolts? Chapter 649. Wuxia was dumbfounded, while Princess Zhang Li was tongue-tied. Ao Buzin stared fixedly at Lei Meng and cried out, "Monster! I can't believe you've eaten all the thunder marks of the Thunder Clan. Well then, Senior, why don't you eat all the thunderbolts in the sky? Look at all these thunderbolts. How many years of hard cultivation will they last?" Lei Meng, on the other hand, waved a hand into the sky and grabbed a huge eye that was 36 miles long, surrounded by dark clouds and faintly emitting purple-blue electric arcs. It was crystal clear and looked like it was made of gemstones. Lei Meng casually made a grabbing motion. No one knew what restrictive spell he had used, but shrunk the eye to about an inch long. Then he threw it to Wuxia. Little Conqueror did not know much about this telescreen. Just like Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu, she was so frightened by the terrible power contained in the telescreen that her feathers stood on end, and her body, which was already as round as a ball, became even fatter. Ao Buzin nearly choked on his own saliva. Damn it! What the hell did Lao Tzu do? He roared at the top of his voice. Why is there a myriad thunder wrath? Wuqi and Princess Zhang Lu looked up anxiously, and only then did they realize that the entire myriad immortals planet had been enveloped by the thick and silent telescreen. Words could not describe the terrible pressure that came from the tens of thousands of miles thick and sticky curtain as it slowly approached the ground. Wuqi only knew that his body was stiff with fear, and even his divine soul had gone stiff. He could not think of any way to deal with it. However, it was useless to Lei Ming. Therefore, both Wuqi and Princess Zhang Lu had no choice but to inject the energy they obtained into their interstitial worlds, turning the enormous blood-red energy into the energy source for the growth of their interstitial worlds. With the help of this energy, their interstitial worlds underwent a tremendous change, but the atmosphere was very different from just now. Amidst Ao Buzin's hysterical howl, Lei Ming grabbed the falling thunder mark and brought it to Wuqi and the others. "What is this?" he asked, puzzled. "Did your enemies come knocking on our door?" The power of thunder contained in this talisman is not simple, and your cultivation base is not very strong. How did you offend such a powerful enemy? Wuqi looked at the thunder mark without saying a word, while Ao Buzin rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. He howled at the top of his voice, "Don't put this thing in front of Lao Tzu. Heaven, Lady of Earth, do you know what this is? This is a deadly thing." Wuqi and Princess Zhang Lu exchanged a glance. They knew very well that King Xianxia's father's plan had been exposed, and someone was attacking King Xianxia through the celestial court. Years ago, it was the people of Green City who had ruined King Xianxia's father's plan, and now it was the people of Green City who had come to uproot him. After pondering for a long time, they still could not figure out the identity of the person behind this. Wuqi and Princess Zhang Lu exchanged a glance and shook their heads at the same time with a wry smile. It took Lei Ming less than the time it took to finish a pot of tea for him to absorb the electric curtain in the sky. After that, he swallowed it all in one gulp, then made a grabbing motion with one hand. The void shattered, and a dozen immortals clad in Taoist robes were pulled out from the void with cries of alarm. While laughing, Lei Ming swallowed a few of the immortals, who had fair skin and looked rather young. After that, he slapped Taoist Chung and the other two, who looked the oldest, in front of Wuqi. He could not believe that they had brought an eye of heaven wrath crafted by the Thunder Sect to destroy 13 planets inhabited by evil demons. Holding the eye of heaven wrath in his hand, Wuqi could not make a sound for a long time. There was no response from the telescreen. Wuqi's full force strike had merged into the screen, but it was like a drop of water falling into the vast ocean. It did not cause any ripples. The thick electric curtain continued to slide down slowly with an aura of destruction. Inch by inch, it was like the descent of night, wiping out all hope in time. Wuqi stood there stiffly, with cold sweat breaking out from all over his body like raindrops. The only thing worth investigating was who had found out these secrets, and who had given them to the celestial court. Opening his mouth, Lei Ming sucked in a deep breath at the electric curtain that was slowly falling down from the sky. Amidst a shrill, squeaking noise, countless electric arcs plunged into his mouth like streams of water. Wuqi exercised his chaotic divine eyes and saw that after the lightning bolts rushed into Lei Ming's mouth, they were instantly teleported to the wasteland on the other side. Sitting cross-legged on the wasteland, Lei Ming's true form was performing a strange incantation gesture with both hands as all the lightning bolts kept pouring into his forehead. Lei Ming laughed heartily and nodded. "You're right. The thickness of the electric curtain here is 10,000 miles, roughly equivalent to the power of 300 years of my cultivation. Hee, I never thought that I would not only enjoy a blood sacrifice this time, but also receive such great benefits. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." Little K.Er and Ao Buzin opened their eyes at the same time, looking up at the falling electric curtain. Zhu Cheng and his two junior brothers were pulled down from the sky by Lei Ming, and then slapped to the ground with a heavy slap. Their heads were dizzy from the fall, and they felt a sharp pain in their bones and tendons. All of a sudden, they were kicked in the face by Wuxia, knocking all their teeth out. When Zhu Cheng saw his junior brothers being swallowed by Lei Ming, he could not help but cry out in a trembling voice, "Junior brothers, you've all died a miserable death." Wuxia glared at Zhu Cheng with his eyes burning with rage. "What enmity do you have with me? Why did you plot against me with this kind of thunder magic?" He snapped. The more Wuxia thought about the terrible pressure when the electric curtain fell just now, the more he thought about it, the more furious he became. So, he gave Zhu Cheng a hard kick in the face. With a panicked look on her face, Princess Zhang Lu let out a clear cry. The five-color divine ray behind her suddenly spun and soared up into the sky, transforming into a sheet of dazzling light that swept across the electric curtain that was descending from the sky. A faint rumble of thunder rang out, and the five-color divine ray unleashed by Princess Zhang Lu shattered with a boom. Princess Zhang Lu staggered a few steps back, with blood oozing out of her 7 orifices. Lei Ming fiddled with the terrible thunder mark, which was powerful enough to wipe out all the living beings on Myriad Immortals' planet with one strike. Finally, he shook his head, opened his mouth, and shoved the thunder mark into his mouth. A muffled boom rang out as dark clouds suddenly emerged from his body, and the number of lightning bolts and thunderbolts increased by a few times. Lei Ming praised delightedly. "What a delicious taste! It's even better than the magic power I gained after 100 years of arduous cultivation." Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu exchanged a glance and shook their heads at the same time. Ao Buzin was trembling with fear, and he was indeed a man with an extremely bad character. He was so scared that tears were coming out of his eyes, and his lower body kept farting one after another. It was as if he was scared out of his wits. He howled, "Lao Tzu will not accept this. Lao Tzu has just regained his fleshly body, and Lao Tzu's cultivation base has yet to recover. Lao Tzu is still a dragon boy. Lao Tzu will not accept this." Born in Green City, he was the personal disciple of the Green City Patriarch, and served as the heaven patrolling emissary of the Celestial Court. Just like the embroidered uniform guards that Wuxia knew, the heaven patrolling emissary was a special emissary sent by the great Celestial Emperor. In outer heavenly realms, he was one level higher than any immortal monarch or heavenly monarch, and had the power to kill first and report later. Completely out of instinct, Wuxia's stiff body suddenly swung his fist. Countless thunderbolts, a great sheet of cold air, a monstrous fiend flame, and a green saberhorn hurricane turned into a mass of chaotic energy and shot whistling up into the sky, smashing straight toward the curtain that was slowly pressing down from the sky. This treasure is interesting. It can absorb all the natural energy in the world and use it to hurt people. I, Lei Ming, am the Lord of Lightning, born with a natal magical artifact. TSK, I have no use for this treasure, so I'll just give it to you as a reward for the blood sacrifice. Blinking his eyes, Ao Buzin suddenly burst into laughter. It's fine. This is not the real Myriad Thunder Heavenly Tribulation, but a fake made by the Thunder Department of the Celestial Court. This strike is at most equal to the full force strike of a 12th tier gold immortal. It is far weaker than the real Myriad Thunder Heavenly Tribulation. The real Myriad Thunder Heavenly Tribulation unleashed by the Heavenly Tao can even kill a primordial immortal. Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu exchanged a glance and smiled bitterly. Their cultivation base had reached the limit that their bodies could bear. What they needed now was not the accumulation of magic power, but the improvement of their cultivation base. Lei Ming had injected them with a large amount of blood-red light, which was transformed into a surging magic power that poured into their bodies like a great river. But in fact, it did not do them much good. The Star Shark blade flew up, and the heads of Zhu Cheng and his two junior brothers flew up into the sky in a stream of blood. 3 bloody immortal souls soared up into the sky and were about to flee. But a few ghost flames shot out from Princess Zhongli's fingertips and trapped them in midair. Shrill cries rang out from their souls. With the soul-searching technique of the Tao of ghosts and deities, Princess Zhongli had squeezed out a great deal of memories from their souls. Had it not been for Wuxia, an anomaly who had turned the situation on myriad immortals' planet upside down, the emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties would have long left the planet to develop themselves in the outside world. With the thunderous strike of Zhu Cheng and his companions, all the living beings on myriad immortals' planet would have been crushed to pieces, and all the arrangements made by King Xianxia's father would have been turned to dust. In just the blink of an eye, a dazzling light burst out of Lei Meng's body, and his projection on myriad immortals' planet had grown twice as large as before, as if he had just eaten a great tonic. The blood-red light sprinkling down from his palms became several times denser. Not only did the blood-red light pour into the bodies of Patriarch Jiang Yun and his companions, Ao Buzin and Little Kaur, but it also went into Wu Qi and Princess Zhong Lu with a deafening rumble. Zhu Cheng, who was coughing up blood, glanced around, and when he saw the blood in the pool of blood and the skeletons nearby, he could not help but scream, "Blood sacrifice? How many people have you killed as a blood sacrifice for the fiends from outer domains? The Celestial Court has explicitly forbidden the blood sacrifice of fiends from outer domains. Are you really not afraid of the punishment from the Celestial Court?" Wuxia grabbed Ao Buzin by the neck and snapped, "Nonsense! Do we have any gold immortals here to defend against the full force strike of a 12th-tier gold immortal?" Laughing wildly, Lei Meng pointed at Zhu Cheng and the other 2 old immortals and said, "They're the ones who are playing tricks. If I were not here, this thunderbolt of theirs would have killed all the living beings here, and even this planet would have been destroyed. These 3 are the managers, and I won't stand on ceremony with the rest. You can consider the flesh and blood that you brought to me as your blood sacrifice." Ao Buzin's long dragon whiskers straightened as he howled in a hoarse voice. "Heavens, Lao Tzu has forgotten that Lao Tzu does not have the cultivation base he once had. This is the eye of heaven's wrath forged by the Celestial Court's Thunder Sect. In those days, Lao Tzu thought it was nothing, but now Lao Tzu is going to die here, and his soul will be destroyed, never to be reincarnated. Apart from the core secrets of their immortal souls that were related to their own cultivation techniques, which prevented the soul-searching technique from being used to find out the various scriptures of their sects, Princess Zhong Lu had interrogated them about their origins, their identities, and their mission. Chapter 650. Lei Meng, a ghost from another domain, had a rather careless temper. He threw the eye of heaven wrath, a precious treasure of the Celestial Court, to Wu Qi, devoured all the offerings, and then turned to leave. Fortunately, before he left, he still remembered to remind Wu Qi to offer him some offerings every few days. Otherwise, Wu Qi would really suspect that this fellow would turn his back on Wu Qi after he had reaped enough benefits this time. The eye of heaven wrath, shrouded in dark clouds and emitting faint thunderbolts, felt heavy in his hand. Even with Wu Qi's current physical strength, he still felt the 1-inch-long, transparent eye forged with some unknown material was heavy. It was heavy, strong, hard, and slippery, and when he held it in his hand, he could feel tiny electric currents constantly stimulating his palm muscles, making him feel a burning sensation in his hand. He wished he could throw it away as soon as possible. Just now, he had obtained all the information about the Eye of Heaven Wrath from Zhu Cheng's memory with the soul-searching technique. It was a precious treasure of the Thunder Department of the Celestial Court, and would not leave the hall unless there was something important. Without this Eye of Heaven Wrath, the Thunder Division's most powerful Demon Buster array would be incomplete. Originally, the Demon Buster array would be able to unleash 100% of its power. Now, only 10% of its power would remain. In other words, without this Eye of Heaven Wrath, 90% of the strongest means of the Thunder Department of the Celestial Court would be crippled. The loss of 90% of the strongest combat force was enough to throw all the officials of the Thunder Department of the Celestial Court into a mess. If the Celestial Emperor in charge of the Thunder Department, the North Pole Celestial Emperor of the Five Directions, and 5 Imperial Celestial Emperors learned of this, at least half of the officials of the Thunder Department would have to pay a visit to the Immortal Flaying Platform, where their immortal bodies and immortal souls would be destroyed and their souls would be reincarnated again. Whether they could still cultivate to become immortals in their next lives or occupy a high position in the Celestial Court was something that only God knew. Without this treasure, those Star Lords, Heavenly Lords, and Immortal Lords of the Thunder Division will go crazy. Wuxia laughed strangely. Princess Zhonglu also looked at the Eye of Heaven's wrath in Wuxi's hand, not knowing what to do with this hot treasure. It would be a pity to discard it. When used alone, the power of this Eye of Heaven wrath was no weaker than an upper-grade gold immortal artifact. Moreover, thunder was the command of the heaven and earth, the most powerful force in the world. With the Eye of Heaven wrath in hand, it would bring endless benefits to an immortal cultivator. At least, he would not have to worry about the invasion of evil fiends. However, if he kept this treasure in his hands and the Thunder Clan pursued the matter, it would be a huge problem. The Thunder Department of the Celestial Court was the most powerful department among all the departments of the Celestial Court. It was the most powerful and influential department, with many experts and the most powerful potential force. From Zhu Cheng's memory, Wuxia knew that the Thunder Department was directly under the jurisdiction of the Northern Celestial Emperor, and the 2 immortal kings under him were in charge of the daily affairs of the department. The 2 immortal kings were only nominally in charge of everything. The ones who really took care of the affairs of the Thunder Division were the 12 Heavenly Lords of the Thunder Division, who were on duty on a monthly basis, and the 800 Immortal Lords under each Heavenly Lord, who were also on duty on a monthly basis. In addition to that, the Thunder Department was also responsible for punishing the immortals of the Celestial Court who had violated the taboo, and their power was so great that it made one's scalp go numb just thinking about it. There were more than 100,000 immortals of the Thunder Department who were in charge of this department. The number of immortal officials and immortal officials attached to the various departments and departments of the Thunder Department was truly uncountable. Weighing the Eye of Heaven wrath in his hand, Wuxia smiled bitterly and said, Xian, if a farmer from Great Yan rushed to Great Yan's scouting office, beat the chief supervisor of a wind guard, and robbed him of his seal, what would the scouting office do? Princess Zhonglu stared fixedly at the Eye of Heaven wrath, gritted her teeth, and said with a cold snort, Of course, they would search the world, capture him alive, cut him into pieces, and wipe out his entire clan. If he still can't vent his anger, he might even implicate his neighbors, or he might even slaughter the entire city and village. It's an easy and normal thing to do. Holding the Eye of Heaven wrath tightly in his hand, Wuxia said coldly, This is it. If the immortals of the Thunder Department learned that the Eye of Heaven wrath was taken away, and the heaven-patrolling emissaries they sent here were killed, we'll be in big trouble. Pointing his finger at the sky, Wuxia said with a smile, Green City must have learned the news of Zhu Cheng's death by now, and perhaps they are sending an official report to the Heaven Lords in charge of the scouting office. I reckon that in a few days, the heaven-patrolling emissaries will come here to investigate the news. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Princess Zhonglu glanced at Wuxia's hand and said in a low voice, Aren't you afraid that the Eye of Heaven wrath will burn your hand? Wuxia shook his head and said coolly, How can I throw away the treasure that I have obtained? Lei Ming has broken all the restrictive spells in it, and all 1,080 tracking arrays have been completely broken. This treasure is ours now. How can I throw it away? A thief never returns empty-handed, and I will never return the treasure that I have obtained. A chaotic light swirled in Wuxia's left eye, and then a beam of hazy light shot out of it, slowly dragging the Eye of Heaven wrath into Wuxia's eyes. He chuckled and said, My chaotic divine eyes can refine all kinds of natural energies and extraordinary treasures to improve themselves. When I refine this eye of heaven wrath and fuse all its essence into my eyes will also have the divine ability of the eye of heaven wrath, and I won't have to worry about exposing myself. Princess Zhang Lu nodded her head pleasantly. Smilingly, she looked at Wuxia's left eye, which had turned purplish-blue. Carefully, she reached out her hand and touched the eyeball, where electric sparks were seeping out from time to time. Princess Zhang Lu was delighted that Wuxia had such a way to deal with the lute. Although they had only obtained one eye of heaven wrath, Princess Zhang Lu had already begun to plan how to let Wuxia absorb all 108 eyes of heaven wrath. After the blood sacrifice was completed, Wuxia immediately exercised his divine ability and destroyed all traces of the blood pool. Princess Zhang Lu had disturbed the surrounding void with her divine ability, so that no other mortals could find Lei Ming by following the traces of the blood sacrifice. After that, they began to extract the energy veins from Myriad Immortals Planet using the same old method as Green Cliff Planet and White Cloud Planet. All the beautiful sceneries and scenic spots on Myriad Immortals Planet were also plundered and stuffed into their interstitial worlds. This was the greatest manifestation of the damage that immortal cultivators had done to the natural world. Interstitial worlds were the foundation of immortals. If they wanted to develop and strengthen their interstitial worlds, it would take years and months for the immortals to grow their interstitial worlds by themselves. Therefore, once an immortal cultivated his interstitial world, his ability to plunder resources from the outside world would reach a frightening level. A planet with decent energy veins could support 30 to 50 heaven immortals for their cultivation. However, a gold immortal would need the support of at least several or even dozens of outer heavenly realms to be able to continue his cultivation smoothly. Not only did gold immortals have to satisfy the growth of their immortal energy, but they also had to satisfy the needs of their interstitial worlds. He had worked hard to develop a world in his interstitial world. How could it be more convenient than directly plundering spiritual energy and all kinds of ready-made mountains and rivers from the outside world? Therefore, this was the most criticized aspect of immortal cultivators. Heaven immortals were nothing more than parasites, while gold immortals had evolved from parasites into cancer cells. They plundered everything wantonly, which was something that the heaven and earth could not bear. Therefore, the various thunder tribulations that gold immortals had to suffer were extremely tragic. Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu had plundered Green Cliff Planet, White Cloud Planet, and Myriad Immortals Planet, even emptying the underground energy veins. This was a most hated act by the great Tao of heaven and earth. If it were not for the strange cultivation technique they practiced, which made it difficult for the great Tao of heaven and earth to detect their aura, they would have been struck by countless thunder tribulations. After 2 eons of rest, Myriad Immortals Planet's underground energy veins and all kinds of resources were 10,000 times more abundant than those on Green Cliff Planet and White Cloud Planet. Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu had plundered all the energy veins on Myriad Immortals Planet, as well as all the flowers, plants, and trees on the planet. After such a thorough search, Wuxia and his company actually found many demons and fiends who had luckily escaped from Patriarch Yuan Hua's butcher knife. Among them were a few old dragon kings and their relatives in the 4 oceans. Altogether, there were about 100 flood dragons and 400 to 500 shrimp and crab soldiers. These were the only aquatic demons left in the 4 oceans of Myriad Immortals Planet, which once had hundreds of millions of aquatic demons. The reason why these aquatic demons had submitted to Wuxia was that when Ao Buzin, the lecherous dragon, stood in front of them and unleashed his chaotic divine dragon aura, these flood dragons and aquatic demons immediately knelt on the ground and called him Patriarch. It did not take Wuxia any effort at all, and he had gained himself a group of smart and capable subordinates. Since they could escape from Patriarch Yuan Hua's butcher knife, how could these aquatic demons not be smart? What made Wuxia even happier was that whinnying Dragon King, who was protecting the villagers of Meng Village, had also fled to the ocean, seeking the protection of some old dragon king. The villagers of Meng Village were Wuxia's only concern in Myriad Immortals planet. Now that several thousands of villagers were safe and sound, Wuxia thanked Waning Dragon King again and again. Therefore, he simply asked Waning Dragon King to be the leader of this group of aquatic demons and put him in charge of commanding them. After spending 2 days and 2 nights, Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu had plundered everything on Myriad Immortals planet, moving all the mines and mineral veins into their interstitial world. After that, Wuxia turned to the secret cave where he found the Silver Lotus. With the blood sacrifice of Lei Meng, the blood essence and corpses of countless living beings on Myriad Immortals planet had been exchanged for a tremendous power. With the help of Lei Meng, Ao Buzin, the lascivious dragon, had safely crossed the threshold of Gold Immortal realm. His overall strength was far beyond that of a Gold Immortal, and what he lacked now was nothing more than magic power and cultivation base. Therefore, with the support of sufficient magic power, Ao Buzin was able to steadily advance to the 18th tier Gold Immortal realm. With Ao Buzin's help and Wuxia's guidance, Ao Buzin easily cracked the outer dimension Great Void formation and obtained the Black Pearl in the formation. Without having the time to carefully identify the origin and function of the pearl, Wuxia and his company left Myriad Immortals planet in a hurry. 3 days after Wuxia and his company left Myriad Immortals planet, thousands of thunderbolts suddenly poured out of the void. Riding on thunderbolts, a large group of ferocious immortals plunged toward Myriad Immortals planet, smashing it to pieces. As Wuxia had expected, the Immortals of Thunder Sect had come to search the entire planet in a hurry. But by this time, Wuxia and his company had already arrived at the planet where Yin Dan and the others were. Chapter 651. It was a small and remote starfield. Even the immortal monarch who was in charge of this starfield had forgotten that there was such a remote and barren place here. According to Wuxia, this was a small planetary system, slightly smaller than the solar system where Earth was located. It had a slightly white sun with 4 planets orbiting around it, and one of them had life on it. That was all. Originally, there were a few lowly itinerant cultivators on this small planet, bullying and enslaving tens of millions of ordinary people. These few itinerant cultivators, whose cultivation base was around the realm of nascent soul, had been living a comfortable life. But ever since Yin Dan brought many civil and military ministers of Great Yin, a group of elite soldiers, and a large number of carefully selected elites to this planet, these itinerant cultivators had met with great misfortune. All the cultivators were killed, and the dozens of small kingdoms in the mortal world were wiped out in just 1 day. All the members of the royal family were beheaded. Great Yin had completely occupied the planet and had quickly established various government offices. The countless civil and military ministers brought here by Yin Dan were the absolute elites of Great Yin, and even the ordinary people who came with them were the best elites of Great Yin. Therefore, in just a few years, this place had developed very well. The capital city of Great Yin on this planet was still named Ji City. The city wall, measuring tens of miles in both width and length, stood towering over the vast wilderness like a long dragon. The carefully selected wilderness was extremely fertile and was now crisscrossed with crisscrossing paths. Countless farmlands have been opened up, and tens of thousands of villages, towns, and cities have been built on it. In this brand new place, the people of Great Yin were resting and building up their strength bit by bit. In the drill grounds of military camps of various sizes outside G City, groups of soldiers were practicing the body-tempering technique of the human race that was brought back from Panga continent. In outer heavenly realms, the mysterious purple mist was extremely rare. But because of the special nature of the cultivation technique of the human race, these soldiers who had just joined the army not long ago already had some overall strength and looked like an elite army. Some of the more outstanding soldiers had tempered their bodies to the point that they could compete with body cultivators of Jin Dan realm. The efficiency of their cultivation was extremely amazing. If these soldiers were brought back to Panga continent, perhaps in just a few years, they could cultivate to a frightening overall strength that could compete with heaven immortals. Leading a group of people, Wuxia and Princess Xianxia flew all the way here, looking down at the current situation of Great Yin. They could not help but keep nodding their heads. When they scanned the drill grounds outside G-City with their divine will, they found that there were about 3 million soldiers practicing the cultivation technique of the human race. After carefully calculating the proportion of soldiers, Wuxia could not help but feel speechless. On Panga continent, a 9th-grade province like Great, you could only recruit a few hundred soldiers to guard it. Even Zhong province, a 1st-grade province under Feng Lingling's rule, could only muster a little over 300,000 soldiers. Even Zhong province, a 1st-grade province, could only muster about 300,000 soldiers, and Feng Lingling could only muster about 300,000 soldiers. What was the total population of Great Yin now? Yin Dan was indeed a generous man. The military strength of Great Yin was nearly 10 times greater than that of a 1st-grade province like Zhong province. When he thought about the faces of those prefecture overseers, grand oracles, military ministers, and all the officials and generals on Panga continent, and then looked at the 3 million elite soldiers training crazily outside G-City, Wuxia suddenly had a very strange illusion. That Panga continent was a flock of lambs, and he, Wuxia, was about to throw one, or even 6, beasts into the flock of lambs. If the heroes of the 6 dynasties had the same resources as Panga continent, and given enough time, what could they do? Most importantly, Wuxia had brought the method to break the black celestial forbidden curse. So King Yangshan and King Xianxia could no longer control the people of the 6 dynasties. Princess Zhonglu and Wuxia had a telepathic connection, and they thought of the same problem almost at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They had a tacit understanding. The 2 beams of light descended in G-City and landed in front of the Imperial Palace. Before the Imperial Guards could scold them, Princess Zhonglu and Wuxia had thrown out their tokens of 9 swallows, falling right into the hand of the leader of the Imperial Guards. At the sight of the 2 tokens, the Imperial Guards dropped to their knees. Chi bowed deeply to Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu. Wuxia paid no attention to them. He circulated his energy and focused his mind, sending a wisp of his voice into the palace. Your Majesty, Wuxia and Zixian are back. We have found a method to break the black, celestial, forbidden curse. After a moment of silence, countless sword beams suddenly soared into the sky from the depths of the Imperial Palace. Amidst one of them was a 1,000 feet long golden sword beam, in which Yin Dan, clad in a black robe, was flying at top speed, laughing aloud. In just the blink of an eye, Yin Dan, Sun Kuang, Mo Di, Han Fei, Jing Ku, Tian Guang, Fan Yuqi, Qin Wuyang, and the other emperors and ministers of Great Yin had surrounded Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu. On the contrary, Patriarch Jiang Yun and his company, who were following behind Wuxia, paid no attention to them at all. The news that Wuxia had found the method to break the black celestial forbidden curse had occupied all the thoughts of Yin Dan and others, and they had no time to pay attention to other people and things. As long as the restrictive spell in their nascent divinity was removed, as long as the damned restrictive spell that would last for generations, even for their descendants, they would be able to fly freely in the vast sky and swim freely in the vast ocean. With the abilities of Yin Dan and the others, where couldn't they go? What was the big deal about a small planet? They were really going to turn this world upside down. It was Xianxia, one of the men from the 6 dynasties, who dared to say in public when he saw Ying Zheng's chariot, "I can replace him." And Ying Zheng, who Xianxia said could be replaced, was a mighty overlord who swept across the world and wished he could trample the heaven and earth under his feet. In this vast and boundless world controlled by the immortals and the human race, if these heroes and heroes of the 6 dynasties did not turn this world upside down, replace those lofty figures, and trample the heaven and earth under their feet, What kind of heroes were they? What kind of heroes were they? Even if they were facing the mighty immortals, even if they were facing the mighty powers that had been passed down from the ancient times. Just like what Xianxia had said, I can replace him. How could these proud and arrogant heroes, especially Sun Quan and Mod, allow their nascent divinities to be controlled by someone else? If it were not for the fact that they did not even have the freedom to commit suicide and that their souls would be controlled by someone after they died, people like Sun Quan and Mod would have killed themselves long ago to seek true liberation. Therefore, when Wuxia came back and told them that he had brought them the method to free themselves, Yin Dan and others could not help but be excited. The emperor and courtiers of Great Yin escorted Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu into the imperial palace, where a banquet was held in the great hall to celebrate. Yin Dan and others were very experienced. Although they were delighted that Wuxia had brought them the mystic technique to solve the black celestial forbidden curse, none of them showed the slightest anxiety. Yin Dan kept raising his cup, and the courtiers cheered in response. Everyone drank the wine together, thinking that Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu had won the victory. Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu told them in detail what had happened on Panga continent over the past few years. Yin Dan and others were beaming with joy, while Tianguang, Jingku, Qinhuang, Fan Yuqi, and other military officers were rubbing their palms, wishing they could go to Panga continent with millions of Pishio in their hands and stir up a storm. The vast Panga continent, with its endless people and glorious world, was the perfect place for them to show off their might. Compared with Panga continent, the former homeland of the Six Dynasties was too small to arouse the interest of these people. It took several hours for Wuxia to tell them in detail what had happened over the past few years, including the people he had met and the things he had encountered. He described in detail all the details of King Xianxia and Patriarch Miao Ying, King Xianxia and King Yangshan, and how Feng Lingling was rescued after being convicted. There were many things that Wuxia had not seen through, but he was sure that someone among the people present could. After describing everything, Wuxia told Yin Dan about his worries. Although he had obtained the black celestial forbidden curse from King Xianxia, it was a mysterious curse inherited from the ghosts and deities of the outer heavenly realms. Even Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu could not fully grasp its mysteries. No one could tell what would happen when the curse was broken. Therefore, although Su Qin, Yin Bugue, and the others were all on Panga continent, and the 1,000 elites of scouting office were the descendants of important ministers of Great Yin, Wuxia dared not to try breaking the curse on them. Su Qin, Yin Bugue, and the others were the absolute elites of Great Yin. Even the loss of one of them would make Wuxia feel uneasy. After listening to Wuxia, Yin Dan understood his worries. Just as Yin Dan was about to say something, he clapped his hands lightly and gave a few orders in a deep voice. Before long, a few palace maids came out with a baby who was at most a month old. At the sight of the baby, Yin Dan narrowed his eyes and said nothing. The faces of all the civil and military officials in the hall turned unsightly. Chi turned to look at Yin Dan. Sun Quan and Mod rose to their feet and wanted to say something to Yin Dan, but Yin Dan waved his hand and did not allow them to speak. Wuxia, it's him. He is. His facial muscles twitched as Yin Dan gritted his teeth and said, he is the bloodline of the Yin clan. We haven't had the time to name him. If anything happens to him, it will not hurt Great Yin. It's him, right? Not allowing any objection from the courtiers in the hall, Yin Dan snapped. That's it. All of you are the pillars of Great Yin. How can anything happen to you? Even if he is the bloodline of the imperial clan, let him die. The corners of Sun Quan and Mod's mouths twitched. As they took a step forward and were about to say something, Wuxia had already pointed his finger out and cast a beam of black light onto the baby's forehead. Suddenly, a gust of chilly wind rose into the air, and a plume of dark smoke rushed out of the baby's body. Chapter 652. When the dark mist sprayed out, The bodies of all the emperors and ministers of Great Yin in the Great Hall trembled at the same time. Whether it was Yin Dan, Sun Quan, or the juniors of Great Yin Imperial clan who were serving in the Great Hall, or the descendants of various powerful clans, all of them fell limply to the ground, unable to move. In the Great Hall, only Wuxia and his companions could stand firmly where they were. As for the few palace maids who came out with babies, although they were not affected by the Black Celestial Forbidden Curse and were just ordinary girls selected by the common people, the cold air and the dark mist was so strong that it contained an evil force that could corrode one's soul. Unable to withstand the cold, the few palace maids fell to the ground twitching, and before long, they were no longer breathing. As the souls of these palace maids were sucked out by the dark mist, they were actually dead people. However, their bodies were indeed still alive. They were still warm and fragrant, and they were still the same beautiful women. But they were only alive with their fleshly bodies, and their souls were long gone. Ao Buzin had shrunk to 3 inches long, lying on Wuqi's shoulder like an earthworm. The purple inkstone, which had shrunk to the size of a green bean, was moving in and out of his mouth, while his 2 furtive eyes were staring at the dark mist in front of him. He was murmuring under his breath, and no one knew what he was talking about. The baby, who was only about a month old, floated up from the arms of the palace maid who had fallen to the ground. The swaddling clothes on his body were corroded by the dark mist, turning into pieces of decaying dust in just a blink of an eye. A strange, evil gleam shone from the naked baby's eyes. His pupils slowly dilated, and in just the space of a breath, the once black and white eyeballs had turned pitch black. The bizarre eyes stared at Wuqi from head to toe, and Wuqi could not help but feel a chill rushing up from under his feet, making him feel cold all over. Fearing that the baby would do something to hurt the people, Wuqi's index finger sprayed out a large sheet of black light that flowed like water, condensing into thousands of black runes the size of ants and attaching them to the bodies of the people in the Great Hall. These primordial runes could disperse all evil spirits and devils. They were great divine abilities used by ancient cultivators to protect their primordial spirits from being invaded by external devils. The baby chuckled weirdly, then slowly raised his fair and tender hands, clapped his hands, and praised. It's been a long time since I last saw such authentic primordial spell symbols. What kind of crappy stuff are those human oracles using nowadays? They refuse to learn the good things left behind by their ancestors and insist on learning those inferior things that they have modified. With a soft sigh, the baby shook his head and said, "Each generation is worse than the previous. You, on the other hand, are very interesting. You actually obtained the orthodox, immemorial runes inheritance. Grand and simple, a single character could end life, a single character could end death, a single character could break through the void, and a single character could create a world. These primordial runes were the daos that the ancient people used to fight against the innate gods. I really can't be bothered to talk about those talismans nowadays." The baby's voice was soft and delicate, like the meowing of a newborn kitten. However, the strange scene of a 1-month-old baby speaking like an old man sent chills down the spines of everyone in the hall. Wuqi's heart was racing as well. He took Princess Zhang Li's little hand and shielded her behind him, then took a step forward to approach the baby and cried out in a deep voice, "Are you Lao Ai, the celestial fiend from the outer, heavenly realms?" With a wave of his hand, the pot of wine in front of Yin Dan flew into his hand. The little man took a sip of wine from the spout of the pot and smacked his lips in enjoyment. Then he said in a lukewarm tone, "Yes, M. Lao Ai. You want to break the black celestial forbidden curse, don't you?" After a moment of silence, Wuqi nodded and said, "Yes. Are you the one who taught the black celestial forbidden curse to King Yangshan?" Lao Ai leisurely drank all the fine wine in the wine pot, then casually threw the wine pot on the ground and smashed it into pieces. After stretching himself, he floated in midair and sat cross-legged comfortably on a cloud of black mist. Holding his chin with both hands, He looked at Wuxia and said with a smile, I taught him the Black Celestial Forbidden Curse. It's a mystic technique that I taught him. Staring at Lao AI, Wuxia clenched his teeth and asked, I used the technique to undo the curse. Why did you do this? Lao AI looked at Wuxia innocently, then curled his little lips and complained, What did I do? Glaring at Lao AI, Wuxia said in a deep voice, Why did you come here? Why did you possess this boy's body? Why did you take the lives of those maids? Why didn't you let me undo the curse? A five-color divine ray burst out from Princess Zhongli's back, which abruptly transformed into five swords that wheeled rapidly behind her. As the sword spun, an ear-splitting sword cry rang out in the great hall. A bright gleam flickered in Princess Zhongli's eyes as she stared fixedly at Lao AI, as if she would strike and kill him at the slightest disagreement. Giving Princess Zhongli a surprised look, Lao AI exclaimed, Wonderful! You're actually a demigod who has awakened the bloodline of an ancient god? Aye. And you're even such a beautiful girl? TSK, if those old fools knew they had a treasure like you, wouldn't they break their heads for you? You're a demigod, and a demigod who has awakened his own bloodline. Aye, you've even formed an innate divine soul. You're a highly sought-after treasure. Their sons and grandsons need such a good vessel to breed their offspring. Wuxia's face darkened. Clenching his teeth, he cried out, Lao AI, answer my question. If you continue to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Lao AI gave Wuxia a sideways glance, spread his arms, and said lightly, I'm just being kind. Don't let this girl beside you show off her power for no reason. If the few leaders of the ancient gods on Pangu continent know about this little girl, the Eastern Green Emperor, the Northern Black Emperor, and the Western White Emperor will definitely send out countless subordinates to rob her. Wuxia stared coldly at Lao AI, his eyes flashing with lightning. The natural energy in the surroundings rushed into his body and was quickly transformed into lightning bolts by the eye of heaven wrath in his eyes. Lao AI's face darkened slightly. He looked thoughtfully into Wuxia's eyes, shook his head, and sighed. Don't be angry, let's talk nicely. If you're still angry, I'll turn around and leave right away, then sell the information about this little girl. Don't blame me when you're hunted all over the world. The lightning in his eyes retracted abruptly. Smiling, Wuxia cupped his fist at Lao AI and said, There's no need for this, senior. Let's talk nicely. Lao AI narrowed his eyes and stared at Wuxia's smiling face. Suddenly, he shuddered. He shook his head and said with a wry smile, What bad luck. I've bumped into a difficult little boy. TSK, you're much more difficult to deal with than those blockheads like King Xianxia. All right, let's talk frankly. After a moment of pondering, Lao AI began to calculate for Wuxia with his fingers. The Black Celestial Forbidden Spell was a restrictive magic Mo had taught him after one of King Xianxia's blood sacrifices. It was a small part of a strange cultivation technique Mo had picked up from the battlefield of many ancient almighty experts after one of the ancient catastrophes. It was called the Black Celestial Forbidden Mantra, which focused on the tempering of the innate divine soul. It was bizarre, unpredictable, and shockingly powerful. But the Black Celestial Forbidden Mantra was completely different from Lao AI's own cultivation path. Lao AI had tried to cultivate the Black Celestial Forbidden Mantra and nearly became a lunatic. As a result, the Swan and I mantra became Mo's private collection. After King Xianxia sacrificed 3,000 heaven immortals with cultivation bases to Mo at one time, Mo's power was greatly increased, and he gave him a huge amount of natural treasures so that he could forge a natal fiend weapon. After he successfully killed an old enemy in the outer heavenly realms, Mo taught the Swan and I mantra to King Xianxia as a reward. The Black Celestial Forbidden Mantra was mysterious and complicated, and once it was controlled by Lao AI, it was extremely difficult to break. When King Xianxia received the legacy of the Black Celestial Forbidden Mantra, he and Lao AI had agreed that once someone broke the mantra, that person's soul would be offered to Lao AI as a sacrifice. For so many years, no one had ever used the mystic technique to break the mantra. Therefore, as soon as Wuxia was chanting an incantation gesture to break the curse on the baby's soul, Lao AI, who had sensed the aura of the curse, immediately followed it and arrived. You can't blame me for this. It's a pact between King Xianxia and me. Lao AI laughed, counting on his fingers. Over the years, at least millions of people have been sealed by him with the black celestial forbidden mantra. Haha, those people have countless descendants. If their souls are all harvested by me, then my strength will at least double. He took a deep breath, then turned to Wuxia with a smile and said, frankly speaking, King Yangshan will never release those people he has sealed. However, he couldn't guarantee that the method to break the black forbidden soul curse wouldn't be leaked. That's why he made a contract with me. As long as someone breaks the curse on someone, the soul of that person will be my sacrifice. When they heard this, Yin Dan and the others could not help but curse in their hearts at the same time. The grumpy Fan Yuchi even broke out into curses, cursing King Yangshan's 18 generations of ancestors crazily. Lao AI gave Fan Yuchi a sideways glance and said with a cold grin, curse, curse. Curse as much as you want. It's very likely that King Yangshan's 18 generations of ancestors were your ancestors thousands of generations ago. Hee, you are all human beings, and all human beings originate from Panga continent. Diyu and Liangzhu is the place where the ancestors of a human race ruled. Go ahead and curse. Curse your own ancestors. The more pleasant the curse, the better. Fan Yuchi gritted his teeth and kept his mouth shut. Swanee was laughing so hard that she almost fell off the black cloud. Wuxia exchanged a helpless glance with Yin Dan, then said with a wry smile, so, what do I have to do to break the curse on them? As soon as Wuxia broke the curse on the baby, Lao AI immediately followed his aura and arrived. Wuxia was sure that Lao AI must have done something to the black celestial forbidden curse, and perhaps the fate of all the imprisoned people had been in his hands all along. In Swanee's eyes, all the people who were imprisoned by the Swan and celestial forbidden curse were fat sheep. Therefore, when someone started to break the curse, he immediately rushed over to harvest their souls. What a scoundrel! Wuxia cursed in his heart. Lao AI looked left and right, pondered for a long time, and then suddenly looked at Wuxia with a little embarrassment. That's easy. You just need to offer 10 people as a blood sacrifice for one soul. Lao AI smiled and made a hand gesture. I don't care about the grudge between you and King Yangshan. 10 people for one soul, that's a fair price. Wuxia clenched his teeth, while the faces of Yin Dan and the others flickered. There were countless members of the Imperial clan and powerful clans in Great Yin, and the total population was more than 1 million. How many people would be killed for such a blood sacrifice? But Wuxia gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and agreed to it on the spot. Chapter 653. Wuxia stamped his foot and agreed to He Mo's offer. He would exchange the blood, essence, and souls of 10 people for the release of one person from the black celestial forbidden curse. He would carry out a large-scale blood sacrifice to satisfy He Mo's appetite, so that all the emperors and courtiers of Great Yin could be freed from the deadly curse. The possessed baby chuckled, rubbed his hands satisfyingly, and nodded delightfully, agreeing with Jihao's plan. Wuxia was very generous, and He Mo thought he was a straightforward man. Although he had a contract with King Yangshan that once someone broke the curse for the imprisoned person, that person's soul would become his, Lao AI's, possession. But since the souls of these people actually belonged to him, it was a good deal to exchange the soul and blood essence of 10 people for the soul of one person. He suddenly cried out as he wagged his finger. He solemnly reminded Wuxia that the condition just now had a supplementary clause. If the person imprisoned by the black celestial forbidden curse was immortal, then the blood essence and souls of 10 mortals could be exchanged for his freedom. But if the imprisoned person was a cultivator, then the blood essence and souls of 10 cultivators with the same cultivation base would be needed to break the curse. Logically speaking, if the imprisoned person had the cultivation base of a heaven immortal, then the blood essence and souls of 10 heaven immortals would be needed to free him from Hei Mo's control. Hei Mo's little face twitched as he stared at Wuxia and said, "The condition is fair and reasonable, isn't it?" Glaring angrily at Hei Mo, Wuxia clenched his teeth and agreed to the condition. Fortunately, among the members of Great Yan's imperial clan and many civil and military officials, there were not many who had broken through the realm of heaven immortals. Only Yin Dan, Sun Quang, Su Qin, MOD, and a few other important ministers had made the breakthrough, while the rest were still far from the realm of heaven immortals. As a general of the Yu, Wuxia alone had imprisoned hundreds of immortals in the dungeon of EC City. It was more than enough to exchange them for the freedom of Yin Dan and others. As for the lives of ordinary mortals, they were also easy to obtain. When the Great Yu army wiped out a colony of itinerant cultivators, all their servants and maids would be banished to slavery. Or, when they encountered some tyrannical generals, all the servants would be killed on the spot. An accomplished itinerant cultivator often had more than 10,000 mortal servants under his command. Now, tens of thousands of itinerant cultivators were killed every day on Panga continent, and the number of mortals who were implicated in the war was more than hundreds of millions. Seeing Wuxia gritting his teeth and agreeing, Lao Ai laughed so hard that his saliva even spurted out from his mouth. While giggling, faint black ripples spread out from his body. He casually pointed a finger at a scouting officer standing in a corner of the hall, and with a cry of surprise, he leaped into the air. Lao Ai changed his hand incantation gesture and murmured an incantation under his breath. All of a sudden, a sheet of black light burst out from the top of the scouting officer's head, within which a soul could be vaguely seen. Countless black threads of light darted out from the soul, and in a blink of an eye, the man's soul became transparent and bright, without any impurities. Clapping his hands, Lao Ai smiled and said, "Here is the sample. All the restrictive spells have been removed, and there is no longer any obstruction. He, prepare the offerings, I mean what I say." After a brief moment of pondering, Lao Ai nodded and said, "If you can offer me enough offerings, I will teach you the Sutra Divine Scripture." Wuxia looked at Lao Ai with a puzzled expression. Looking at Wuxia's surprised look, Lao Ai breathed a deep sigh and said, "The Sutra Divine Scripture is indeed an ancient mystic technique, but it is different from my own cultivation path. It refines one's divine soul with all kinds of murderous aura, and it is the orthodox great Tao of ancient fiends. But I belong to since I am not from the same clan as the owner of the Sutra Divine Scripture, I can't cultivate it." Rubbing his fingers quickly, Lao Ai chuckled and said, "Give me enough benefits, and the Sutra Divine Scripture will be waiting for you. Look at the black, celestial forbidden spell. Such a powerful restrictive spell is just an insignificant restrictive spell. As long as you offer me more blood sacrifices, perhaps I will teach you all of the Sutra Divine Scripture." Wuxia looked at Lao Ai's sneaky and unreliable smile, and for some reason, he suddenly thought of the term Devil's Temptation. He found it strange that King Yangshan and King Xianxia had given him too few offerings. The Sutra Divine Scripture was a cultivation technique of an ancient innate fiend god, and it was extremely precious. Why did he only teach King Yang Shan the Black, celestial forbidden spell? There was something strange about it, something very, very strange. As Wuxia did not know Lao Ai's character, he dared not to agree to his condition. While trying to change the topic, Wuxia and Lao Ai agreed on a rough time for the blood sacrifice. It would take Wuxia a few months to take Yin Dan and the others to Panga continent. Once there, he would have enough offerings to offer to Lao Ai, which would be enough to satisfy his request. Wuxia had also decided that during the blood sacrifice, he would make Lao Ai swear an oath with his life that he would not tell King Xianxia about Wuxia. Otherwise, Wuxia would be in great trouble. But now it seemed that Lao Ai was a creature from another domain who only cared about profit. As long as he was given enough benefits, he should keep the secret for Wuxia. In a few words, the two of them agreed on all kinds of details. Lao Ai laughed proudly a few times. He waved his hand and was about to leave. It took a lot of effort for creatures from another domain like him to break through the void and come to this world. Since he could not receive any offerings today, he was not interested in staying here any longer. Lao Ai had just extracted the souls of a few palace maids and the baby, but it was only enough for Lao Ai to make ends meet. If he continued to stay, Lao Ai would probably suffer a loss this time. The strange smile on the baby's face gradually disappeared, and his dark, bottomless eyes slowly returned to normal. Right at this moment, a long howl rang out from the hall. Sun Quan, Han Fei, and MOD, who were immobilized by the bizarre aura emanated by Lao Ai, leaped to their feet at the same time. The immortal force around their bodies surged, and a large amount of spiritual light faintly gushed out from the top of their heads. Sun Quan's eyes shone with a divine gleam that shot towards Lao Ai like a thunderbolt. Lao Ai, who was slowly leaving this world and returning to the Outland, paused for a moment. The baby's eyes gradually turned pitch black, like obsidian, and a strange aura spread out from his body again. Lao Ai stopped and said with a deep smile, "What's going on? Are they dissatisfied with me? Or are they dissatisfied with my high price?" "Huh." Mo gave Wuxia a fierce glare and said with a cold grin, "I'll tell you the ugly truth. We've agreed on the terms. If you don't give me enough offerings, I don't mind killing everyone here and harvesting their souls." Lao Ai raised a finger and said sternly, "No one dares to go back on their word. No one dares." Shrouded in an immortal light, Sun Quan strode to Wuxia's side and snapped, "You killed 10 people just for me? I don't want to do such a thing." Glaring fiercely at Lao Ai, Sun Quan turned to Wuxia and said, "There's no room for negotiation. I'd rather have my soul destroyed than do such an evil act." MOD and Han Fei did not say a word, but it was obvious that they and Sun Quan had the same intention. The bizarre aura emanating from Lao Ai just now had suppressed their ability to move, so they could not voice their opinions. When Lao Ai was about to leave this world, they finally regained the strength to struggle, and only then did they suddenly rise up to oppose the agreement reached between Wuxia and Lao Ai. Wuxia's face darkened as he looked helplessly at Sun Quan and the other two. Lao Ai was grinning coldly from the side. He purposely let everyone in the hall hear his low murmur. "You're not willing to have your soul destroyed? You'll have to be willing to have your soul destroyed first. Anyway, we've agreed on the terms. 1 person, 10 lives. Heh, I don't care if you're willing or not. Isn't that right, little fella? I think you're more reasonable than me." Helpless, Wuxia turned to look at Yindan. Lao Ai burst into laughter and pointed a finger at Yindan. Yindan, who had been lying limply on the ground, slowly rose to his feet and regained his ability to move and speak. Yindan's face was a little unsightly. In Yindan's mind, it did not matter if he could gain his freedom by sacrificing some people. But Sun Quan, Han Fei, and MOD were the true core ministers of Great Yin. Their reaction made Yindan hesitate and unable to speak, which he did not know what to say. Sun Quan and the other two were so adamant in opposing the use of blood sacrifice in exchange for their lives. Perhaps it was because they were obsessed with moral purity, but judging from the expressions of the others in the hall, they did not seem to agree with it. Qin Wuyan's expression was even weirder. He looked as if he could not wait to kill 10 cultivators of the same cultivation base as him, so that he could transcend himself as soon as possible. The atmosphere in the hall had become extremely bizarre. At this moment, the emperor and his ministers of Great Yin seemed to be divided. Yindan's face grew more and more unsightly. He looked helplessly at Wuxia, hoping that Wuxia could come up with a suitable solution. Lao Ai, on the other hand, was just grinning coldly. The bizarre black light in his eyes began to spin slowly like a black hole that could devour everything. Wuxia was silent for a long time. He looked at Sun Quan and the other two, but they were standing there firmly, their expressions unchanged. Feeling helpless, Wuxia could only give Lao Ai a wry smile and say, "Apart from human lives, what else can I offer as a condition of trade?" Shaking his head, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "It's not difficult for me to kill a few immortals and a group of cultivators in exchange, but I really respect these three old misters. However, I really respect these three old gentlemen. If they can't accept these conditions, I'm afraid." Lao Ai snorted coldly with a gloomy face and said, "What if I kill everyone here? Won't they accept the condition?" Wuxia smiled faintly. A faint aura that belonged to Lei Meng spread from his body as he said, "If that's the case, we can only fight to the death, right? It seems that as long as I pay a great price, wars can break out between the ghosts and deities of the outer domains. And this kind of war is not rare, is it?" Lei Meng's aura startled Lao Ai. He gave Wuxia a horrified look, bowed his head, and pondered for a long time before nodding slowly. A huge amount of natural treasures produced in this world of yours. Don't try to fool me with ordinary things. You must give me good materials that I can use to craft weapons. Don't try to fool me with ordinary things. I'm afraid you don't want something else. Lao Ai offered a new condition, and Wuxia hastily agreed. The expressions of Sun Quan and the others suddenly relaxed, and even Yin Dan smiled happily. Chapter 654. Perhaps, when those Frankenstein who unleashed the terrible beast of nuclear weapons on Earth saw the first nuclear bomb explode in the wilderness, their thoughts were exactly the same as Wuxia's today. "Are you robbing us?" Finally, it was Chu Ping who let out a long, trembling roar, speaking out the thoughts that were in the minds of most of the people present. Ma Yi's face suddenly turned extremely strange, while Wuxia burst out laughing. With a teleportation, he had arrived in the great meeting hall of the Imperial Palace. The letter of credence simply asked one question. "Are you interested in the method to dispel the black celestial forbidden curse?" The emperors of the 6 dynasties were exchanging glances with each other, and the strange smiles on their faces sent a chill down one's spine. Puffing out his chest, Wuxia faced the pressure from these heroes of the 6 dynasties head-on, glancing around fearlessly and nodding at everyone. Apart from Yin Dan, the other emperors of the 5 dynasties stared at Wuxia as if they were looking at a ghost, especially Ying Zheng and Wei Wuji, who wished they could draw their swords and hack Wuxia to death. The emperors of the 6 dynasties sat in a row on the cloud platform in front of them, while the famous ministers of the 6 dynasties filled the spacious hall. Everyone had their eyes fixed on Wuxia, who had suddenly appeared. The air in the hall was almost frozen, as if it had been compressed into an iron plate, pressing down heavily on everyone's heart. Could Wuxia really dispel the black celestial forbidden curse, a vicious thing that could wake the emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties from nightmares from time to time? It was as if Lao Ai did not see the bitter expression on Wuxia and others' faces. With a straight face, he listed out the number of rare and precious materials, as well as the number of materials that could be used to replace the curse, and then went home happily, leaving behind a shriveled body of a baby. Before leaving, Lao Ai also kindly reminded Wuxia and others that if they could find 3 to 5 innate spirit treasures, he could make an exception and free the emperor and ministers of Great Yin. Upon hearing Lao Ai's last reminder, Wuxia and others were so angry that they almost coughed up blood. 3 to 5 connate spiritual treasures? In the current world of cultivators, there were very few innate treasures. It was already a great fortune for Wuxia to gather all the innate energies he needed to cultivate the scroll of stealing. What he needed was just innate energies not innate treasures that had taken shape. Innate spirit treasures were spirit treasures condensed from innate energy and evolved by the heaven and earth. Ordinary people had never seen them before, yet Lao AI needed 3 to 5 innate spirit treasures to release the emperor and his ministers. Only by seeing millions of soldiers who had practiced the cultivation methods of the human race gathered together could one truly understand what was called a flood that could destroy everything. Wuxia found it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying flood beasts they would become when the armies of the 6 dynasties reached the realm of heaven immortals by cultivating cultivation techniques like the true body of heaven and earth scripture. Because of the obstruction of Sun Quan and the other 2 old men, Wuxia had to change the terms of the deal with Lao AI, exchanging a huge amount of natural treasures for everyone's freedom. Because it was Wuxia who had cast the restrictive spell, the little palace girl soul was not included in the agreement between Lao AI and King Xianxia. Therefore, when Wuxia broke the restrictive spell, Lao AI did not come out to disturb the situation. Only when the restrictive spell on the souls of those imprisoned by King Xianxia was broken would Lao AI rush out excitedly. They all thought that they were heroes of their time, and the people around them from other dynasties were people with similar reputations and abilities to themselves. Over 2,000 years ago, they had fought each other to the death just to fight for a little territory. So why bother? Even when these emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties looked at the people sitting next to them, they could not help but feel a very nasty sense of excitement. After a quarter of an hour of silence, Tian 1, the emperor of Great Qi, asked slowly, "What are your terms?" Seeing that the 6 states had agreed to his request, Wuxia smiled and put up another finger. The 6 states will sign the Treaty of Eternal Alliance and become a brotherhood. We will go to Panga continent together to manage our territory, help each other, and advance and retreat together. I believe you all know what kind of place Panga continent is. Without a strong help, do you have the confidence to open up a world on it? Slowly, Wuxia put forward the terms of the deal between him and Lao AI, and the entire great hall fell into an awkward silence. Without saying a word, Wuxia pulled out the little palace-made soul and easily broke the restrictive spell he had set up using the spell dispelling technique. Apart from the emperor and ministers of Great Yin, the emperors and ministers of the other 5 dynasties sighed with complicated expressions on their faces, especially those from Daqin and Chuxiang, who had a grudge against Wuxia. They were sizing Wuxia up and down with strange expressions. The faces of the generals of Chuxiang clan flickered between blue and white, and the changes were very interesting. Instead of fighting to the death in a shabby place like Outer Heavenly Realms, they might as well join hands and go to Panga continent to rob and have fun. Laughing strangely, Ingzheng lightly tapped the table in front of him and said with a cold snort, "Very well, an alliance of 6 dynasties. Very well, I think it is a very good proposal. But we can't be an eternal alliance." After pondering for a brief moment, Ingzheng smiled at the other 5 emperors and said, "When we unify Panga continent and conquer the Celestial Court, our alliance will be automatically nullified, and the 6 dynasties will have a real battle. What do you say?" The only way now was to gather the astronomical amount of rare and precious materials needed by Lao AI and use them to exchange for the freedom of Yin Dan and the others. After a quarter of an hour of discussion between the emperors and ministers of Great Yin, after some advice from Wuxia, Yin Dan resolutely sent a formal letter of credence to Ingzheng and the other emperors, inviting them to the imperial palace for a meeting. In that case, please go back and check your storerooms and see how many treasures you still have in storage. Then he pointed his finger out. Amidst the group of palace girls serving behind the emperors, a petite and beautiful little palace girl screamed and flew up into the sky, hovering in front of Wuxia. Then Wuxia slapped the little palace girl on the forehead and pulled out her soul in front of everyone. After that, countless wisps of black smoke swirled around Wuxia's fingertips, which he condensed into thin threads and turned into long needles, then carefully pierced into the little palace girl's soul. Even on Panga continent, a first-grade upper province like Zhong Province, which was a fertile land with a flourishing population, Wuxia had never seen millions of soldiers who practiced the cultivation techniques of the human race gathered together. Even the main force of the Annihilation Army, led by Bo Yunting, was only 100,000 soldiers. The ghosts and deities from the outer heavenly realms, including Lei Ming, were only interested in the souls and flesh of the living beings on Panga continent. But Lao AI was a complete freak among them. He demanded a huge amount of natural treasures, and he could even use them as a substitute for blood sacrifice. His condition made Wu Qi and the others breathe a sigh of relief. It was the best choice, a condition that everyone could accept. After a quarter of an hour, Wu Qi slapped the little palace girl's soul back into her body. One after another, the emperors and courtiers of the 6 states rushed forward to examine the condition of the little palace girl's soul. Before long, they had finished examining the inside and outside of the little palace girl's soul. Yingzheng gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. It is indeed that vicious restrictive spell. Wu Qi, can you break it? As long as the black celestial forbidden curse was removed, these heroes of the 6 states would be freed from the last layer of imprisonment. As Wu Qi and the others had calculated, in less than half a month, the emperors of the 5 states, Yingzheng, Wei Wuji, Zhao Sheng, Tianwen, and Chu Ping, arrived at Great Yan's imperial palace with their courtiers and generals at their fastest speed. On top of that, because of the grudges between the dynasties, fearing that they would be set up by Yin Dan, Yingzheng and the other emperors had brought at least 1 million soldiers with them. Without exception, all the soldiers they brought had practiced the body-tempering technique of the human race, and some of the generals had even practiced the mystic arts of the Directorate of Celestials. The emperors and courtiers of the 6 states clapped and laughed in unison, praising Yingzheng's statement, which had struck right into their hearts. Looking at the laughter of the crowd, Wu Qi put forward the 3rd condition with a twisted face. The generals who led these armies were Bai Qi, Yi, Tian Dan, Xianxia, Li Exin, Wang Jian, and many others, who made one scalp go numb just by thinking of them. And because of Wu Qi, these generals were going to have their last shackle removed. Unlike other ghosts and deities from outer heavenly realms, Lao AI, this eccentric fellow, had a great love for all kinds of precious materials produced in Panga World. The reason why he taught the Black Celestial Forbidden Curse to King Yangshan was that King Yangshan had once presented him with a batch of extremely precious materials. With those materials, Lao AI had forged a natal weapon and used it to kill an old enemy. These were millions of giant beasts locked in cages, just waiting for the moment to be released. The emperors and courtiers of the 6 states were all wise men, so they could naturally tell whether Wu Qi's proposal was good or bad. Forming an alliance of the 6 states would bring them great benefits, so they had no need to oppose Wu Qi's proposal. Of course, the detailed terms of the 6 nations alliance still needed to be carefully discussed. To what extent should they help each other and advance and retreat together? To what extent should they go? To what extent should they pay? How should they ensure the common and individual interests of the 6 nations? All of these details needed to be discussed in detail. Standing on the wall of Great Yan's imperial palace, Wu Qi took a deep cold breath as he looked out at the military camps that stretched for hundreds of miles outside Ji City. He was so excited that his whole body was numb, and his internal organs were trembling. His heart had been beating intensely. Now that he had made a great improvement in his cultivation, he felt that what he would do today would change the entire Pangu world. The emperors and courtiers of the other 5 states exchanged glances and agreed at the same time. While Wu Qi was lost in his reverie, the sound of steady footsteps rang out. Ma Yi, clad in a red official robe and with a large blade hanging from his waist, strode up the wall. He bowed to Wu Qi and said in a deep and powerful voice, "Duke of Tianyun, His Majesty and the emperors of the 6 states are waiting for you in the Great Hall." Wu Qi smiled faintly, then raised a finger and said, "The first condition is for the 6 states to confer me the title of king." All the courtiers of the 6 states respect me, and if I have any request, all the courtiers and generals of the 6 states will do their best to help me. Of course, if there is anything that the 6 states need, I, Wuxia, will do my best to help as long as it is within my ability. But the price that Lao AI offered made Wuxia feel dizzy. As he failed to get the sacrifice of blood sacrifice, Lao AI asked for a huge price, which was almost like a lion opening its mouth. The huge amount nearly drove Yin Dan and the other emperors and courtiers of Great Yin crazy. It would take almost 20,000 secret vaults that Great Yin had accumulated over 2,000 years to barely meet the needs of all the people who were trapped by the Black Celestial Forbidden Curse. An army of millions was stationed outside G City, and the military camps that stretched for hundreds of miles were lined with flags fluttering in the wind. The soldiers of various states were showing off their prowess to each other. The sound of drums and horns towered into the sky, and the battle cries of the soldiers when they were drilling shattered the clouds in the sky. Occasionally, when Chi-Chi was shouting and stamping his feet, the wall of G City would tremble violently, and even the wall that was protected by countless layers of defensive spells would crack open. This time, without too much hesitation, the emperors and courtiers of the various states agreed to the condition. Panga continent was vast and boundless, and all the powers here were extremely powerful. Compared to them, the 6 states were still too weak. An alliance of 6 states? It was an imaginative proposal. The grudge between the 6 states was nothing more than a trivial matter of 2,000 years ago, and Wuxia had already helped them break the restrictive spells. So, why should they still care about what happened in the past? Wuxia could not help but laugh in his mind. It seemed that the emperors of the 6 states had all sent their capable men to Panga continent, and they had all reaped great rewards in just a few years. Especially the few civil officials around Chuping. The obscure and mysterious energy ripples emanating from them told Wuxia that they had all received the teachings of the Directorate of Celestials, and their cultivation bases were not weak at all. It was impossible for them to do that. Even if they found an innate spirit treasure, they could not give it to Lao AI. The treasures that Great Yin had painstakingly accumulated over 2,000 years could only be found in one secret vault. On the other hand, the number of natural treasures that Lao AI had proposed was equivalent to the entire inventory of 20,000 secret vaults of Great Yin. Even Wuxia could not help but feel dizzy when he heard Lao AI's condition, and he nearly fainted to the ground. This guy is taking revenge on us. He is definitely doing it on purpose. Yin Dan nodded with a smile. This was the condition that Wuxia had proposed during the discussion between the emperors and courtiers of Great Yin. There was no way that Wuxia would give such a great benefit to the people of the 6 states for no reason. It was nothing more than being conferred the title of king by the 6 states. Loud and sonorous battle cries kept coming from outside the city. The soldiers of the 6 states, who were extremely energetic and could not calm down for even a moment, were drilling themselves crazily, using the cruelest means to improve their overall strength. The whole G City was shaking, and even the entire planet was shaking because of their crazy actions. Wuxia could even hear the planet groaning under his feet, as if it could not bear the heavy load. Chuping held the little palace girl's soul in his hand, carefully examining it with the mystic technique of ghosts and deities that he had cultivated. After a full 15 minutes, Chuping nodded his head with a mixture of sadness and joy. Clenching his teeth, he breathed out a long sigh and said, "Sure enough, the restrictive spell has been completely broken. It will be very interesting." Wuxia murmured to himself, "It will be very interesting." Now, the heroes of the 6 states could actually join hands to fight against an enemy. Instead of fighting against each other, they could join hands to fight against an outsider. They could even join hands to fight against an outsider. At the thought of that wonderful scene, the emperors and courtiers of the 6 states almost burst out laughing. Wuxia patted Ma Yi's shoulder smilingly and said in a low voice, "When everything is settled, why don't you start cultivating Lao AI's great sun magic? For a man like Ying Zheng, it was better to form an alliance for fun first." If they really wanted to continue fighting against each other, it would not be too late for them to settle the scores in the past, when all 6 emperors here had become mighty figures like the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court. Before one's overall strength was strong enough, it was also the right thing to do to find a few reliable allies to support and help each other. Chapter 655. The front hall of Great Yan's imperial palace was ablaze with lights and voices. The emperors and courtiers of the 6 states were cheering and drinking. Hundreds of beautiful dancers were dancing in the hall like heavenly fiends, and the melodious music drifted out of the city with the wind, reaching dozens of miles away. The barracks outside the city were also ablaze with candlelight, illuminating half of the sky. Millions of soldiers of the 6 states were drinking and feasting, and countless beautiful girls were shuttling back and forth in the barracks, having a night with the soldiers who were in high spirits. After 7 days and 7 nights of hard work, the emperors and courtiers of the 6 states reached a formal treaty of alliance. After signing their names on the treaty and stamping it with their seals, the emperors and courtiers of the 6 states killed white horses, burned the treaty, and prayed to the heaven and earth. The 6 states officially became brothers. There were hundreds of detailed rules to the treaty, and it was difficult to understand all of them. However, the emperors and ministers of the 6 states were extremely satisfied with the treaty. The treaty took into account the overall interests of the 6 states and the interests of individual states. It was fair and open, and there were no loopholes. At the same time, the 6 states built earthen platforms at the same time and worshipped Wuxia as their king. With the title of nobility that Great Yan had conferred upon Wuxia, the emperors of the 6 states worshipped him as the king of Tianyun of their states and declared that he was superior to the civil and military officials of the 6 states and had the power to supervise and instruct the courtiers of the 6 states. In the past, Wuxia had the power of the 6 states with the seal of prime minister, but today, Wuxia was conferred the title of king of the 6 states, which was even more glorious than him. The treaty was signed, and the ceremony of conferring came to an end. The emperors and courtiers of the 6 states feasted to celebrate. After a night of merrymaking, the 6 states would gather their soldiers, gather all kinds of belongings, and follow Wuxia to Panga continent, the magnificent and magical fertile land, to start business. With the hope of breaking the black celestial forbidden curse, the people of the 6 states were relaxed. They were just waiting to go to Panga continent and do something big. That incomparably vast hot land, those innumerable people, those endless treasures, such a mystical world. Everything was possible. Therefore, the emperors and courtiers of the 6 states feasted to their heart's content. Fine wine flowed into their stomachs like flowing water. Even though many of them had cultivated to the heaven and mortal realm, such unbridled drinking made them drunk in no time. Even Zheng, a man with a deep and dignified demeanor, had begun to indulge in debauchery. Holding a wine jar in one hand and embracing a beautiful girl in the other, he began to have wild fun. His joyful laughter echoed out from the grand hall and even spread far away. The unprecedented sense of relaxation made everyone indulge themselves that night. Even MOD was about 70 to 80% drunk. He held a long sword and danced with it in the square in front of the hall. The piercingly cold sword energy soared into the sky. The sword energy pierced through the clouds and shattered the clouds in the sky. The cyan sword light even covered the moonlight in the sky. MOD danced with his sword. Sun Kuang recited poems. Han Fei was stammering and arguing with Lin Xiangru about whose alcohol tolerance was worse. Fan Yuqi and Lian Po were wrestling and frolicking in a corner of the hall, while Jingku and Hu Hai were laughing and joking with each other. The grand hall was in a complete mess. The front half of Great Yan's imperial palace was in a mess. The emperors and courtiers of the 6 states were venting the pressure that had accumulated in their hearts for over 2,000 years. But in the back half of the imperial palace, in the Forbidden Palace, Wuqi and Princess Zhang Lu were sitting in a quiet chamber, studying a thumb-sized black pearl floating in front of them. The pearl was the treasure Wuxia took out from the outer dimension Great Void Formation. It was this pearl that shattered the dimensional blades that shot out from the formation, using the shattered dimensional forces to give birth to 360 unformed grand white spatial breaching pearls of innate energies, which eventually gave birth to the innate Silver Lotus. The pearl hovered quietly in front of Wuxia and Princess Xianxia. The cyan candlelight in the quiet chamber sprinkled onto its pitch-black surface, coating it with a layer of rippling light that looked like the surface of water. Wuxia and Princess Xianxia examined the pearl with their divine will. It seemed to be extremely quiet, but in fact, it was performing spatial jumps at a frightening high frequency. In the blink of an eye, the orb would disappear and reappear 1.8 billion times in its original position. This frightening high-frequency vibration had torn apart the divine will of Wuxia and Princess Xianxia a few times. If not for the strange cultivation technique they were cultivating, and their divine souls had reached the realm of Xianxia, which allowed them to possess all kinds of magical divine abilities, perhaps they would have been severely wounded just by using their divine will to examine the pearl. After a long and arduous effort, Wuxia's divine will finally carefully entered the pearl and went deep into its core. The interior of the pearl was filled with layers upon layers of extremely dense spatial barriers. The extremely compressed spatial barriers looked like a huge labyrinth. If not for the fact that Wuxia had obtained an enormous amount of soul source twice in a row and improved his divine soul by many times, his divine will would never be able to walk out of this huge spatial labyrinth and find the true core of the pearl. But as soon as he walked out of the labyrinth formed by the spatial barriers, his divine will came to a vast void. In this boundless void, wave after wave of powerful spatial vibrations were constantly spreading back and forth. Every wave of spatial vibrations was completely different from the previous one. Each wave of spatial vibrations contained a trace of the mysterious and unpredictable laws of space. Occasionally, two waves of spatial vibrations would collide with each other, immediately producing a large number of dimensional blades that flew all over the sky. But once these dimensional blades hit the spatial barriers surrounding the pearl, they would shatter into pieces. Countless tiny, fragmented spatial forces danced wildly in the void, bringing up trillions of extremely fine black lights. In the core of the pearl, there were 3 layers of runes, which were glowing with a strange light, wrapping a small clump of black flame. The flame was beating like a heart. Every time it beat, a new spatial vibration would be generated in the void. As it beat ceaselessly, the number of spatial vibrations in the void grew more and more intense. Princess Xianxia suddenly let out a cry of surprise. She slightly opened her eyes and gave Wuxia a meaningful glance. At the moment, Wuxia and Princess Xianxia had a telepathic connection, so he could understand the meaning of any random action from Princess Xianxia. She was asking Wuxia if he had seen through the origin of this flame. Wuxia nodded slowly, and a joyful smile emerged on his face. He possessed the divine flame of order, an innate divine flame. So how could he not recognize this black flame? Obviously, this was the innate divine flame of void, which was famous for its ability to burn the void and destroy everything that stood in its way. This kind of divine flame was best at destroying all kinds of space restrictions, although it was not destructive enough to the power of the 5 elements. If there was a formation that specialized in using void restrictions to trap and injure the enemy, this void-burning divine flame would be able to easily break that formation. Ancient immortals liked to use all kinds of methods to distort the void and reverse the time and space to hide their cave abodes, or hide all kinds of secret treasures and scriptures using interstitial void. However, all the restrictive spells related to the void were useless before this divine flame of void. Just like the divine flame of order had the ability to suppress all evil spirits and fiends, the divine flame of void had the same effect on all spatial restrictive spells. The divine flame of void could not even burn through a thin piece of paper, but a single wisp of it was more than enough to pierce through the void for 10,000 miles. Wuxia and Princess Xianxia exchanged a glance and smiled. No wonder this pearl had such a strange ability. No wonder it could pierce through the void at such a high frequency. Everything could be explained now that a clump of innate divine flame of void was sealed in its core. When they looked at the trapping formation constructed from 3 layers of runes, they found that it was just an ordinary acquired restrictive spell of 5 elements. The divine flame of void could burn the void, but could not do any harm to the energies of 5 elements. Therefore, this most ordinary restrictive spell of 5 elements had imprisoned the divine flame of void in the pearl, turning it into the power source of the pearl. Presumably, the immortal who crafted this pearl was an absolute grandmaster in artifact crafting. Otherwise, he would not have come up with such a wonderful idea. Both of them stared at each other for a while. Then, a chaotic light burst out from Wuqi's mouth and nose, while 5-color divine ray burst out from Princess Xiangli's eyes. 2 masses of energies mixed together, and immediately, an endless transformation occurred. The chaos was divided, and the 5 elements returned to their original form. Abruptly, a small hand, about a few inches in size, like the palm of a real human, shot out from the ball of mixed energies, gently grabbing towards the pearl. A faint but clear cry was heard, as a strand of divine flame of void, as tiny as a hair, was pulled out from the surface of the pearl by the small hand. Not daring to be careless, Wuxia quickly opened his mouth and sucked the strand of dark flame into his body before the divine flame of void could burn through the surrounding void and escape, fusing it with his chaotic energy. Then, the chaotic energy was quickly injected into the divine flame of void. Silently, Wuxia exercised the energy condensing technique found in Scroll of Stealing. After consuming a huge amount of chaotic energy, he formed a spark of divine flame of void in his body, just like what he did to the divine flame of order. Following the chaotic energy, the spark kept swimming in Wuqi's body, and as long as it absorbed enough chaotic energy, it could quickly turn into a monstrous black flame that could burn the void into nothingness. This is a good thing. With this treasure, it will be easy for me to open the door of someone's cave abode in the future. Wuxia laughed complacently. Although Wuxia had only extracted a strand of the divine flame of void from the pearl and refined it into a spark, it did not harm the core of the pearl. Therefore, it was still an extraordinary treasure with great power. After pondering for a while, Wuxia asked Princess Xianxia for her 5 thunders soul-shattering zither, embedding the pearl deep into its body using the embedding technique. After that, he used some rare materials he plundered during these days to refine the zither. Originally, the 5 thunders soul-shattering zither could only produce the sound of 5 thunders to kill souls. But now, with the addition of the pearl and Wuxia using all his effort, whenever Princess Xianxia played the zither, the surrounding void would shatter instantly, and countless energy blades would shoot out to injure the limbs of the enemies. Coupled with the increasingly powerful sound of thunder, it was more than enough to kill immortals whose cultivation base was weaker than Princess Xianxia in batches. After discovering the secret of this black pearl and obtaining their own benefits, only then did Wuxia and Princess Xianxia leave the quiet chamber happily. Right after they walked out of the chamber, a few palace maids came to greet them. Lu Qingfeng, the Duke of Yanlu of Great Yin, had been waiting outside for a long time, requesting an audience with Wuxia. Chapter 656. Inside an abode located at the back garden of Great Yin Imperial Palace, an excited Lu Qingfeng was seen walking around a white jade flower pot with his hands clasped behind his back. Inside the flower pot was a blooming ink-stamen begonia. The whirlwind brought up by Lu Qingfeng's fast running was ruffling the blossoms, causing the petals to fall and scatter all over the ground. Meng Xiaobai, Zhang Hu, Huwei, Luo Kadi, Ma Liang, and a group of Lu Qingfeng's trusted subordinates were standing off to the side. Their faces were filled with excitement, and they kept craning their necks to peek at the entrance of the abode. Meanwhile, Lu Tuan was sitting lazily on a large chair, his shifty eyes peeking at a few pretty palace maids standing in a corner of the abode. All of a sudden, the lights in the abode dimmed for a moment, then came back on. Amidst the whistling of the cold wind, Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu appeared in the abode, hand in hand. Lu Qingfeng and the others did not see how Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu came into the abode. They just felt that there were two more people in the abode, and after staring at Wuxia for a long while, they finally saw the faces of Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu. Lu Qingfeng was overjoyed. He cupped his fist at Wuxia and said with a smile, "Lu Qingfeng, Duke of Yanlu of Great Yin, offers greetings, Your Highness, Prince of Tianyuan of the Six Dynasties." Wuxia raised his eyebrows, then spun and came behind Lu Qingfeng, thrusting his foot toward his buttocks. Lu Qingfeng let out a strange cry and sprung up into the air. But the speed of Wuqi's kick was just a little bit faster than his, and the tip of his foot accurately hit Lu Qingfeng's buttocks, throwing him over 30 feet away. Fortunately, Lu Qingfeng's cultivation was quite good. He gently raised his qi and a cloud burst out from under his feet, allowing him to steadily land on the ground. Rolling his eyes, Wuxia pointed his finger at Lu Qingfeng and scolded with a smile. "If you say those 3 words again, I'll immediately turn hostile and beat you so badly that even your mother won't be able to recognize you. TSK, Prince of Tianyuan, is this thing worth it? If I didn't want to take advantage of them, I wouldn't even bother with this title." Lu Qingfeng laughed out loud. He stretched out his arms and embraced Wuxia. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Today, Wuxia had the cultivation base of a top-level heaven immortal, while Lu Qingfeng was still a little low-level cultivator. But the two of them were still the same as when they first met. There was not the slightest change, and there was not the slightest unfamiliarity between them. When Meng Xiaobai and the others saw this, they all came forward with smiles on their faces. Wuxia was still Wuxia, the Wuxia they knew, the Wuxia who called them brothers. In this world, many things could change at any time, but there was a kind of brotherhood. Even if they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, even if time flew by, even if the gap between them grew wider and wider, a true brother would always be a brother. No matter what happened, it would never change. Wuxia and Lu Qingfeng held hands and smiled, while Princess Zhang Lu quietly walked to the side and ordered the palace maids to prepare tea and snacks. Princess Zhang Lu was a very clear-headed little woman. Even though everyone else in this abode was her subject, she knew that these people were Wuqi's brothers, her husband's brothers. Therefore, she seriously and quietly acted as an inconspicuous housewife, preparing everything they needed. In addition to tea and snacks, Princess Zhang Lu also ordered people to prepare wine and delicacies, and even ordered the imperial kitchen to quickly prepare dishes such as roasted lamb and other dishes to go with wine. Judging from the posture of Wuxia and Lu Qingfeng, they were also going to drink wine and talk about their feelings after parting. As the abode was too small, it was not enough to satisfy their craving. Therefore, Wuxia and his company came to the back garden, picked a pine forest that was right next to the lake, and built a bonfire, roasting whole sheep, cows, chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, and many other delicacies that went well with wine. The group of people sat on the ground, with a bright moon hanging over their heads, surrounded by a picturesque scenery. A gentle breeze blew past them, and they were talking and laughing happily, telling each and every interesting story. Ao Buzin, whose body had grown to the size of a bowl, was lying sprawled on the grass by the lakeside. Wuxia used the back of his head as a pillow for Ao Buzin. Ao Buzin kept grumbling as he held a roasted lamb leg with both hands, munching on it until his face was smeared with oil. Staring at the stars in the sky, Wuxia slowly told them everything that had happened when he left Myriad Immortal's planet for Panga Continent. Yuhuan came to him to seek revenge for the murder of his brother, but in the end, he was captured alive by Wuxia and brought to Panga Continent as a hostage. After that, Yu Zong spent all his wealth to beg the Yu clan of Zhong province to save his son and capture Wuqi alive to vent his anger. In the end, Wuqi attracted the thunder punishment of the heavenly tribulation and killed all the soldiers hiding in ambush. But then, Yu Zong struck out suddenly and nearly killed Wuqi with a palm strike. After that, Beiji's predecessor saved Wuqi, and the master and disciple took Wuqi in out of kindness. However, they bumped into Lao Ai and Madman Shui, who were severely wounded in that tiny temple. Perhaps this was the ill-fated fate between them and Wuqi. Who would have thought that they would bump into some overlords who wanted to invade the Deep Valley by force? In the end, Wuqi and Lao Ai invaded Anhe City and took over the power of Euphoria Heavenly Palace. After a painstaking effort and risking his life, Wuqi finally found the innate yang energy under the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean and successfully formed his Dharma body. At the same time, he plotted against King Xianxia and Patriarch Miaoying. But in the end, Feng Lingling, the prefecture overseer of Zhong province, nearly had his entire clan slaughtered. Wuqi also told Lu Chengfeng and others about what he saw with his own eyes, how Feng Lingling, his clan, and all his subordinates were captured by a giant hand out of the void. 2 heads were better than 1. Perhaps Lu Chengfeng and the others could figure out something that Wuqi had never thought of. After that, Bo Zhongfu, the new prefecture overseer of Zhong province, was appointed as the new prefecture overseer of Zhong province. Yu clan of Zhong province had reaped a great reward for betraying Feng Lingling, and the number of territories in 30 provinces had stunned Lu Chengfeng and the others. They could never imagine how vast the 30 provinces under the rule of Great Yu dynasty were. When they heard that Wuqi had helped Yu Mu gain the power of High Province, and that he had acquired a large fief, the East Sea County, on which he had built a city and begun to train a private army, Lu Chengfeng and others burst into cheers, clapping and stamping their feet. The East Sea County alone was a few times larger than the territory of Great Yin on Myriad Immortals planet, plus all the vassal kingdoms. Such a vast territory was indeed promising. After a long time, and finishing 3 jars of fine wine, Wuqi told them what he had experienced in the past few years. After that, Lu Chengfeng began to tell them what had happened to them. Compared with Wuqi's magnificent and even perilous experience, the experience of Lu Chengfeng and others was really nothing to write home about. They had followed Great Yin out of Myriad Immortals planet and found a new planet to settle down on. First, they eradicated the native powers on this planet, and then began to build Great Yin's own foundation. As a member of Great Yin Imperial Clan, Lu Chengfeng was one of the very few who had gone through many trials and tribulations. No matter it was wisdom or talent, he was one of the best. Therefore, not only did he inherit the official position of West Supervisor of Duke Yinlu, he was now also assigned to the military affairs, and played an important role in training the new army of Great Yin Dynasty. Although Lu Xian, who was once a foppish young master, still behaved a little dissolute, under Lu Qingfeng's discipline, he had become an increasingly important member of Great Yin's government, just like how he helped Wuqi manage Star Picking City in those years. Great Yin had deliberately chosen such a planet to settle down, and the native powers on this planet were extremely weak, so they did not pose any threat to Great Yin. As for the rest of the government affairs, they were handled by elite soldiers and strong generals. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng did not have much to tell Wuqi. The only thing worth mentioning was that Meng Xiaobai, Luo Kadi, Ma Liang, Hu Wei, and Zhang, who were now the generals of the 1st Battalion of the new army. The battalion consisted of more than 15,000 soldiers, and like Qin Shui and others, they were now the generals of the new generation of Great Yin. Under the moonlight, the group of hot-blooded men was talking, laughing, crying, and making noise. For a moment, Wuqi and Lu Chengfeng were talking about Myriad Immortals planet, which was ruined by Patriarch Yuanhua. Apart from cursing, they also lamented the countless people of Great Yin who had died tragically on Myriad Immortals planet. At the same time, They were glad that all the members of Great Yan's imperial clan and powerful clans had evacuated Myriad Immortals' planet. Otherwise, the loss alone would be enough to make Great Yin suffer a great deal of pain. When it came to anger, Wuxia threw his fist into the air and shattered a few boulders by the lake. When it came to happiness, Lu Chengfeng jumped up and waved his hands, throwing his head back and roaring joyfully. Then, the crowd raised their wine jars, cheered, and drank to their heart's content. The joy they felt was indescribable with words. They fooled around for a long time, and when the first ray of dawn appeared on the horizon, Wuxia suddenly sprung up to his feet. Solemnly, he bowed deeply at Lu Chengfeng and said, "Elder brother, I have something to ask of you." Lu Chengfeng returned the bow with a solemn face and said, "You are my brother. Everything is negotiable." Wuxia straightened up and said with a smile, "When the people of the 6 dynasties go to Panga continent, I will not allow anyone to meddle in my little territory. At that time, even Yin Bugui's scouting office will have to get out of here and do what they are supposed to do. I will not let them meddle in my territory." Holding Lu Chengfeng's hand, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "I want you to help me, elder brother. No matter how the East Sea County develops, it will always be shared by us brothers." Lu Chengfeng smiled lightly and held Wuxia's hand tightly. "We are brothers, so there is no need to be so courteous. The East Sea County is our foundation, and naturally, it will be us brothers who will work together to take care of it. Perhaps in the future, we will be independent of the 6 dynasties." Wuxia chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he produced a large number of storage bags that were stuffed to the brim and distributed them to Lu Chengfeng and the others. There were all kinds of natural treasures for cultivation in the storage bags, as well as cultivation manuals that Wuxia had carefully selected for Lu Chengfeng and the others, which were more than enough for them to cultivate to the peak of Heaven Immortal Realm. Lu Chengfeng and the others did not stand on ceremony. They gladly accepted the storage bags and focused on following Wuxia to Panga continent. Just then, Ma Yi strode over to them with a few eunuchs. "Prince Tianyun, the emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties have come to an agreement. 7 days from now will be the auspicious day, and all 6 dynasties will go to Pangu continent together." Chapter 657. Outside G City, the emperors, courtiers, generals, and soldiers of the 6 dynasties, as well as the carefully selected people who were extremely loyal to the 6 dynasties, were standing in countless phalanxes of 10,000 people around Chi-Chi. The total population of the 6 dynasties had exceeded 1 billion. Apart from leaving some members of the imperial clan and generals to guard the territories in outer heavenly realms and slowly develop their national strength, the elites of the 6 dynasties were gathered here, preparing for the expedition to Pangu. 1 billion people were gathered on the plain outside G City. It would have been impossible for the 6 dynasties to do this if not for the large number of heaven immortals guarding them today. When the number of people reached 10,000, there was no end to it, but when the number reached 100 million, it was impossible to imagine what a terrible scene it would be when 100 million people lined up on the plain. And here, there were 1 billion people. If the cultivators of the 6 dynasties had not been flying at low altitudes and soothing the people with all kinds of unique spells, the 1 billion people would have fallen into chaos. Even so, when 1 billion people were gathered together, the plain was densely packed with human heads. When they inhaled at the same time, a gust of wind would sweep across the plain, and when they exhaled at the same time, the clouds in the sky would be dispersed by the airflow. As long as they casually stomped their feet, the ground would tremble and dust would fly up into the sky. On the dais, the emperors and courtiers of the 6 dynasties stood in a row behind Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu. They looked at Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu with complicated looks in their eyes, curious to see how they were going to transport 1 billion people to Panga continent. The cost of traveling from outer heavenly realms to Panga continent through a teleportation formation was astronomical. If all 1 billion people were to travel to Panga continent by normal means, The huge cost would bankrupt the six dynasties 10,000 times over. Wuxia looked at Princess Xianxia with a smile. His interstitial world was a mass of chaos. Although he could create mountains and hills at his will, it would cost him a lot of energy and mental strength to control them. Princess Xianxia's interstitial world, on the other hand, was a vast expanse of fertile land, enough to accommodate the people in front of him for a short period of time. With a faint smile on her face, Princess Xianxia slowly raised her hands. Streams of five-colored divine light flowed out from between her fingers, and a thin curtain of light transformed into an arched gate in front of her. Inside the gate, which was 1,000 feet in both width and length, there were vaguely mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon, flowers and trees, and a boundless beautiful scenery. There was also a dense natural energy spreading out from the gate. The cool and refreshing natural energy sprinkled on the emperors and ministers of the six states, making them take a deep breath. Yingzheng and the others stared at the arched door in horror. Just the natural energy emanating from Princess Xianxia's interstitial world was a few times stronger than that on Myriad Immortals' planet. It was hard to imagine to what extent the natural energy in this interstitial world had reached. And the people of Zhang and courtiers, as were, and were, who were, and of as, and were and kur, as, and as, yang as, and as planets, and as, and as. A five-colored light poured out of the arched door and quickly enveloped the hundreds of phalanxes of 10,000 soldiers. Then, with a flash of light, the phalanxes disappeared. Sheets of light kept pouring out of the arched door, and countless people on the plain disappeared amidst them. In just a quarter of an hour, all 1 billion people and over 10 million soldiers of the six dynasties had been sucked into Princess Xianxia's interstitial world. A soft voice rang out in Princess Xianxia's interstitial world. The ancient melody had an indescribable, magical charm, and those who were sucked into the interstitial world felt as if they had returned to their childhood, as if their grandmother was singing a lullaby softly in their ears. In the midst of the natural energy, which was so rich that it almost condensed in a liquid, 1 billion soldiers closed their eyes and fell asleep peacefully. The natural energy slowly seeped into the bodies of these soldiers, slowly changing their physiques and aptitudes. Even with the help of Princess Xianxia's almighty divine ability, it would take months to return to Panga continent from outer heavenly realms. During these months, Princess Xianxia had controlled the interstitial world to improve the postures of these people. When they arrived in the interstitial world, their physiques and aptitudes would be greatly improved. At the very least, the nearly 20 million soldiers of the six dynasties will be able to cultivate the cultivation techniques of the human race much faster. Of course, this kind of adjustment was also targeted. If the soldiers of Great Yin could get 100 benefits, then the soldiers of the other 5 dynasties could only get 10 benefits at most. Princess Xianxia knew this very well. She had never been a good person. If it had not been for the alliance between the 6 dynasties, in which Wuxia had cheated the 5 dynasties, not only did Wuxia distribute all the natural treasures that Great Yin was supposed to offer to Lao AI to the 5 dynasties, he had also added a lot of fake benefits to them. If both Great Yin and Wuxia could make a fortune, Princess Xianxia would not be in the mood to help the soldiers of the 5 dynasties improve their physiques and aptitudes. But now, since the 5 dynasties had been slaughtered by Wuxia and had begun to plan the strategy of looting the land as soon as they arrived on Panga continent, in order to make their looting more efficient, so that Wuxia and Great Yin could get the benefits faster and offer those natural treasures to Lao AI as soon as possible. Freeing the emperor and courtiers of Great Yin from the control of the black celestial forbidden curse, Princess Xianxia naturally had to give them some benefits. After the 1 billion soldiers were brought into the interstitial world, Princess Xianxia Lu turned to look at the emperors and courtiers of the six dynasties. Apart from the emperors and their most important courtiers and generals, all the members of the imperial clan and the descendants of the powerful clans were sucked into the interstitial world. Out of respect for the emperors and courtiers of the six dynasties, they could not sneak into Panga continent, but their children and grandchildren would not be given any preferential treatment. Before long, only the emperors and their most important courtiers were left on the earthen platform. There were only a few hundred of them, and they were the group of old men whom King Xianxia had brought to Myriad Immortals' planet, asking them to expand their territory and rebuild the foundation of the six dynasties. The emperors and courtiers of the six dynasties glanced at each other with complicated expressions. Then, led by Ying Zheng, they threw their heads back and roared with laughter, followed by the courtiers of the six dynasties. With a wave of his hand, a chariot driven by 9 flood dragons soared into the sky. Wuxia, Princess Zhonglu, and all the other people of the six dynasties entered the chariot one after another. A beam of black light shot into the sky from outside G City, and the emperors and courtiers of the six dynasties quickly flew toward the nearest Immortal Lord's residence. Inside G City, the few kings of Great Yan's imperial clan who stayed in G City knelt down solemnly and bowed toward the rapidly disappearing black light in the sky. The future of the six dynasties was bleak. They might build an unprecedented foundation on Panga continent, or they might suffer heavy casualties or even be wiped out. In short, their future was unpredictable, and no one knew when they would meet again. With Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu leading the way, they quickly arrived at Yuhua Heavenly Realm. In the square in front of the immortal abode in Yuhua Immortal City, they stepped into the teleportation formation that would take them to Panga continent. At the moment, the atmosphere in Yuhua Immortal City was tense, and the atmosphere was extremely strange. The garrisons of the human race and the garrisons of the celestial court were eyeing each other covetously, as if a war would break out at the slightest disagreement. The once bustling Yuhua Immortal City had become sparsely populated. Apart from some cultivators and immortals who were born and bred in the city, as well as some merchants and peddlers who lived in the city for money, not a single living soul could be seen in the vast city. The whole place was deserted like a ghost city. Outside the teleportation formation that led to Panga continent, the garrisons of the celestial court and the garrisons of the human race stood facing each other on opposite sides of the square. There were 3,000 garrisons of the celestial court, while the garrisons of the human race had deployed 20,000 soldiers to set up camp in the square. Both sides were extremely nervous about the person who walked out of the teleportation formation. It would be fine if the person who walked out was an immortal or a cultivator, but once it was an ordinary mortal, the battle formation on both sides was thrown into chaos. Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu exchanged a glance. They knew that this was the consequence of their killing of Yuzong. Yuzong was in charge of the garrisons of the human race in the thousands of heavenly realms around Yuhua Heavenly Realm, and he was the supreme ruler of the Yu dynasty in Yuhua Heavenly Realm. Now that he was killed by 2 passing immortals, the higher-ups of the Yu could not help but wonder if the celestial court had done it on purpose. Therefore, the current tense atmosphere in Yuhua Immortal City was brought by Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu. They had just killed Yu Zong casually, but for the higher-ups of the Yu, they could not see it that way. Panga continent was in a mess, and if the celestial court took the opportunity to attack the garrisons of the human race in the outer heavenly realms, the consequences would be too severe. That was why the atmosphere was so tense. If there were any mortals coming out of the teleportation formation, there would be a commotion among the people on both sides. The immortal officials of the celestial court had to be on guard to see if it was a new general sent by the human race, and if he would launch a retaliatory attack on Yuhua Heavenly Realm. The army of the human race, on the other hand, had to protect their new superior. If the new Marquis of Yuhua Heavenly Realm was killed, how could they explain it to their superiors? Because of such an atmosphere, when Wuxia and his company walked into the teleportation formation, they were not questioned too much. The few immortal officials in charge of the teleportation formation hurriedly asked Wuxia and his company to choose the corresponding teleportation formation on Panga continent, then activated it and sent them away. For these officials of the Celestial Court, it was better for all the unfamiliar cultivators to go to Panga continent and not stay in Yuhua Immortal City and cause more trouble. At this moment, Yuhua Immortal City was like a huge barrel of gunpowder, and it could be detonated with just a spark. If any passing immortal got into a conflict with the garrisons of the human race here, it was bound to trigger a conflict that would sweep the entire Yuhua heavenly realm, and the consequence was something that even Heavenly Lord Sanyu, the highest immortal official in Yuhua heavenly realm, could not bear. Therefore, Wuqi and his company arrived at Panga continent without a hitch. Along the way, with the help of Princess Zhang Lu and Wuqi, it took them less than 5 months to reach the Immortal Pass, which Wuqi had deliberately chosen, which was about 3 months away from Zhong province. Before Yin Dan, Ing Zheng, and the other emperors and courtiers of the 6 dynasties could recover from the shock of the beautiful scenery and the excellent natural conditions on Panga continent, large groups of human soldiers had already surrounded them from all directions. Spears, halberds, bows, and crossbows were aimed at them, gleaming coldly. A human general strode over, pointed his finger at Wuqi and his company, and snapped, "They're the rebels of Myriad Immortal Alliance. Kill them all." Muffled bangs kept ringing out as countless arrows rained down from above. Chapter 658. There was no warning or interrogation. Before Wuqi and his companions could step out of the glowing teleportation formation, the garrison of the human race in Immortal Pass had issued an order to kill them. A total of 3,000 human warriors with cultivation bases had surrounded the teleportation formation where Wuqi and his companions were. 1,000 spearmen, 1,000 halberd wielders, and the remaining 1,000 were all armed with powerful bows and crossbows specially made by Yu. Any teleportation formation on Panga continent that led to outer heavenly realms was jointly managed by the Celestial Court and Yu. Especially in an immortal pass like Immortal Pass, which was responsible for the customs, both the Celestial Court and Yu had stationed a large number of soldiers. There were more than 5,000 immortal officials and soldiers of the Celestial Court stationed in Immortal Pass, while you had an army of 80,000 soldiers stationed here. At the moment, all the teleportation formations in Immortal Pass were guarded by a number of human warriors, while the immortal officials and officials of the Celestial Court were standing on the treetops far away on the mountaintops, pointing and gesticulating. No one tried to stop them. The immortal officials and officials of the Celestial Court were all wearing strange smiles as they watched Wuqi and his companions being bombarded by thousands of arrows fired from bows and crossbows. Damn it! Wuqi took a deep breath. He dared not to use his true body of heaven and earth, but had exercised the dragon transformation with all his might. Dragon scales gleaming with a dazzling black light emerged from under his skin, and by the time the first arrow was approaching him, he had transformed into a black dragon that stood on his hind legs. He took a step sideways and stood in front of Princess Zhang Lu, shielding Princess Zhang Lu with his tall, scaly body that looked extremely strange. Dozens of arrows hit Wuqi at the same time. Some of them burst into flames, some of them burst into thunderbolts, and a few of them let out shrill ghost howls as they shot out dark smoke, trying to penetrate Wuqi's body. Some of them even melted when they touched his skin, spraying a greenish venom all over him. The flame could not burn through his dragon scales, and the thunderbolts could not penetrate them. With a casual shake of his body, he unleashed a vast and pure dragon aura that shattered the black smoke that contained an eerie aura of death. But the pale green venom was extremely brutal. Every scale that was attached to the venom was softened piece by piece and was constantly spraying out large sheets of dark smoke that came with a strange smell of ambergris. The venom had corroded his scales and touched the flesh underneath them. A sharp pain came, and Wuqi let out a muffled groan. His eyes went wide, and suddenly a stream of stinking black liquid sprayed out of his mouth. Ao Buzin had obtained a great benefit in Myriad Immortal's planet. His cultivation base had recovered to the realm of Gold Immortal, and he had condensed a thread of his bloodline and given it to Wuxia. Now, Wuxia could transform into a real black dragon with the divine ability of the Seven Foundation elevating technique. At the same time, he also possessed all the innate divine abilities of the Black Dragon clan. This stream of stinking black liquid was the evil rotting true water, which was the specialty of the Black Dragon clan that Ao Buzin belonged to. It was hundreds of times more turbulent than the water spewed out of a high-pressure faucet. The stream of water was as thick as a water tank, and it sent dozens of soldiers who were lunging at Wuxia flying far away with spears and halberds in their hands. The soldiers were soaked by the black stream of water. They rolled miserably on the ground, looking like ribs that had been stewed in boiling water for a day and a night. Chunks of flesh and blood kept falling off their bodies while thick white smoke billowed out of them. In just the blink of an eye, the soldiers were corroded into skeletons, and their souls were devoured by the black stream of water and melted away without a trace. Lying on top of Wuxia's head, Ao Buzin marveled at the power and purity of Wuxia's evil rotting true water. Then he opened his mouth and shot out a long tongue, rolling up 7 to 8 soldiers whose cultivation bases had barely reached the realm of Heaven Immortal and swallowing them. He burped lightly and spat out a large amount of clothes, hats, shoes, socks, and bronze half-body armors. The sudden attack had enraged the emperors and courtiers of the 6 states. Although they had learned from Wuxia what Pengu continent was like now before they came to Pengu continent, how could these proud emperors and courtiers of the 6 states, who had always regarded themselves as Lao Tzu's #1 under the heaven, swallow their anger when they were really attacked? Yin Dan gave a cold snort. A great plume of grayish-white energy rushed out from behind him, and the disk of heavenly Tao transmigration rushed out with a muffled noise. The great plume of grayish-white energy transformed into countless arrows and shot out in all directions, wherever they passed. As long as someone was hit by these arrows, the soldiers would howl and fall to the ground, their souls sucked straight into the disk of heavenly Tao transmigration and crushed them to pieces. Ingzheng roared and gave a long roar. Behind him, the shadows of 9 flood dragons soared into the sky. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, Ingzheng charged into the ranks of Yu's soldiers like a heavy chariot. With the sword of Qin Emperor in his hand, he would hack a dozen soldiers in half together with their weapons with each swing. From time to time, he would throw out punches with his left hand, each punch like a meteor falling to the ground and stirring up a huge storm. Before the arrows could get close to him, they were knocked away by the energy punches and injured countless human soldiers. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Ao, Li Exin, Zhang Han, and a group of fierce generals of Qin army followed closely behind Ingzheng, slaughtering without saying a word. Countless sword beams flashed across the battlefield, and large numbers of the Yu soldiers were chopped to pieces while howling miserably. Wang Jian, Meng Ao, Zhang Han, and the others were still fine. At most, the soldiers killed by them were chopped into 3 pieces. But those who dared to stand in front of Bai Qi were all chopped into meat paste by the sword beams that shot out from Bai Qi's body. The sky was filled with a mist of blood, and the meat paste and broken limbs were sprayed in all directions, with the furthest distance being several miles away. Bai Qi and his company of killing gods were like a pack of white tigers dashing into a flock of lambs. With just a single charge, they had cut the formation of the Yu's army of 3,000 soldiers in half. In a flurry, a few Yu's captains wielded their weapons and mobilized their soldiers to encircle and annihilate this group of ferocious monsters. But when the highest-ranking officer among them, the Silver Medallion Colonel, had just given out a few orders, the twang of a bowstring was heard. It was Li Xian who had pulled the bowstring and released an arrow. A bright beam shot out and pierced through the colonel and 18 elite soldiers behind him. The other captains were struck dumb as they watched their superior slowly fall to the ground with his hand covering the hole in his throat. Before they could figure out how they should deal with this matter, Jing had appeared right next to them like a ghost. A startling beam of light flashed across the sky, as Jing transformed into a blinding beam of light and pierced through the hearts of these captains and their personal guards in a blink of an eye. The beam of light swept across the Yu's army. Jing had killed 70 Yu colonels and 38 captains, then returned to Yin Dan, his body covered in blood. A deep, muffled roar that sounded like the roar of a fiend suddenly rang out. Fan Yuqi, whose body was as sturdy as an iron ingot, together with Lin Pe, Yu Yi, and the other fearsome generals of the Six States, formed a small formation of arrows and rushed into the formation of the Yu's army from a side. Although there were less than 30 generals in this small assault formation, think about what kind of people they were, right? Apart from the generals of Qin's state who were fighting alone, the famous generals of the other 5 states were also in this formation. Which of these men was not a famous general who had killed countless people? Which of them was not a mighty hero who had fought against millions of soldiers? The aura emanating from each of these men was stronger than the aura formed by the formation of 80,000 human soldiers in Immortal Pass. Wherever this small formation went, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their feet. With just a casual strike from them, several tens of human soldiers would be smashed into pieces. Among these generals and soldiers, there were many whose cultivation base was even stronger than this group of ferocious gods. However, most of the time, with just a casual stare from Fan Yuqi and the others, they could easily kill these generals whose cultivation base was 1, 2, or even 3 or 4 tiers higher than them. In just the time of a few breaths, the 3,000 generals who besieged Wuxia and his men were all slaughtered. At this point of time, even the 4 emperors, Tianwen, Zhao Sheng, Chu Ping, and Wei Wuji, as well as a large number of civilian and military officials around them, did not manage to strike. Broken limbs of 3,000 generals and soldiers were scattered all over the ground, and the ground was covered with sticky blood. The emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties turned a blind eye to it, lifting up their sleeves and wiping the weapons in their hands, talking and laughing as if they were on a field trip. There were several tens of thousands of the Yu soldiers stationed in the vicinity, but none of the people from the 6 dynasties took them seriously. Useless chickens and stray dogs, so weak that they can't even withstand a single blow. But their cultivation base is not bad. If they fall into my hands and are trained for a year, each of them will have the foundation of an elite army. As the man with the most ferocious reputation among all the people present, Baiqi made a pertinent assessment of these generals and soldiers while lazily wiping his sword. Their cultivation base was not bad, and many of them were even much stronger than the emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties. But as for their fighting prowess, they were just mediocre. In the eyes of Baiqi and the others, these generals and soldiers who guarded Immortal Pass were just a bunch of little chicks. They did not know what war was and what slaughter was. The cruelty and efficiency of the massacre stunned everyone present. The chief general of Immortal Pass looked stiffly at the broken limbs around Wuxia and the others, and his body trembled slightly uncontrollably. The eyes of the immortal monarch of the celestial court stationed in Immortal Pass suddenly lit up. He grabbed his subordinates around him and ordered them in a low voice to find out the origin of Wuxia and the others. If they could be drawn to the celestial court and become officials of the celestial court, that would be the best. The bizarre atmosphere lasted for the time it took to finish a pot of tea. When Wuxia and the others cleaned up the blood on their bodies and were about to leave Immortal Pass, the general stationed here by Great Yu suddenly pointed at Wuxia and the others and shouted at the top of his voice, "All rebels of Myriad Immortal Alliance, listen up. Form the 6 gates, immortal slaughtering formation, and trap and kill them. No, leave a few of them alive. I want to hack them into 1,000 pieces, turn their bones into ashes." Ha! 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 3 loud roars rang out in a row. Of the 80,000 soldiers stationed in Immortal Pass, tens of thousands of them, except for the 3,000 killed by Wuxia and the others, sprang into action. In just a few seconds, they had formed a formation around Wuxia and the others, measuring dozens of miles in circumference. Dozens of large flying ships flew out of a distant valley, surrounded by over 3,000 oracles from the Directorate of Celestials as they approached at high speed. The oracles of the Directorate of Celestials began to recite strange incantations. Countless bone talismans were quickly crushed by them, and a great sheet of bright light sprinkled down as all the soldiers of Great Yu were enchanted with layer after layer of restrictive spells. Amidst the sonorous recitation of the oracles, the eyes of tens of thousands of soldiers turned red, and their morale soared 100-fold. The surrounding natural energy suddenly stagnated, and 6 beams of light pierced into the sky from the center of the Yu's formation, transforming into 6 gates that sealed off the surrounding void. An enormous pressure came from all directions, causing Wu Qi and the others to stiffen instantly and making their movements more difficult. Chapter 659. The 6 Gates Immortal Killing Formation was one of the military formations commonly used by the Great Yu Army, and its structure was very similar to that of the 6 Flags Gate used by the Immortals. The 6 Gates Gate used by the Immortals were divided into different types, such as illusory formation, maze formation, trapping formation, killing formation, and so on. But the 6 Gates Immortal Killing Formation was different. After being studied and modified by the Great Yu Military Court and the Directorate of Celestials, it was filled with endless variations, countless ambushes, and deadly traps. It was a formation crafted purely for killing. As soon as the formation was completed, the surrounding natural energy was immediately driven away, and even the underground energy veins were forcibly diverted by the power of the formation, avoiding the area 1,000 miles around Immortal Pass. Immortal Pass had become a land of death devoid of natural energy. For the Immortals and cultivators who had to rely on natural energy to unleash their strongest power, it was the most disadvantageous battlefield. But the human warriors were not affected by the formation at all. Their strong, fleshly bodies allowed them to unleash all their power in the formation. The power of the oracles mostly came from the ghosts and deities they worshipped or other spirits under the heaven. They borrowed the power of heaven and earth without consuming any natural energy. In the 6 Gates Immortal Killing Formation, the overall strength of the human warriors was not affected at all, while the overall strength of the Immortals and Cultivators was at least halved. When the 6 light screens converged in midair and transformed into a hexagonal column that enveloped the area 100 miles around, Yin Dan, Ying Zheng, and the others frowned at the same time. Except for cultivators who purely cultivated their bodies like Baiqi and Fan Yuqi, the emperors and ministers of the other 6 dynasties had also felt the impact of the disappearance of natural energy. They felt uneasy all over, like fish out of water. Compared to the situation where there was no natural energy in the outside world, the abundant immortal energy in Yin Dan and the others was gradually spreading out through their skin. Not only was the formation driving away the natural energy in the vicinity, but it was also extracting the magic energy in Yin Dan and the others. Baiqi snorted coldly. Among all the generals of the 6 states, he was the most murderous. Seeing the Yu's army encircling the human warriors, Baiqi pulled out his long sword, flashed across the air, and dashed straight towards those over 10,000 human warriors in the west, leaving a white beam of light in the air. A strong, murderous aura condensed around Baiqi. Suddenly, the shadow of a white tiger rose from behind Baiqi, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound. Baiqi rose into the air and slashed down at the army in front of him. As the sword slashed down, dozens of tiger-head-shaped astral swords whizzed out, bringing with them a threatening, murderous aura. In the formation, the Yu soldiers roared out in unison. 300 soldiers with foot-thick bronze shields darted out with large strides. The shields were connected to each other, forming a thick iron defense line in front of Baichi. These bronze shields were about a foot thick, 10 feet tall, and 5 feet wide. They looked ancient and seemed to be at least thousands of years old. The surface of the cyan shield was engraved with complicated patterns of ghosts and gods. When these patterns were pieced together, they formed a complicated talisman restriction. A deafening boom rang out as Baichi's astral swords struck the shields. The 300 soldiers gave a muffled snort, their muscles and bones bulging as they staggered backward. Each of the astral swords unleashed by Baichi weighed more than 1,000,000 kilograms. Even though these soldiers had almost broken through the realm of first pang to heaven, they were still forced back by Baichi's sword strike. But that was all they could do. Plumes of green smoke and fire burst out of the shields, which formed a huge ghost head and devoured the astral swords. Although the soldiers were forced back, the astral swords did not hurt them at all. They only felt a sharp pain in their arms. As soon as the 300 soldiers retreated, heavy footsteps could be heard coming from behind. 1,800 soldiers, each holding a defensive shield, lined up in 6 lines of 300 soldiers, marched forward to greet Chi-Chi. Baichi's face flickered. He had used all his strength in the strike just now, but he did not smell any blood, which made him feel ashamed. Behind him, another 6 lines of soldiers marched forward. Clearly, his hope of breaking this formation had failed. As a leading general, Baichi was well aware of how powerful an army could be when they were in formation. If he failed to destroy this formation with his first strike, it would be futile for him to continue attacking. Indignantly, Baichi spat out a mouthful of saliva and prepared to retreat in a beam of white light. But the 6 Directions Immortals slaying formation was the trump card of the human army stationed in Immortal Pass. Now that Baichi had broken into it, how could he retreat so easily? But when he was less than 100 feet away, 3 moon oracles standing on a flying ship above him, each with 7 crescent moons embroidered on their sleeves, raised their hands at the same time, and a strange-shaped bone armor in their palms shattered at the same time. Suddenly, the void behind Baichi rippled like water. Before Ying could warn him, Baichi had already crashed into the ripple. In the blink of an eye, Baichi had appeared in the formation of 1,800 soldiers. 1,800 defensive shields formed a small steel fortress around Baichi. Amidst chuckles, the soldiers who trapped Baichi pulled out the javelins hidden behind their shields at the same time. Accompanied by the muffled beating of war drums, they raised the javelins with all their strength and threw them fiercely at Baichi. 1,800 sharp javelins, each as thick as a goose's egg and 6 feet long, shot toward Baichi at the same time. The overwhelming number of javelins created a sharp whistling sound, and the situation was like a nightmare. Baichi roared furiously. He swung his sword and was about to break the javelins when the dozen of human oracles in the sky blew the bone flutes made from the ribs of mermen at the same time. The melodious tune of the flutes drifted down, and Baichi's arm that was wielding the sword stopped abruptly. Countless illusions appeared before Baichi's eyes. Mountains of gold and seas of silver, beautiful women, wine, women, and all sorts of other illusions. Baichi, who had killed countless lives, was confused by those illusions for about a second. Then, Baichi roared and shattered the illusions with a sky-high intent of killing. He wielded his sword and lunged forward. However, during this brief moment of hesitation, the 1,800 javelins divided into 18 waves and blocked all directions around him. Over 30 javelins in the first wave landed on Baichi's body simultaneously. Baichi's body, which had been rushing forward, was sent flying backward by the javelins. Along with ear-piercing noises, the javelins hit Baichi one after another. The javelins shattered one after another, but at the same time, blood spurted out from Baichi's body. Different from Wuxia's true body of heaven and earth scripture or dragon transformation script. Although Baichi was also walking on the path of body cultivator, he paid more attention to the accumulation of killing intent and aura, and entered the Tao through endless killing. Baichi's fleshly body was not as strong as Wuxia's. His body was as tough as a diamond, impervious to all kinds of weapons and spears. These javelins were the secret weapons created by Yu. When Baichi was hit by these javelins, his body could not withstand the attack of all kinds of strange curses attached to them. A muffled groan rang out as Baichi's left thigh was pierced through by a javelin that moved as fast as lightning. An extremely corrosive and gloomy aura sprayed out from the javelin, and soon, half of Baichi's thigh was dyed black. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious and brave Baichi grabbed the javelin and violently pulled it out. Dark blood splashed in all directions. Baichi staggered a few steps forward and nearly fell to the ground. Clenching his teeth furiously, Baichi roared furiously, "I'm too ashamed to see anyone today." Mixed with the boundless killing intent, a towering rage transformed into a white tiger with a pair of wings on its back and soared into the sky. Wisps of white light shot out from Baichi's eyes as he glared at those soldiers who surrounded him and roared, "Die! What are you waiting for? You're going to die soon." The bright gleams flashing on the bodies of 1,800 soldiers shattered at the same time, while all kinds of defensive spells cast on them by oracles were shattered by Baichi's glare. Suddenly, the soldiers who were holding the shields let out a miserable hiss, as their souls were shattered by Baichi's glare. Suddenly, countless wisps of white smoke mixed with broken soul fragments rushed out from their 7 apertures, transforming into streams of light that flowed into Baichi's body. Laughing hideously, the wounds on Baichi's body healed quickly, and even the piercing wound on his thigh had disappeared in just a short time. Raising his sword, Baichi taunted the soldiers of Yu, who were slowly approaching from the back. Yingzheng gave a wild laugh, then turned to the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties and said complacently, "Prince of Wuhan is mighty. Ha ha ha." Yingzheng was showing off his prowess, while all the ministers of Qin state were grinning from ear to ear. But the faces of the emperors and ministers of the other 5 dynasties were unsightly. Their faces were dark, and they were cursing in their hearts. Why didn't this butcher get smashed into meat paste by the formation? Even though the 6 dynasties had formed an alliance, the emperors and ministers of Zhao state did not have a good impression of Baichi, especially toward the butcher like Baichi. Standing off to one side, Wei Wuji ran his fingers through his beautiful swallowtail beard and said coolly, "This formation is divided into 6 gates. Why don't we attack 1 gate each? Hee. Let's see who will be the first to break out of the formation. Why don't we bet 3,000 beauties?" The eyes of the emperors and ministers of various dynasties lit up, while Tianwen nodded smilingly and said, 3,000 beauties? That sounds very elegant." Laughing loudly, Tianwen waved his hand and led all the civil and military officials of Qi state to charge toward one of the formations. For a moment, the cries of battle broke out, as the emperors and ministers of 6 dynasties exercised their respective divine abilities and charged toward one of the formations. Betting with beauties? Wu Qi shook his head. He was too lazy to join the battle, as he did not want to snatch the prize. However, Princess Zhang Lu grabbed him and forcefully dragged him toward the formation where the emperors and ministers of Great Yin were attacking. A bright gleam shone from Princess Zhang Li's eyes as she cried out, "Husband, each of the 6 dynasties will bet 3,000 beauties. If we are the first to break out of the formation, won't all these beauties belong to us?" Princess Zhang Lu winked at Wu Qi coquettishly and said with a smile, "Xianxia has been worrying about choosing concubines for you. 10,000 beauties are more than enough for Xianxia to choose the most beautiful and intelligent girl to fill up your mansion." Wu Qi nearly fell to the ground, while Yin Dan and Yin Qijun cheered at the same time. "Xianxia is right. Wu Qi, with your latent talent, you have to give birth to more children and grandchildren. Your children and grandchildren are also members of Great Yan's imperial clan." Yin Qijun even raised a finger and said smilingly, "If we win, we'll choose 1,000 best girls from the bet. What do you think?" Wu Qi rolled his eyes. He had nothing to say to these people, whose values and morals were completely different from his own. However, Ao Buzin suddenly became extremely excited. He howled and soared into the sky, spitting out the purple inkstone with all his might. 1,000 beauties? Ao Buzin am finally going to get rid of the body of a damned virgin. A purple gleam flashed as the inkstone hit the formation in front of them. Over 10,000 soldiers of the U-State were smashed to pieces by the inkstone, and the entire Six Gates immortal slaughtering formation collapsed instantly. The formation suffered a backlash, causing tens of thousands of soldiers of the U-State, Chi-Chi, to cough blood and fall to the ground. Chapter 660. The Purple Heart Inkstone was a treasure personally crafted by Lord Lo, although it did not possess any sentience. The materials and techniques used to craft it were all precious materials and extremely complicated techniques that could only be used in crafting a primordial artifact. Although it was not a primordial artifact, its offensive strength was enough to put an ordinary gold immortal artifact to shame. The Purple Heart Inkstone shot out of Ao Buzin's little mouth and shot several miles away, trailing a dense purple smoke behind it. By the time it reached the sky above the battle formation, it had turned into a colossal object that measured several miles in circumference and was shrouded in purple smoke. As Ao Buzin gave a dragon cry, the Purple Heart Inkstone plunged whistling down from tens of miles in the sky and smashed onto the battle formation. Tens of thousands of the U soldiers were turned into ashes, and the Six Gates immortal slaughtering formation was disintegrated. The backlash had robbed all the soldiers of their ability to fight back, especially those oracles who were the core of the formation. Their fragile bodies suffered from the 9 backlashes when the formation was broken. Over 1,000 oracles exploded into clouds of blood mist in midair. Their souls howled and flew up into the sky, soon turning into nothingness under the sunlight. A few oracles who were attacking with vicious curses were killed by the backlash of the formation, and their souls were immediately devoured by the ghosts and deities they summoned. Vaguely, there were countless fiend shadows looming in the void, and the souls of those oracles were torn to shreds by those fiend shadows. Those who were powerful enough could even hear the greedy chewing noises made by those fiend shadows in the void. Kill, kill, kill. Baichi kept waving his sword and letting out loud battle cries that pierced through the clouds. Led by Baichi, the generals of the Six States killed tens of thousands of the U soldiers, as if they were cutting melons and vegetables. Corpses were strewn all over Dian Immortal Pass, while blood flowed and stained the ground. The pungent smell of blood made the faces of the immortal officials and officials of the heaven who were watching from the sidelines pale. The 80,000-strong garrison was wiped out by Wuxia and a few hundred men. The immortal officials of the Celestial Court had good eyesight, so they could tell that Baichi and the other emperors and ministers of the Six States had just stepped into the realm of heaven immortals. But they had wiped out the 80,000-strong garrison of the U soldiers, including several hundred generals and oracles whose cultivation bases were as strong as heaven immortals, and the general of the U station here was an expert of the 7 stars realm of the first Panga heaven. And yet, they were wiped out in such a short time. Although the Inkstone Ao Buzin seemed a little strange, the combat strength of the emperors and ministers of the Six States seemed to be astonishing. Standing amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood with his sword in hand, Baichi was contentedly absorbing the blood and killing aura in the surroundings to improve his strength. The cultivation technique he was cultivating could only make a better and faster breakthrough on the battlefield. The death of tens of thousands of the U soldiers had even stimulated the immortal energy in Baichi's body, making him ready to make a breakthrough at any time. A few immortal officials of the Celestial Court cautiously approached Wu Qi and his company. Wang Jian, Li Xan, and the other Daqin generals, who were searching the corpses of the U soldiers for valuables, hastily stopped before the immortal officials. Wang Jian, who had a dignified appearance, stretched out his right arm and shouted in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, this road is blocked. Go and do what you are supposed to do. If we can wipe out these DU soldiers, we don't mind killing you as well." The killing intent emanating from Wang Jian nearly made the few immortal officials collapse to the ground. They gave Wang Jian a look with trembling bodies, then turned to look in surprise at the emperors and ministers of the 6 states, who were searching the corpses of the soldiers, refusing to let go of even a lower-grade energy stone. Clearing his throat, the leading immortal official mustered up his courage and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, by the order of immortal monarch Xianxia, the special envoy of the Celestial Court in Immortal Pass, we would like to invite you over for a moment." Looking at Wang Jian, whose face was as dark as still water, the immortal official said in a low voice, "If you are having trouble with your hands, the salary of the Celestial Court is very generous." All the emperors and ministers of the 6 states heard the immortal official's words, but none of them paid him any attention. The salary of the Celestial Court was generous, bribing them with generous bribes? The emperors of the 5 states, including Zheng, gave the immortal official a fierce look with their bloodshot eyes. Disregarding their dignity as emperors, they stooped down and fished out a few energy stones, spirit herbs, and ores from the belts of a few soldiers. The salary of the Celestial Court was generous? Could it be as generous as the astronomical amount of natural treasures proposed by Wuxia? This damned black, celestial, forbidden curse. In order to break this frightening curse that had been haunting Zheng and his men for over 2,000 years, they had to pay a very high price. As the emperors of the 6 states, they had already begun to make money from the dead on the battlefield, and had begun to accumulate their belongings bit by bit, preparing to offer them to Lao AI in exchange for the freedom of the emperors and ministers of the 6 states, as well as their descendants. So, how could they not be irritated by the fact that the salary of the Celestial Court was generous? If not for their weak overall strength, Zheng and the others would have thought of robbing the great emperors of the Celestial Court. Damn it, the price that Wuxia gave them was just too frightening. When the eyes of Zheng and the others glared at them with a murderous aura and blood-red gleam, the majesty of an emperor and the frightening killing intent that came rushing at them made them shiver with fear. Without hesitation, they spun and fled. They were a group of murderous men who had gone mad. These immortal officials were experienced and knowledgeable. And what kind of people had they not seen before? Zheng and the others were just as frightening as those fiend immortals who had gone mad in their cultivation and spent all day refining fiend artifacts and piles of corpses. Perhaps these immortal officials would really attack the subordinates of the Celestial Court stationed in Immortal Pass. They did not want to offend these terrible people. After scaring away the few subordinates of the Celestial Court who wanted to recruit the people, the emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties used the fastest speed to loot all the valuables from the tens of thousands of soldiers, and then stormed into the barracks and administrative center of DU in Immortal Pass. All the valuables were taken away, and even the water basin used by General DU's pet, a mixed blood cloud treading green Qilin, was taken away by Qin Wuyang. The Qilin was too extravagant, as the water basin used by it to drink water was actually made from green conch engraving stone. This stone was an excellent material for casting all kinds of cauldrons, and its value was very high. Qin Wuyang could not be blamed for this. The emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties were now so poor that they were like a swarm of locusts, looting everything wherever they went. After looting the barracks and administrative center of DU's garrison, the emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties returned to the square where the teleportation formation in Immortal Pass was located. Behind them was the barracks of DU's garrison, and in front of them were the palaces where the immortal officials of the Celestial Court worked, as well as the pavilions where they usually lived. Be it the barracks of DU's garrison or the administrative center, they were all made of huge rocks and looked dark and not very valuable. But the palaces and pavilions of the immortals were different. The floors were paved with golden bricks, the walls were made of white jade, and the tiles were carved from various beautiful jade. Their pillars were either made of pure gold or pure silver or all kinds of precious materials, such as crystals, corals, and hawksbill turtles. At first glance, the residences of the immortals were luxurious, and filled with an air of wealth. It seems that we still need a lot of natural treasures to completely free the people of the 6 dynasties from that vicious, restrictive spell. Xu Ping murmured with a frown, while stroking the good-looking little beard on his chin. Yingzheng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "The salary of a celestial court is very high." Wei Wuji's eyes shone with a greedy gleam as he sneered and said, "These people in front of us do not have a strong cultivation base. Judging from their aura, they look like lambs." Zhao Shang said straightforwardly, "If you want to rob us, just say it." As long as we kill them, who will know that we have robbed here before?" Tian Wan and Yin Dan exchanged a glance, shook their heads, and produced their prime magical treasures without saying a word. The emperors and courtiers of the 6 dynasties looked at each other and smiled. Then, led by the emperors, hundreds of valiant generals and wise civil ministers, Chi produced all kinds of magical treasures and charged aggressively toward the people of the celestial court, who were caught off guard. A few breaths later, Baichi came to the forefront proudly. Waving his sword, he cried out, "Let's spread out." Daqin attacked from the front, Great Zhao outflank them from the back, Great Wei, Great Qi surround them from the left and right, and Great Yin prevent them from escaping through the air. My friends from Great Yin, if they escape through the earth, can anyone run faster than you with the Tao of Ghost and Deity? The emperors and courtiers of the 6 dynasties roared in unison, and according to Baichi's order, they surrounded the people of the celestial court in Immortal Pass. Daqin, who was charging head-on, possessed an amazing combative strength, and the men of Daqin all had excellent prime magical treasures. The immortals howled and howled miserably, unable to fight back. The men of Great Zhao all had excellent mounts, and they had inherited the tradition of riding and shooting in the past. With just one charge, they had shattered the restrictive spells of the immortals. The men of Great Wei and Great Qi were very strong, and they surrounded the immortals from the left and right, forcing them to flee like rats. Some immortals tried to escape through the air, but Yin Dan's disc of heavenly Tao transmigration hovered high in the sky, killing every immortal who tried to fly up. There was also a beam of light that Jing had transformed into. No matter what kind of prime immortal artifact you had, you could not withstand his deadly strike. Sun Quan and Han Fei had unleashed a series of marvelous techniques, confusing the immortals who soared into the sky, and soon they were all killed by Great Yan's siege. As for old Mr. Modi, well, he had taken out Mo City, which was 10 times larger and was now dozens of miles in circumference. As soon as Mo City was out, the immortals went straight underground and no longer had the courage to take the air route. Unfortunately, the ground was already occupied by millions of Yin ghosts and deities. As soon as the immortals entered the ground, they were surrounded by countless Yin ghosts and deities, never to crawl out again. In just half a quarter of an hour, all the men of the Celestial Court in Immortal Pass were wiped out, and all the treasures they had plundered in Immortal Pass had become the war trophies of the 6 states. Just as the men of the 6 states were plundering everything in and out of the Immortal Pass, the void suddenly darkened, and then a patch of void shattered. A pitch-black supreme tower, divided into 6 grades from top to bottom, flew out of the shattered void. A shrill whistle rang out, and all the living beings within 10,000 miles of Immortal Pass fell to the ground, unconscious. Wuxia and the men of the 6 states felt their souls were shaken by the whistle, and they were nearly dragged out of their bodies. Fortunately, they all had powerful treasures with them, especially Yingzheng, who had unleashed the Cauldron of You. With all the extraordinary treasures working together, their souls were finally saved. But the strange whistle had still severely wounded them. Even Ao Buzin, who was lying on top of Wuqi's head, coughed out a mouthful of blood despite his cultivation base as a gold immortal. Wuxia smiled bitterly as he stared at the black Supreme Tower above him. Why would a Supreme High Priest suddenly appear here? Chapter 661. The lone, pitch-black Supreme Tower hovered above everyone's head, and shrill cries that sounded like the cries of apes kept coming out from it. The cries were not sharp, hoarse, soft, or soft. In short, they sounded ordinary, like the cries of a cat that had been starved for 3 days and 3 nights and had its tail stepped on. But these cries, which sounded ordinary, had completely suppressed Wu Qi and his company. The Cauldron of You was hovering high above Ing Zhang's head, sending out dark waves that swept across all directions. But when they were hit by the cries, the waves burst out and scattered in all directions. If not because Yin Dan and the other few emperors were protected by extraordinary treasures that were not weaker than the Cauldron of You, just a few cries alone would have killed Wu Qi and his company. Li Xian pulled out the longbow backhandedly, and a pale silver arrow was knocked on the bowstring. His pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip, and his divine will locked onto the Supreme Tower, hovering about 1 mile above his head. Li Xian pulled the bowstring, injecting all his spirit and energy into the arrow. A dazzling silver light burst out from the silver sword, and a faint halo began to ripple and spread out from the arrowhead. Vaguely, there were a few circles of tiny runes spinning rapidly amidst the halo. A burly figure appeared behind Li Xian's back, and the movement of this man was exactly the same as Li Xian. When both of them pulled the bowstring at the same time, their figures merged into one, and the light on the silver arrow became even more blinding. Suddenly, Li Xian loosened his fingers, and the arrow shot straight towards the Supreme Tower with a shrill whistle. Right after the arrow left the bowstring, the light on it began to shrink rapidly. When the arrow was about to hit the Supreme Tower, it had turned into a strange black color. All the light along the way was absorbed by the arrow, and the void near the arrow was twisted and distorted. If one looked along the path of the arrow, everything he saw would be twisted. When the arrow was only 3 inches away from hitting the Supreme Tower, 2 skinny and shriveled fingers appeared silently in front of the arrow. The pitch-black fingers gently pinched, and the arrow, which had gathered all of Li Xian's energy, obediently stopped between the 2 fingers like the most obedient puppy. Suddenly, Wu Qi leaped into the air and gave Li Xian a powerful kick on his buttocks. Li Xian, who had just unleashed the arrow, had depleted all his energy and spirit, and had lost all his strength. He cried out in shock and was sent flying several hundred feet away by the kick. While Ling Zheng and the others were about to scold Wu Qi, a black beam shot over at a rapid speed and brushed past Li Xian's scalp, nearly piercing through his skull. After the shriveled finger caught Li Xian's arrow, the finger flicked, and the arrow bounced back at a speed 10 times faster than when it was shot. If it weren't for Wu Qi kicking Li Xian away, that arrow would have killed Li Xian instantly. Because of Wu Qi's attack, the arrow didn't hit Li Xian. It only shot into the ground with a black light. Everyone's faces turned extremely unsightly when they saw the thumb-sized hole in the ground with their divine sense. With just a casual flick of the 2 shriveled fingers, the arrow shot by Li Xian just now went nearly 3,000 miles into the ground. This was not an ordinary planet like those in outer heavenly realms, but Pangu continent. The rocks here were at least 100 times harder than those in outer heavenly realms. In other words, if it were in outer heavenly realms, the force of a flick of the 2 fingers would be enough to pierce through dozens of ordinary planets. Even Ing Zhang's Cauldron of You, Yin Dan's Disc of Heavenly Tao Transmigration, and the extraordinary treasures of the other 4 emperors could not withstand the power of the arrow. 6 extraordinary treasures struck at the same time, barely blocking the whistling sound coming out of the Supreme Tower, and yet, with just a casual flick of his finger, the defense jointly deployed by the 6 emperors was penetrated. This is urgent, and we are in danger. With the scroll in his left hand and the writing brush in his right, immortal energy surged out of his body as he assumed a fighting stance. Not only Han Xian, but all the emperors and courtiers of the Six States had mustered up all their strength, ready to fight the man in the Supreme Tower with the help of various extraordinary treasures. Wuxia gave a cold snort and cried out in a low voice. The overall strength of a Supreme Oracle is strong enough to fight a primordial immortal. How can we be his match? An opponent who could fight a primordial immortal? As soon as Wuxia said that, even Zheng, who was the proudest of them all, could not help but turn pale. His body swayed a few times, and he almost fell to the ground. Although they were conceited and arrogant, they were not arrogant fools. They all knew very well what kind of existence a primordial immortal was, with their cultivation bases as heaven immortals. Challenging a supreme oracle who could fight a primordial immortal was no different from courting death. Even with a spirit treasure like the Cauldron of You, they could not fight a supreme oracle. His words almost destroyed the will of the emperors and courtiers of the Six States. They stared blankly at the pitch-black Supreme Tower, and could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness and weakness. Blue veins were bulging on the back of the hands of Zheng, Yin Dan, and the other emperors, but they could not give any orders. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, whether it was resistance or escape, it was futile. If they acted rashly, they would be laughed at by the enemy. Wuxia shook his head and sighed faintly. Fortunately, he had long prepared for this, and was prepared for the current situation. Grabbing A.O. Buzin from the top of his head, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "It's time for you to play your role. Go now." A few green fiend shadows flickered on Wuxia's body, while 6 celestial fiend puppets soared whistling into the sky. Grabbing A.O. Buzin by the neck, Wuxia threw A.O. Buzin up into the sky like a dead snake. A hoarse and unpleasant laugh was heard coming from the Supreme Tower, mixed with a few violent coughs. "You know I'm a Supreme Oracle, but what else do you want? Why don't you put down all your weapons and magical treasures and surrender? Hee, you can wipe out the garrison army of Dying Immortal Pass in such a short time, which shows that you do have some abilities. Judging from your behavior, you should be the core elites of Myriad Immortal Alliance, right? If you surrender obediently, you might be able to—" Before the man could finish, A.O. Buzin and the 6 celestial fiend puppets had soared into the sky, unleashing a bizarre aura right next to the Supreme Tower. In a flash, A.O. Buzin's aura broke through from the early stage Heaven Immortal realm to the realm of Gold Immortal. At the same time, the aura of Wuxia's puppets soared from the early stage Heaven Immortal realm, and before long, reached the level of peak stage Heaven Immortal. A few months ago, A.O. Buzin had obtained the enormous energy provided by Lei Meng's blood sacrifice on Myriad Immortal's planet. Therefore, with his previous foundation, he could restore his cultivation base to the realm of Gold Immortal without any difficulty. With A.O. Buzin's miraculous, innate, chaotic dragon body, as long as he held back his aura, the heavenly Tao could not find any trace of him, and thus could not strike down a thunder tribulation to deal with him. Just like Wuxia, he did not have to worry about the thunder tribulation anymore. But once he took the initiative to unleash his aura of breaking through, it was as if a man covered in black had suddenly poured kerosene on himself in the middle of a dark night, igniting a huge fire. With that, it was impossible for him not to be discovered. As soon as A.O. Buzin unleashed his aura, the sky was immediately blanketed with a thick layer of purple-red clouds. Countless thick bolts of lightning could be seen rolling in the clouds, and soon, a huge cloud vortex took shape in the middle of the clouds. As the 6 celestial fiend puppets unleashed their auras, the purple-red clouds abruptly turned dark purple. The bright bolts of lightning were now coated with a pale blood-red color, and with each wave of lightning that flashed across, the ground was painted with a faint layer of blood. The cultivation base of the puppets mainly followed the advancement of Wuxia's cultivation base. Now that Wuxia had the overall strength of a peak-level heaven immortal, the overall strength of the puppets had gradually caught up with him. Especially after he came to Panga Continent, he had given all the rare ores and energy stones he found to these celestial fiend puppets. As a result, these puppets had gone through a thorough transformation. At this moment, just like A.O. Buzin, they had unleashed their aura of breaking through, and the heavenly tribulation they attracted became even more terrifying. The purple-red tribulation clouds of gold immortals immediately turned dark purple, the nirvana tribulation clouds that targeted top-grade gold immortals. Wuxia chuckled as he tried his best to unleash his aura. Princess Zhonglu rolled her eyes at Wuxia, then followed suit and unleashed all her aura. An enormous energy wave towered into the sky. Ying Zheng and the others were smart men. When they saw what Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu were doing, they laughed maliciously and unleashed all their aura without reservation. The thunder tribulation of immortals had a very frightening characteristic, and that was the ability to implicate others. When the thunder tribulation descended, only the immortal who was transcending the tribulation could exist within 1,000 miles. If any cultivator or immortal was within this range, the power of the thunder tribulation would increase exponentially. The most vexing thing was that the lightning tribulation was extremely intelligent. It would prioritize killing the strongest cultivators within its range, then kill the weaker immortals and cultivators within its range one by one. When Wuxia first came to Panga Continent, he had used the thunder tribulation to kill an expert who was almost at the realm of gold immortal. Today, he was using A.O. Buzin's hand to attract the tribulation, so that he could become Feng Fu again and use the old trick to teach the old oracle a lesson. Suddenly, countless dazzling green runes burst out from the dark surface of the Supreme Tower, pouring down from the top of the tower like a stream of water. An old, angry, yet horrified voice suddenly rang out. "Shameless juniors, how can you be so shameless? I'm so angry." The intelligence of the thunder tribulation was the strongest. Since the Supreme Oracle was hiding in the Supreme Tower, the thunder tribulation had targeted his body and soul first. The dark purple tribulation cloud changed again. It turned from dark purple to pitch black, and then gradually faded from pitch black to a strange gray. Finally, it turned into a chaotic and tumbling tribulation cloud of gray and white like a pot of porridge. The tribulation cloud had evolved from the ordinary tribulation cloud of gold immortals to the innate divine thunder of yin and yang, which was specially targeted at primordial immortals. It was a terrible thunder tribulation that could pose a fatal threat to even a primordial immortal, and even someone with a primordial immortal item might not be able to survive it. A furious howl rang out from within the Supreme Tower. The void around it shattered with a deafening rumble, and the huge Supreme Tower suddenly vanished without a trace. 99% of the thunder tribulation in the sky had disappeared, and it had already chased after the Supreme Tower. Unless the unlucky Supreme Oracle could destroy the tribulation cloud, the thunder tribulation would always target him like a maggot, and he would not be able to get rid of it even if he could break through the void and flee. A.O. Buzin took a deep breath and abruptly retracted his aura, while the 6 celestial fiend puppets quickly hid their auras back into their bodies. Then, Wuxia waved his hand, and a large sheet of chaotic light enveloped everyone. Using a mystic art of hiding energy, he brought the emperors and courtiers of the 6 dynasties and fled into the distance at the fastest speed. The tribulation cloud suddenly lost its target. After hesitating for a moment in the sky, the gray and white tribulation cloud trembled, and then countless thunderbolts struck down from it. The Dian Immortal Pass was completely destroyed. Half a month later, a shocking news spread across the Yu. Gao Guang, the left minister of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials, was severely wounded by the thunder tribulation and was forced to abandon his fleshly body to be reincarnated. He did not even have the chance to leave his last words. The human emperor was furious and ordered the whole nation to be mobilized to wipe out myriad immortal alliance. Chapter 662. When the news of Gao Qingguang's death came, Wuxia and his companions, who had changed their appearances, were on a long journey. Clad in the most common sackcloth of the Yu, Wuxia and his companions exercised escape arts and headed toward Zhong province. Accompanying Wuxia and his companions were Yin Dan and the other emperors and ministers of Great Yin. As for Ing Zheng and the other emperors and ministers of the 5 dynasties, they had gone to other places to develop their territories according to the terms of the treaty. According to the treaty, the future strategies of the 6 dynasties would be different so that there would not be any conflict of interest. In just half a month, when Wuxia and his companions were still 2.5 months away from Zhong province, the news of Gao Qingguang's death had spread across the entire Yu. Even the secretive itinerant cultivators whom Wuxia and his companions occasionally met in the wilderness began to discuss the impact of Gao Qingguang's death on the imperial court of the Yu. There were even some immortals and itinerant cultivators from Myriad Immortal Alliance who were cursing the bastard who killed Gao Qingguang hysterically. The Gaochen clan was the descendant of the great Emperor Gaochen of the ancient celestial court. The great Emperor Gaochen joined the celestial court as a human and ruled over all the demons under the heaven. He was the strongest figure among the 5 celestial emperors of the celestial court at that time. He had gone through several calamities of heaven and earth, until a terrible calamity destroyed more than half of the celestial court. In order to protect the legacy of the celestial court, the great Emperor Gaochen used a forbidden art to resolve the calamity, but in the end, he himself was turned into ashes. Because of the great Emperor Gaochen, the Gaochen clan had a very good relationship with the celestial court. Those immortals who were saved by the great Emperor Gaochen had now occupied a high position in the celestial court. In the dynasty of the Yu, the members of the Gaochen clan, who had inherited the bloodline of the great Emperor Gaochen, were born with the ability to communicate with ghosts and deities and rule over all the demons under the heaven. In the Directorate of Celestials of the Yu, they were a very important power, and even the Yu clan and Liangzhu could not compare to them. Gao Qingguang was not only the left minister of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials, but also the teacher of the current human emperor of the Yu when he was the crown prince. He was also the teacher of the few most powerful princes in the Yu. His cultivation base was profound, and he had a wide circle of friends. In Great Yu, he was a famous minister and powerful minister. Gao Qingguang's daughter was married to the current human emperor, and the current crown prince of Great Yu was Gao Qingguang's grandson. As an important minister of the Yu, Gao Qingguang had secretly left Liangzhu after Myriad Immortal Alliance had stirred up the chaos in the 4 regions of the Yu, and from time to time, he would eliminate powerful figures from the alliance. In just over a year, nearly 100 gold immortals had been killed by him, and the number of heaven immortals and ordinary cultivators was incalculable. However, with Gao Qingguang's identity and status, it would be extremely embarrassing if news of him dealing with these juniors were spread out. Therefore, Gao Qingguang's movements were very secretive. Every time he struck, he would leave immediately after, and once he succeeded, he would flee hundreds of millions of miles away. Even the Directorate of Celestials of the Yu did not know that their left minister, the father-in-law of the current human emperor and the current clan leader of the Gaochen clan, had secretly left Liangzhu to join the war. Worst of all, in order to hide his tracks, Gao Qingguang did not use the supreme tower that he had been refining with his blood and sweat. Instead, he secretly took out a spare supreme tower from the storeroom of the Directorate of Celestials. The supreme tower was a magical item tailor-made for the supreme oracle of the Yu, and was equivalent to a primordial immortal item of a primordial immortal. It was a powerful weapon. Every single brick in the supreme tower was refined by the supreme oracles with their own blood essence, and every rune was carved with the blood of their own hearts. Therefore, they could synchronize with each other and enhance the combat ability of the supreme oracles by dozens of times. It was a giant weapon that could be used both offensively and defensively, as this spare supreme tower had not been refined by Gao Qingguang. Apart from the most basic function of breaking through the void as a means of transportation, it had almost zero offensive and defensive functions. However, given Gao Qingguang's formidable strength, he did not fight the elders of the Divine Hall head-on. Instead, he stealthily killed the peripheral members of the myriad Immortal Alliance. He did not need to use the other functions of the Tower of Babel. No one expected that Gao Qingguang would encounter a freak like Wuxia. Instead of transcending the lightning tribulation after making a breakthrough, he hid the aura of the breakthrough in his body, and when he encountered a strong enemy, he would suddenly release the aura and attract the heavenly tribulation to attack the enemy. Which ordinary immortal would dare to do such a thing? When breaking through a realm, they would release the aura as soon as possible so that they could attract the heavenly tribulation and transcend it as soon as possible. If they hid the aura in their body and accidentally leaked it when they were cultivating in the future, the heavenly tribulation would come when they could not move at all. Wouldn't that be courting death? It was tantamount to living with a ticking time bomb, and no ordinary immortal would dare to do such a thing. However, Gao Qingguang had encountered top-notch immortals like Wu Qi and Ao Buzan. The heavenly tribulation came one after another, attracting the innate yin-yang division godly thunder, which struck down randomly and smashed the unprepared Gao Qingguang into a pulp. Gao Qingguang dragged his broken body and fled back to Liangzhu City. He didn't even have the time to say his last words, and he didn't even have the chance to take a last glance at his clansmen. He died on the wasteland outside Liangzhu City with his pair of legs popping out. Wu Qi and the rest hurried back to Xianxia. Along the way, they encountered itinerant cultivators and immortals discussing this matter. They heard Gao Qingguang's background, where he died, and the various disturbances caused after his death. Wu Qi and the rest could not help but twitch their lips. Was it their bad luck, or was it Gao Qingguang's luck? He was such an important minister, such an extravagant man. Instead of enjoying his life in Liangzhu, he had to wander around and hit people behind their backs. With Gao Qingguang's death, the human emperor was furious, and Yu had mobilized the whole nation. Countless soldiers who had returned to the countryside had put on their armor again and joined the war. It was true that myriad Immortal Alliance had encountered a great trouble, but it was bound to become much more difficult for the people of the Six Dynasties to develop their own power. Originally, Yu had reserved a lot of power, but with Gao Qingguang's death, it was likely that Yu would go all out to kill the cultivators and immortals on Panga Continent. They could only hope that Zheng and the others would not be too unlucky to be discovered by the enraged army of Yu. They did not want to be killed by Yu's army as soon as they arrived on Panga Continent, thinking that they were the vassals of myriad Immortal Alliance. Because of the war between Yu and myriad Immortal Alliance, cultivators and immortals could not use the official teleportation formations of Yu. Therefore, Yin Dan and the others could not let Princess Zhonglu be kept in her interstitial world, as that would be too disrespectful to Yin Dan and the others. Therefore, Wu Qi and the others could only rely on their own escape arts to travel to Zhongzhou. Dai Immortal Pass was a long way from Zhongzhou, and even with Wu Qi's speed, it would take him 3 months to get there. As for Yin Dan and the others, their speed was not as fast as Wu Qi and Princess Zhonglu. It would probably take them a longer time to get there. Along the way, they had witnessed dozens of battles where the Great Yu army encircled and annihilated immortals and itinerant cultivators. Every time, it was Wu Qi who protected them, allowing them to observe the fighting techniques of the Great Yu army up close. Yu Yi, Fan Yuqi, and the other military officers were dismissive of the Great Yu army's command and mobilization. They only felt that the Great Yu army's marching and fighting were extremely rigid. There was no strategy in the battles between the two sides, and it was a head-on fight. After witnessing the battles of the Great Yu army and learning about Yu's administration along the way, Yin Dan and the others were full of confidence that Great Yin could gain a foothold on Panga Continent. In their opinion, the administration of Yu was like a sieve with countless loopholes that they could use at will. With the shrewdness and sophistication of Yin Dan and the others, they could do whatever they wanted in a country without a household registration management system or a strict monitoring system. Especially now that Yu and myriad Immortal Alliance were in a mess, It was perfectly normal for some provinces to have more or less people. Apart from Wuxi's concern about Gao Guang's death, Yin Dan and the others had become ambitious. They were only waiting to arrive at Zhong Province, where they could quickly use an Lu County and an Yi County as the base, supplemented by Wuxi's Yi County, to quickly expand their territory and invade Pangda Continent. But when they were only half a month away from Zhong Province, even Jing Ku, who was the most forthright and careless among them, began to notice that something was not right. The frequency of the Great Yu army sightings was getting higher and higher. Previously, they could only see one army of the Yu every 2 or 3 days, but now they could see 3 to 5 armies of the Yu flying across the sky in flying ships every day. Originally, strategic forces of the Yu like the Supreme Oracles rarely appeared in front of people. But now, there was a Supreme Tower shattering the void and appearing in all directions. After carefully scanning the surroundings with their powerful divine sense, they would suddenly shatter the void and go somewhere else. At the peak, Wuxia and the others saw 7 different Supreme Towers appearing in the distant sky in one day. With the power of the sky-reaching tower that could shatter the void, the Supreme Priest didn't need to rest at all. They could go wherever they wanted. With 3 to 5 Supreme Oracles, the sky of dozens of first-grade provinces was covered with the shadows of Supreme Towers. This was not good news. The overall strength of these Supreme Oracles was so strong that nothing could deceive their eyes. Wuxia shook his head. It looked like it was not going to be easy for the 6 dynasties to gain a foothold on Pangda Continent. What made Wuxia even more nervous was that both he and Princess Zhang Lu had sensed the evil force that kept sweeping across Pangda Continent in the void. Every time a wave of force swept across their bodies, Wuxi's heart would twitch violently. Even A.O. Buzin looked worried in the face of the invasion of this force, and he was no longer as lazy and arrogant as usual. It was a curse cast by an almighty expert from the Directorate of Celestials, looking for the suspect who killed Gao Guang. If Wuxia had not used the chaotic energy to erase the remaining aura of the people of the 6 dynasties and erase some of the karmic ties between them and Gao Guang, they would have been found by the people from the Directorate of Celestials by now. Wuxia could only hope that the emperors and courtiers of the other 5 dynasties could keep a low profile. In the face of the furious Yu dynasty, Wuxia and the others were still too weak. In the face of such an impenetrable search, a careless mistake could lead to disaster. Wuxia could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Wasn't it just Gao Guang? Did they have to be so nervous? What troubled Wuxia even more happened. Just as they were about to enter High Province, the puppet Wuxia had left in the EC City sent him a warning. Someone had sneaked into the EC City and attacked Wuxia, who was seriously injured and unconscious. The evil flame in Wuxi's belly exploded in an instant. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.